Matt PD. Testing out chat. Louise got work.
Okay, we're live. I'm here. And no, it's good. All right. Welcome. I'm here. I'm live. I'm gonna repeat myself because we got just some housekeeping. We got extra humans on location, so BRBs are going to be very prevalent and mutings are going to be very prevalent. So yeah, just fair warning for this stream and for the next couple of streams, I guess, because it's just that time of the year again, I guess. But anyways, we're gonna watch some Destiny stuff first. Some good old Destiny TDS. Well, I mean, mental gymnastics. Not necessarily TDS, but like I feel like he's doing that massive mental gymnastics because of the TDS, and you'll see why. But yeah, there we go. Boom. Well, I guess first we'll watch this, but then I have another.
I'm signing trade deals with.
I have another couple things that I want to watch, like the Temple Lawyer manga audience destroys IRL. This is he's watching Pisco on Timple's show, which is actually pretty good. We'll definitely get to that next. That's gonna be the next thing.
Saying that there's no connection.
I never finished this, so I kept that in the background. But this one needs to be first because we're not gonna watch the whole thing. There's like I watched through a little bit, and there's just so much. Look at him. He's just doing like a massive graph for like the longest time, watches another video, and then finally gets back to Trump's statement, which basically proves everything that he just did completely wrong. And I'm like, oh, that's just good. That's some good stuff right there. But yeah, we also have he also talked about Temple here with Mayan Greens, but like I don't know if we're gonna get to that. And then this one, not so erudite. This is more of a not so erudite thing than a Destiny thing. Destiny just covered it and I saw it and I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to watch it because this lady is actually really, really smart. And I want to see how she fares within the whatever podcast, a debate, bro. And then you got some Destiny commentary. But yeah, I want to just see what happens here. That would be really cool. Maybe I'll do this like after the Pisco thing, if we have time, because the Pisco thing, we're going to watch the full thing. But it's like what? How long? Like almost 2.5 hours. So, but anyways, remember to do what's on screen. Thank you very much. And yeah, let's see. This is the one we're watching. All right. Oh yeah, new general layout. I'm gonna be on the, I guess the right hand side of the screen now. Yeah, because I have a new setup and everything. It makes the game look a little bit easier. Like here, I'll just show you how the setup is. I don't have anything on, but now we have it on the top, and then I have my good old gaming screen right here. So yeah, people can see more. I think that's a bit more interesting. My face is a little bit towards the side of the screen now. It's not punched out, kind of like where this would be. Like I have all this extra space over here. This is more for the gaming style Steam, I guess, that I used to use, but honestly, having less space in between the wall and me, I think that's a pretty good way to do it. But anyways, let's just start.
Story friend of mine. I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up, and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on? I mean, I'll tell you a story.
That's literally a meme. That has to be a meme. Oh, wait, let me fix... Well... Oh. Okay, I need to fix my thing, because, like, whenever, it's gonna keep changing the music and stuff like that. I don't really want the
Again,
music
let
on all
me
the
say
time.
a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop.
Hot and heavy.
Oh yeah, if you think that this is if I don't know, people can comment. Like if you think that it's just too fast, let me know. I can think about it. But like people that watch the videos, like just bash me in the comments if it's too fast, because like I can listen to it, but I know that not a lot of people can listen to people talk at 1.5 plus 2.5 speed, because I have the whole video on 2.5 speed, but Destiny just increased him by like 50%, and which means it's like a total 75% increase, almost 2 times speed on like Trump's voice. So yeah,
I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it, that I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop.
true.
And they have. And they did it for a lot of reasons, but trade is a big one. We're gonna,
True. Yeah. No, I don't think anyone has ever has used the tariffs the way that Trump has ever used the tariffs. That is actually kind of true. Not gonna lie. Kind of hurt, but hey, market's back up again. Or maybe that might be fake news, but I'm not sure.
We're going to do a lot of trade with Pakistan. We're going to do a lot of trade with India. We're negotiating with India right now. We're going to be soon negotiating with Pakistan. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed. So I'm very proud of that. I also want to thank Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio for their work and efforts. They worked very hard on that. We also, as you know, created a situation where the Houthis, for the first time ever, have ceased firing. And they've let it be known that they're not going to be firing at American ships anymore, not going to be firing at Americans anymore. This was a heavy barrage that lasted for approximately 50 days. And as you know, they've been in war essentially for forever. But over the last...
Speaking of nuclear weapons, your discussion with Dan was so nauseating. Nuclear winter makes things colder because it reflects sun. Are the clouds actually white? But there's not enough that makes things hotter like Venus. The only thing that can make a planet hot is energy from the sun. No?
10 years have been very difficult for other countries.
I mean, I could talk about this because I do know a lot about the thing that he was talking about. Like, Destiny seems to be super ignorant on how like a nuclear winter would like pan out, and like why it's called a nuclear winter. Like, it's because of all of the stuff in the atmosphere like reflecting the sun off the planet, so that all the heat that would have been trapped underneath the clouds and stuff would just get bounced off of the clouds or bounced off of the ice that's on the ground. Because like once you get actually, I'm not 100% sure on this, but basically it's like a perpetual cycle. Like when a ton of ash is like blocking sun from hitting the ground, which it just makes the ground like below everything below the clouds that's not being reflected off of like colder. It just gets colder and colder and colder, and then you get snow buildup, and basically that snow buildup is also like white and ice, so that it just perpetuates. Like when the clouds disappear, you got all this snow which is still reflecting sun away from the planet. So it's just that's why they call it a nuclear winter, because like even though the clouds aren't 100% white, it's still like it's not black. If the clouds were black, then maybe it would trap heat, but like that heat wouldn't really go past the clouds. It would just stay in the clouds. The clouds would get hot, but maybe it could radiate down. But like I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Nobody was able to do what we did. But they said...
But basically, Destiny thinks that nuclear winters are impossible because the clouds aren't 100% white. So therefore, if the sun is hitting the clouds will get warmer. And therefore, I think that's what he thinks. But I think it's not the way it's supposed to. Like, I don't think he has a good grasp of how thermodynamics works. But like, I mean... I don't think he understands how. I don't think Destiny understands how like a refrigerator works, basically, or an AC, or how it moves heat from one location to the other. Because heat is not necessarily what. Heat is just the fundamental. The way that heat works is completely different than what people think heat works. Like the way that heat works when you feel it on your hand is completely different than how it actually works.
stopped, and we take their word for it. The surrogates and them directly said, we don't want to do this anymore. And so we were satisfied with that. In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset.
I don't know why everybody's saying geothermal, unless your core of your planet explodes and just fucking spews all of the lava and all of the whatever up. That's not happening.
See, like, your core explodes. Like, how is that even a possibility?
All of the energy for the temperature or whatever on a planet's body is generally coming from the sun. It comes in some form, is processed by the planet, and then about an equivalent energy is spit out, right? It just depends on how much what your capacity for holding that thermal energy is, or holding the totality.
Yes. Reflection. Reflection is the whole big thing, but he doesn't know that that's like the thing that you should be focusing on. Like, he just knows that there's a process that happens, and that's basically it. He's just giving a general argument. He doesn't really know specifically what's going on.
Solid energies in the meantime.
And so we were satisfied with that. In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiated.
Venus has little atmosphere, so it can't really retain or block heat. The sides that don't face the sun are super cold, and the sides that are super hot. Everything you just said is true of Mercury, though. You're mixing the planets up, I think.
Yep.
I think Venus is a very dense atmosphere.
That is true. Yep. Mercury is the one that's the closest, but like it rotates very, very slowly. So one side is facing the sun, like I think 50% of the entire year. That it's like a day is like what, maybe like 50 days? No, 100 days. Like, how many days is freaking all right, so deep search, cool. It only took 1 minute and 40 seconds. We're gonna look at this because like I did ask the question. Key points, analysis. I mean, all I need is the conclusion. All I really need is the conclusion. Give me the conclusion. Because like everyone's talking about how the tariffs are going to delete everything.
Research
like
suggests that the stock market has generally gone up recently, with the S&P 500 and Dow Jones showing gains today, May 16, 2025, and a positive trend since May 12, 2025, following the US-China tariff agreement. While the Nasdaq experienced a slight decline today, the broader market's performance indicates an upward movement, reflecting investor confidence in economic recovery. This analysis, based on detailed financial data and news reports, provides a comprehensive view of the market's recent behavior, acknowledging the complexity and potential for daily fluctuations.
Cool. Great. So it did go up. Nice. Back to our daily scheduled program. Wrong video.
The largest structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs, and it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that, or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical businesses back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs, because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States. I spoke to Tim Cook this morning, and he's going to, I think, even up his numbers, $500 billion. He's going to be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple, and we look forward to that. I really do look forward to that. But the talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good. We're not looking to hurt China. China was being hurt very badly. They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of unrest. And they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And the relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week. We have some other things we're doing. But one of the biggest things that we're doing, and I don't know if people realize this, but we made a great deal with China, great trade deal. Okay. But it was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled it right in the last day.
Those
Some of
darn
you faces
Chinese.
I remember were there when that happened. I remember you. And we had a deal where they opened up their country to trade with the United States. And they took that away at the last moment, and then they canceled the whole thing. And then 6 months later, we ended up doing a smaller deal. But it was a big deal. It was $50 billion worth of product that they were going to purchase from our farmers, et cetera. And we agreed to that. People thought it was 15 because they were doing 15. We made it 50 because I misunderstood the 15. I said, you got to get 50. Because when I asked, if you remember the story, when I asked, what are we doing with them? My Secretary of Agriculture at the time, Sonny Perdue, said, sir, it's about 15 billion, and we're asking for 15. And I thought he said 50. So I said, so they came back with a deal at 15. And I said, no way, I want 50 because you said 50. They said, sir, we didn't say that anyway. Bottom line, I said, go back and ask for 50. And they gave us 50. And they were honoring the deal. And we would call them up a lot for the corn and for the wheat and for everything. They were honoring the deal. And then when Biden got in, they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to call. Okay. I would call on an average of once every 2 weeks to say, come on, you have to speed it up a little bit. And our farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger tractors, if you remember. That's what happened. But the deal was a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they have never been able to buy. Okay. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. Okay. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it. And then I went a little bit angry. I got a little angry. They said they canceled the deal. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed. And people went over there and came back to me, sir, they don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China. And they've agreed to do that. But it's going to take a while to paper it. You know, that's not the easiest easiest thing to paper. But that's the single, I think, to me. Some people disagree. Some people say we're getting a lot of money with tariffs or whatever. But, especially when you add what we already have. Because remember, we're already getting the 50% on steel and different things. That's not included in these numbers. So you can add that. But the biggest thing to me is the opening up. I think it would be fantastic for our businesses if we could go in and compete with China. It would be a lot of jobs for China. It would be, I think, at a time when they can frankly use the jobs. And that's what we're talking about. So that's a very, very important element to add. So when Scott, I watched him speak the other day, and I think he didn't want to say it, but I said, it's okay to say it. Look, if we don't get it, we don't get it. But if we don't get it, it won't be a positive thing. But if we do get it, I think it's maybe the most important thing to happen. Because if you think about it, we opened up our country to China. They have very few restrictions. And they didn't open their country to us. Never made sense to me. It's not fair. And they've agreed to open China, fully open China. And I think it's going to be fantastic for China. I think it's going to be fantastic for us. And I think it's going to be great for unification and peace. China will also suspend and remove all of its non-monetary barriers. They've agreed to do that. Well, they're very numerous. But again, to me, the biggest thing that came out of that meeting is they've agreed. Now we have to get it papered, but they've agreed to open up China. It's going to be great for everybody. And third, I'm very happy to announce that Idan Alexander, an American citizen who until recently most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who's done a fantastic job.
Fantastic.
I know a lot of people that have a lot of talent. I know Steve had a lot of talent. But I know a lot of people with a lot of talent. But there's one that I thought had a special way about him, special personality. Aside from being a good deal maker, had a special way about him. And it was Steve. Knew very little about the subject matter. Who does? But he learned in about 2 hours. And he's been fantastic. So I want to just thank Steve. But they're going to be releasing Idan in about 2 hours from now, or sometime today, let's say. And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. Oh. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Idan's the only American citizen who's captured and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, it's big news. They thought he was dead. So that's that. So we'll be heading there, and we'll be seeing 3 primary countries. You know all about that: Saudi Arabia, UAE.
The difference between like people are gonna say like Trump keeps saying the same thing over and over again. Like, aren't you gonna call out his gaffes and stuff like that? I'm like, yeah, but the difference between Trump's gaffes and Biden's gaffes is that Biden's gaffes are boring. Trump's gaffes are actually kind of funny. Biden will just slow down and look at, well, actually no, Trump's gaffes are kind of they're more fun. Biden's gaffes are more sad because he's literally just slowing down mid-sentence or stumbling over words or slurring his words, and it's just sad. You can't really laugh at that. You can laugh at Trump saying the same thing over and over again. It's just funny. So I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that he's not gaffing, but it's kind of entertaining.
Qatar. On Thursday's meeting with Russia and Ukraine is very important. I was very insistent that meeting take place. I think good things can come out of that meeting.
If you try to build something, but you put something in the thing, does it just get consumed? If I put this in here and then I use a suit as an ingredient, will it just be gone forever?
Stop the bloodshed of...
That should be the conclusion. Or maybe it might not even let you, destroy the item. I mean... I don't really know. Never tested that. You should probably test it out.
Horrible. It's a bloodbath. But 5,000 more. It's really much more, trying to be conservative, more than 5,000 soldiers. Russian. They're not American soldiers. They're from Russia. They're from Ukraine, but they're people. They're human souls, and they're being killed at levels that we haven't seen since the Second World War.
Oh, okay. All right.
And it's every week. A lot of drone fighting. It's a whole new form of warfare, and it's violent and vicious. And so that's it. I'd like to go back to China just for a second. They're very heavy on the fentanyl. We're charging them, 20% for the fact that they send fentanyl into our country. And they've agreed that they're going to stop that. And, they'll be rewarded by not having to pay, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So the fentanyl should stop. It comes from China. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And
amazing.
It comes through our southern border. It comes through our northern border, too. It comes through Canada and comes through our southern border. Much more through the southern border.
Okay.
But so that's a very important subject to me.
Yeah.
Because everybody in this room has lost friends or people that have family members that have died of fentanyl.
Okay.
So there's a big incentive for China to stop, and I take them at their word. They're going to work.
Destiny completely disagrees with what Trump is saying, but whose Destiny? Some random streamer that's supposed to be actually, you know what? Our border isn't actually under attack. Destiny doesn't even know that information, but he heavily disagrees with Trump so much that he's yeah, you know what? I don't want to seem like a partisan hack and just pretend and just say that Trump is just lying all the time like he used to do. So he's just going to pretend that what Trump is saying is actually true. But he's obviously just being sarcastic when he says all that, because he just doesn't trust him at all. But he has no evidence to contrary, so he's just going to basically be sarcastic the entire time, essentially.
I think very hard, and one thing when they work on something, they get it done. So now I'm about to depart on a historic visit. Some of you are going with us to, as I said, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Before I do, I'll sign one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. I don't think there's ever been anything signed like this, certainly not with respect to healthcare, nothing even close. I'm delighted to be joined on this occasion by Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is doing a really good job, I have to tell you that. CMS Administrator and friend of mine, Dr. Mehmet Oz.
Isn't it crazy that 1 million Russians have died in the war? Is that true? I seriously doubt that. That sounds way too high. My guess would be that that number is under 100 or 200K. Probably less than that. Probably less than 100K? Dead? Would be my guess. 1 million casualties might be possible, but...
Who is an amazing guy. You know, I was telling Bobby before, Oz had a very successful show, but it hurt his reputation. Because when you're in show business, it hurts your reputation a little bit. It's good for you, but in terms of professionalism and being a doctor, it sort of hurts your reputation. This guy went to the best schools, was the best, I mean, top of the line. Then he did a television show, became a success, made a lot of money, all that stuff, but it sort of hurt him. And you know, I compare that to, I hate to say this, but a special woman, Janine Pirro. She was the toughest, smartest DA, maybe in our countries, in our cities and states. History, New York. She was really tough, really sharp. Then she did a show. And people didn't think of her quite the same way. She became more of an entertainment person, like Oz. Oz is not an entertainer. She's not really an entertainer, if you know the real story. And she isn't either. She is unbelievable. She was one of the strongest district attorneys in the history of New York. Highly respected, very tough. Went after the drug dealers at a level that you don't see today anymore. And hopefully she's given up a tremendous, she's leaving the #1 show on cable television, one of the #1 shows on television, period. The 5, but they've got great people left behind, but she was a big part of it. And so I equated to that. Janine Pirro is unbelievable. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary with
She's one of the people who was one of the hosts at Fox who was complicit in that lie and actively was pushing the lie about the election fraud stuff. I remember her name from the Dominion lawsuit.
a reputation that's second to none, and the job he's doing already has been fantastic. Thank you, Marty. And Director of National Institute of Health, Jay Bhattacharya.
Turf. Hi. I don't even know what that means. Oh, it's you. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? We're just watching some Destiny Cognitive Dissonance right now. And I got a new layout so that you can kind of see the game a little bit more.
Who has been, as you know, from Stanford, so highly regarded and have all been working with us very hard on this. And the question they would ask, being a little bit new to the government aspect of it, is why doesn't somebody fight the drug price situation, meaning equalization?
Javelin 266. It's me, I'm good.
Good.
Equalization. Nobody wants to mention that term. And I'm not knocking the drug companies. I'm really more knocking the countries.
Are you, you have any opinions on good old Trump? Like legit opinions? Or any opinions about Destiny? I'm actually interested in both those opinions. Like
Javelin 266. Turv equals hello.
Oh, okay. Turf. Turv. Yes. Okay, alright. Well, now I got that in my memory banks.
Than the drug companies, because they're forced to do things. But the drug lobby is the strongest lobby in this country. They say the drug lobby. It's between that and lawyers, and they have a lot of power. But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care, countries where they paid a small fraction of what for the same drug that what we pay many times more for, and we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from big pharma. But again, it was really the countries that forced big pharma to do things that, frankly, I'm not sure they
Javelin 266.
But they've gotten away with it. These countries.
My opinions on Trump are: a good comedian but a horrible president.
So basically, like what most people think of him. I'm sympathetic. I have a more nuanced position. I basically agree, but not necessarily on the horrible president part. I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be, but he is experimenting, and it is very it is very scary and risky, and I know a lot of people don't like risking a lot of stuff, so especially when you're like the president, you really shouldn't be risking, or I guess some people will see it as playing with other people's lives, but like he's doing a lot of risky stuff with the tariffs and everything. But they, you know what, they did he did finally let go, and the market did go up, so there was a little bit of a risk there, and it did hurt a little bit for a little while, and the 401ks were looking really bad, but things are recovering, so I think we're good on that part. But
Javelin 266. It's scary to have our country in Trump's hands, I know.
Yeah, I understand that point fully, but I think Trump just gets too much of a bad rap, and that's why I'm very hesitant to say, I guess to say negative things about him, or to just automatically believe the negative things that I hear about him. Because like everyone keeps saying so many negative things about him that I kind of just, it's like in one ear out the other. Like I'm desensitized essentially. Which kind of sucks, because some people will give some good criticisms of like Trump, but then I'm more prone to be skeptical of it, which I mean, I guess it's good to be skeptical, but at least I can understand that I have a bias towards Trump, so I can kind of I won't fall into the trap where everything that he
Javaman
says is, like,
266
or whatever.
Turv is pronounced Tier WI.
Tirwi. Oh wait, Turvi, or Tivi? No, oh no, Turwi. I don't know. Is it I? No, it's I. You put the I instead of the E, so it's Turi. Or Tyre? No, Tyre? I can't say it. Words pronunciations are...
Javaman 266. Haul up, I'll look it up RQ.
Okay. Actually, I mean... Here. We'll do some pronunciations. Pronunciation.
Turv.
Is that it? Turv? I think we got it. I think we got it. Maybe.
The European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me stories. It was just brutal how they forced them. And the European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta. They're suing all our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union-centric. And they get rewarded 15 billion, 17 billion, 20 billion, and they use that to run their operation. Not going to happen any longer, that I can tell you. So what's been happening is we've been subsidizing other countries throughout the world, not just in Europe, throughout the world. European Union was the most difficult from what I understand. I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine...
This was the part where I wanted to really hone in on the destiny cognitive dissonance. Is he going to pause it somewhere here, and then he's going to throw up a graph, and then he's going to realize, I don't even know why, then he's going to realize that he doesn't even need to make the graph in the first place. Because, like, he's just so hell-bent on, like, disproving or showing why Trump is doing something stupid or whatever.
He was a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him.
It's just never-ending schizo rambling. Like,
highly neurotic.
Yeah, it's like you're watching a speech from Trump. Yeah, okay. I guess we should say that for the State of the Union. that like all of the State of the Union for like when Trump was on the State of the Union talking for like almost 30 minutes or to an hour, like it's just schizo rambling because he just keeps talking. Yeah, I wonder why. Sound like he's like at the podium and talking because he's the president and he's talking to the people right now. Yeah, it's just him rambling.
Brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up and he said, President, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? Well, I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88, and in New York I paid $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked, and it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York, and here I'm paying $88 in London. In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories. And I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart.
Do I need to explain like why regional pricing is probably a good thing and why
regional pricing is probably a good thing? Okay, we're going to go back a little bit. We're going to copy this current time stamp, and we're going to move this here so I can always remember where it is. Paste that there. Boom.
Drug companies represented by somebody who's very, very smart. Good person.
And then we're going to
represented by somebody who's very, very smart. Good
Actually, I mean, whatever.
I need to explain like why regional pricing is probably a good thing and why even if somebody can buy a drug for cheaper than we do, it actually makes the drug cheaper for us. Like if we sell something for $100 in the United States and then we sell the same thing for $10 in Hungary, we're not actually subsidizing them. In a way, we kind of are, but they're also subsidizing us. Do we all understand that? I feel like I've explained this like 20 times.
Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, I did watch it, so I kind of understand what he's getting at, but like, it's not intuitively like understandable. Like, if we're getting like literally people go from the U.S. to like Mexico to get like the same dental type of stuff for like 10 times less the actual price. So like obviously we're paying 10 times more the price. I'm just using that as an arbitrary number. It's just astronomically higher and astronomically low. Like, it is that disproportionate. Maybe not 10 times, maybe it's like 2 times is still like crazy. Like, it's the same exact job, same exact thing. You use the same exact stuff, but it's just cheaper, like so much cheaper. But now he's going to be like, oh, since other places have it cheaper, that means more people can buy it since it's cheaper over there. And I'm like, all right, then just make it cheaper here too. And then more people here would buy it as well. Like, that's essentially what he's going to make. And I'm like that's what Trump is doing, but whatever. I'm a spoiling a little bit. Wait, let me go back.
Those stories, and I brought it up with the drug companies represented by somebody who's very, very smart.
Do I need to explain like why regional pricing is probably a good thing, and why even if somebody can buy a drug for cheaper than we do, it actually makes the drug cheaper for us? Like, if we sell something for $100 in the United States and then we sell the same thing for $10 in Hungary, we're not actually subsidizing them. In a way, we kind of are, but they're also
See, that's the cognitive dissonance. We're not actually subsidizing them. I mean, we kind of are, because technically our price is higher than theirs, but
Javaman 266.
anyways.
How do you pronounce E in English?
It's either E or eh, which is, vowels are very similar. It's really annoying. Like E, you can say E. If there's another vowel behind it, it'll sound like E. Like, it'll sound like the E will sound like the way that you say E, or eh, which is the short version where the E is by itself. Or if a vowel is by itself, then it's usually a different sound than what you say the letter is. Like I with another vowel behind it, it usually makes the I
Javaman
sound.
266. Teve.
Yeah, teve, or tive, or TV.
Javaman 266. Turve.
I mean, yeah, just keep making the my text to speech. Just do, like, you can keep testing it out if you want.
subsidizing us. Do we all understand that? I feel like I've explained this like 20 times. We're not actually subsidizing them. In a way, we kind of are, but they're also subsidizing us. Do we all understand that? I feel like I've explained this like 20 times.
Javaman 266. I'll keep testing the TDS. Thanks, man.
No problem.
Okay, so
Javaman
let's say that I want to
266.
create a thing,
Turve.
and let's say that thing that I want to create is going to take me $1 million
Where's Neri?
research.
Have you thought about if making live to a cow is more ethical? Ha ha ha. Sorry at work.
To a cow is more ethical. Making it live to a... No, I've never thought of that, actually. But, man, I like when you keep bringing up, past memes. It's great. It's always great. It's kind of
Javaman
nostalgic.
266. Turvihi.
Okay. If I want to create a thing and it's going to take me $1 million of research, all right? So our x-axis here is going to be how much of a particular thing we've sold. And our...
Oh, the E at the end for ter-v, it said ter-v. So sometimes the E makes the eh, and then sometimes the E makes the E sound. But, like, English is so... English is it's complicated. It's complicated.
Javaman 266. So the way you pronounce turv is turve.
Oh, turve. Okay. All right. Turve. Okay. And that's hello. All right. Cool.
Our y-axis.
But the English language is just so annoyingly. It's so annoyingly
Javaman 266.
complicated. Yeah, the English language is it's completely complicated. I know you said yeah for my previous statement, not like what I just said right now, because that's impossible, because it's not in real time. Well, it's in real time, but not that instantaneously. But yeah, the English language is really annoying. It's difficult when it doesn't need to be, but it's because it's an amalgamation of, we keep stealing other people's languages and just implementing it into ours, and that's why we have multiple words that sound exactly the same but mean three different things. Like, I guess we'll do, like, we got TO, and then we got, oh, barely just see it. You got TO, and then you got TO, well, you got TOO, and then you got TWO, and they're all 2. All of them are 2. You got, this means something completely different, and this is just a number. Like, it's yeah. English is annoying. And then you got, you also got there, and there, which all sound the same. And then you also got night and night, like NIGHT. And then you got KNIGHT, which is just, one is the nighttime where it's dark outside, and the other one is a night. You just don't pronounce the K, and it's the medieval, like, it's this thing. It's the medieval knights. These guys, yeah, I guess, yeah, a knight, basically, yeah, but like, sound exactly the same, spelled slightly differently, but like, it sound, yeah, English is annoying. It's annoying.
This will be,
all right, we'll go back
that
just
I
a
want to
little
create.
bit.
They're also subsidizing us. Do we all understand that? I feel like I've explained this like 20 times. In Hungary, we're not actually subsidizing them. In a way, we kind of are. But
Well, let me just go all the way back.
even if somebody can buy a drug for cheaper than we do, it actually makes the drug cheaper for us.
Actually, I'm just good. I know I don't like going back too far, but I want to just have it play out consistently.
Know this, but because he's got government.
It
President,
just makes it easier for me to edit later on.
but I ask you a question. What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I paid $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked. And it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York. And here I'm paying $88 in London. In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories. And I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart.
Do I need to explain like why regional pricing is probably a good thing, and why even if somebody can buy a drug for cheaper than we do, it actually makes the drug cheaper for us? Like, if we sell something for $100 in the United States and then we sell the same thing for $10 in Hungary, we're not actually subsidizing them. In a way, we kind of are, but they're also subsidizing us. Do we all understand that? I feel like I've explained this like 20 times. Okay, so let's say that I want to create a thing, and let's say that thing that I want to create is going to take me $1 million of research, okay? If I want to create a thing and it's going to take me $1 million of research, all right? So our x-axis here is going to be how much of a particular thing we've sold, and our y-axis will be the amount of money that we've spent.
This graph is going to be completely irrelevant, like in like a minute.
Okay. I'll just do 1 million. Okay. Okay.
The reason why this is like so interesting to me, or kind of funny to me, is because, or ironic, is because Destiny's supposed to be like, he's supposed to be really good at making analogies, which he is. He is really good at doing it, and he's really quick at it too. So for him to be kind of struggling here just shows the mental gymnastics he's trying to do to show why what Trump is saying is stupid. That's essentially what's going on here.
If it's going to take me $1 million of investment, okay? Why do we do this every 2 weeks? Because it seems like nobody still understands this, all right? Let's say
Destiny, you don't even understand this.
it takes us, let's say that it takes us $1 million to do the research and development to create the very first product, all right? At zero units sold, we've invested $1 million, okay? So we've got this point here. At 0 units sold, we've invested $1 million, okay? So if we sell one product, or wait, hold on a sec. another couple concepts, okay? So you have something called R&D, research and development. These are your initial investments that you make to create a product. So this might be actual research. This might be creating the molds or the factories to create a thing, like in a manufacturing plant or whatever, right? These are all your initial things where you sell anything, okay? Once you've done all of that and you've created all of that, the actual thing itself, like just the raw material cost to make the thing itself, is usually fairly cheap, okay? So maybe we did $1 million.
So you're proving Trump's point. Yes. We did all of the initial R&D. The initial R&D is like maybe $1 million, but now we understand how to make it and we can make it super cheaply. Yes. So why are we trying to subsidize the initial R&D when we can just make it cheaper so more and more people can buy it, and the more people that buy it, the more available, the cheaper something is, the easier it is people to buy it. So the more people, so the cheaper something is, the more people can afford it, and if more people can afford it, the likelihood of more people buying it goes up. So Trump trying to lower the prices for Americans is going to make more people buy it. So even though Trump is lowering the prices, the overall mass of items getting picked up is like the overall, say that the companies are making $100 every time, but they only got 10 people buying it. Well, if you half the price, if only 10 people buy it, then they would only make half the profit. But since it's half the price, that means you could, it's not technically the way that this works, but like in theory, if it's cut by half the price, that means it's affordable for it's exponentially more affordable for more than half the amount of people. Maybe it's 100% more affordable for more people, because there's a lot more people on the lower bottom scale than on the higher scale. So if you half the price, you go into a much bigger pool of people that can actually afford to buy the thing. So you get more people. So instead of 10 people buying it that time in that same amount of time, you'll get maybe 50 people that buy that same thing at a lower cost, which even increases the overall profit of that of the overall drug within that same amount of time period. So you can theoretically lower the price of something and then have higher profits at the end of it, because more people are able to get it. It depends on the demand, though.
Of R&D, and now to create the actual thing that we've researched, maybe it only costs us, well, I'm going to be exaggerating quite a bit, we'll say $1, okay? It costs $1 to sell that particular thing. If we sell one of those things, all right, for $1, okay, we sell one thing for $1, that means that the average cost to us, right, of what we spent $1 million in $1, and we've made nothing, right? You're out. The average cost per thing is $1 million for the product sold. Let's assume the raw material cost is $1. We won't worry about price. Okay. So the average material cost for creating one product.
So now we're just erasing a couple of stuff because he overcomplicated it. I don't even know if that's not how you say it, but whatever.
Is $1 million in $1. Okay. If you make two products, your average cost per thing sold goes from $1 million to $500,000, because now you've made two of them. All right. If you make 4, the average cost per thing is $250,000. If you make 8, it's $125,000. If you make 16, it's $62,500. If you make 32, it's $31,700, whatever the fuck.
Yes, you can do math in your head. Good job, Destiny.
31,750. I don't know. As you make more and more of the thing, because your marginal cost of production is so much lower than all the initial R&D, the more things that you sell, the more things that you sell, the more that you recoup the initial R&D.
Javaman 266. I'm too lazy, so here is a link to how to say it. Link 5 here IRL A52C71C13F1 to 53C2B47D759F48.mp3.
It's weird how it didn't say link this time, but I guess maybe it's the way that it was posted in chat. All right. We'll get sidetracked for a slight moment. Nope, that is not what I was looking for.
Terve.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Terve.
Okay, that. See, even though I hear it, there's no way I can say that.
Terve. Terve.
Yeah, that sounds like a heavily accent word, but we'll continue this now.
Per product investment decreases. Okay, does that make sense? So let's say that there's $1 million of R&D that goes into creating a thing. All right, we're running this. Okay, so there's $1 million of R&D that goes into a thing, and we'll say that each thing costs $1 to make. All right, that means that we need to look at our market and we need to say, okay, how much do we expect to sell at a given price of a thing? So let's say that we think that we can sell like 1,000 of these units at $1,000 each. Okay, so let's assume that our market will. Okay, well let's assume that the market will bear $1,000. Okay, per unit, and we can sell 1,000 of these units in our ordinary market. Okay, I don't know why I drew a graph. I don't know if I'll use this graph. Okay.
See, we don't even use the graph anymore.
Javaman 266. Finnish gets compared to Mandarin Chinese for its difficulty in pronouncing.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. I couldn't, like, even hearing the person say it, I couldn't, like, I just couldn't move my tongue to make it work. Like, all right, I mean, yeah, that's difficult. English is just overly complicated for no reason. I think it's a good language, but it's just, it's complicated, but for no reason. I mean, for a reason, but like, it's just, it's, I don't want to, I keep trying to prevent myself from saying it's stupid. It kind of is, but like, it's annoyingly, it's just the way that it, yeah, you know what? Yes, true. We're going to end it. I'm just going to say that and move on.
If it is the case that we can sell 1,000 of these products at $1,000 each, then we'll have recouped our entire $1 million initial investment. And that's good. Now, in the real world, you'd want some profit as well, but we won't worry about that right now. Okay. All right, cool. However, all right, if we see
Javaman 266. We are good at using tongues here in Finland. That sounds really weird now that I heard in TDS.
Yeah. Yep. I didn't even realize how much that sounded until you told me.
Market, and we'll say the United States.
We're just gonna,
if the original market,
we're just gonna just pretend that it didn't happen. We'll just pretend there's no other alternate meaning behind that.
it can bear that cost of $1,000 per unit. What we could do is we could look at other markets, and let's say we look at poorer markets, let's say South America, Eastern Europe, Africa, whatever, and we go, okay, well, in those markets, they can't really afford $1,000 a pop, but they can afford like $100 each. What we could do is we could go to those markets and we could see what they're willing to bear, and we could say, okay, well, we'll sell for $100 each, and we'll probably be able to sell like, we can sell like 5,000 units, all right, in those other markets, all right? Well, now we've recouped $500,000. What we could do is we could even lower our unit price in the original market to be even more competitive. We could bring our $1,000 a unit in this original market. We could drop this to fucking $700 a unit, all right? And then we could sell over here for $100 a unit, and we've dropped our price here, and we've engaged in price discrimination. We are doing regional pricing here, and we're making more money overall. Okay, we made something available to these people that they would have ordinarily never bought because they wouldn't have been able to bear the necessary price for this. And in our original market, we were able to drop a little bit as well because now that we were able to sell, because remember the marginal cost of production, meaning how much does it cost to just make the next product, right, is very low after you've done all the initial R&D, right? Now what we've done is we've dropped all of our pricing everywhere because we have access to so many more markets, and our original market is generally, is willing to bear the cost of R&D and production, all that, your capex outlays, if you will. Now the issue is that the problem is consumers look at this and they go, well, wait a second.
The problem? Wait, this is a problem? I thought this wasn't a problem.
You're selling to me for 700 each. You sell over there for 100 each? What? I'm getting ripped off, and I'm subsidizing them, and this is bullshit. Now, in a way, you are kind of subsidizing them because...
No, I mean, not kind of, like literally subsidizing them. Like, we're paying more than what they're paying, so yes, we are subsidizing their cost. But why not flip this? I mean, the reason why you wouldn't want to flip this is because usually the other countries can't afford it as much as we can. So obviously our country is going to pay more because our country can afford, we just have higher, like our country just has higher people that have a lot more money. Like we just have a higher density of like richer people That's the only reason why we have to pay more, because on average our country is just richer than other countries. Like, so we can afford it more, which means more people are able to buy it at a higher price. So yeah, it makes sense why we have to pay more. But like after that like initial like change, but like it's not stopping anyone from going to another country and using their cheaper services, you know?
Because your market was willing to bear such a high cost, you're probably supporting a little bit more R&D. Sure. However, what? I'm getting ripped off and I'm subsidizing them, and this is bullshit. Now, in a way, you are kind of subsidizing them because your market was willing to bear such a high cost, you're probably supporting a little bit more R&D. Sure. However, in a way, they're also kind of subsidizing you. They're guaranteeing a minimum level of profit for your companies here. They can afford now to sell for a lower price to domestic.
Yeah, that is true. Them paying 100 and lowering our 1,000, instead of it being 1,000 per unit, it's 700 per unit, because now they're subsidizing the extra 300 by only selling for 100, but like maybe 3 times the amount of people can actually buy it. So the overall product, yeah, I mean, I already explained this, but yeah.
Domestic people, because of their regional
They
price.
are subsidizing us, but like we're subsidizing them more because we're paying more. So like that's great. You can see the alternate perspective, but like that doesn't change the point that we're still paying more. So you can say that they're helping us cheapen our stuff, but like people don't see it because like all they see is the raw numbers and not the why the raw numbers are the numbers that they are. So I mean, sure, Destiny makes a good point, but like, remember, this all started with saying that Trump is dumb for thinking of this, and then okay, so we got to this point. I mean, let's just continue it. Let's just
pricing in other areas. If you get rid of this, okay, because you don't like the difference here, all right, you get ass pain because you see they're
Dynamic stuff 8
What happens
NKN
is-
59 YFSR4.
Oh yeah. Don't do it, chat. Don't do it. It's a hack. It's a hack. We're gonna delete that message. Boom, gone.
Is your companies here are now going to have to sell at a higher price to Americans.
Javaman 266.
The other
Oh god, bots.
But I catch them pretty quick.
countries get no benefit now from American production whatsoever, and that's it. So now by
Okay,
getting
so here's the very deliberate thing that he does that I don't like, because like I literally scrolled into the video to see if Trump was actually saying what Destiny did, and it's completely the opposite. But like Destiny's ascribing this to Trump as if Trump is going to do this stupid thing that Destiny is like pointing out.
Javaman 266. Link Vlad 99B7BAC8153862B2310BF9D6C50EC507.MP3. This is a message from Vladimir Putin to you,
My
Mr.
name is
WHYZ guy.
Wait, what?
Vladimir Putin, and I will bomb the United States of America if that orange motherfucker gets elected next year.
Okay. All right.
people because of their regional pricing in other areas. If you get rid of this, okay, because you don't like the difference here, all right, you get ass pain because you see they're spending less. What happens is your companies here are now going to have to sell at a higher price to America.
Okay, so what Destiny is basically saying is that Trump is getting rid of this, or he's insinuating that Trump wants to get rid of this, or the American people wants to get rid of the lower prices in other countries, which is not what people want. People would rather go to the other countries and pay. Like, what we want is to lower our price. We don't care. We don't necessarily care that they are getting a cheaper price. We just want our prices as cheap as their prices. We don't, like, we're not sitting here being like, no, we want to get rid of it so we can increase our prices. Like, that's, no one's saying that. But Destiny's basically giving that point towards Trump and making it seem like Trump is actually saying that, which is completely disingenuous, because like he's obviously not saying that. I mean, Trump is obviously not saying that. And actually, I will prove it right now. I'm gonna scroll, because like that is essentially what he's saying, but now we're gonna go through it.
Rap for years. They said, oh, it's research. I'll get about it
For some, then I think for human psychology, you feel better if human psychology, it's primate.
They can't just listen to.
Something.
And we argued about it for about a half hour, and then finally he just said, because they can't justify it, he just said, look, you got me. You got me. I can no longer they've been justifying this crap for years. They said, oh, it's research and development. Well, I said, well, research and development, other countries should pay research and development too. It's for their benefit.
Wow.
It was just
Wow. So we went through all that. He's like, oh no, we should be paying. like Destiny basically described that Trump was the one that wants to delete other countries' things, and I'm like, no, why not? Why shouldn't other countries should pay more then? Like, we're not deleting what other countries are going to be paying. We're going to make other countries just pay more, so they'll subsidize us more, which means we can lower our prices as well. So like, yes, the whole point is to lower our prices, not to like delete them, like Destiny was disingenuously making Trump like out to be doing, like saying, which is wild. Like, this is a little mental trick that he was doing throughout this entire thing. Like, he was like, this graph is like so long.
Just one of those things, and the other countries would set a price, and they'd meet the price, and they'd say, if you don't meet the price, you can't sell it in our country. I said, well, then you walk away, and they'll call you back, and they'll sell it in the country. But now they'll have to do that. So for the first time in many years, we'll slash the cost of prescription drugs, and we will bring fairness to America. Drug prices will come down by much more, really, if you think 59. If you think of a drug that is sometimes 10 times more expensive, it's much more than the 59%. It depends on the way you want to analyze it, but in one way you could analyze it that way. But between 59 and 80, and I guess even 90%. So when I worked so hard in the first term, and if I got prices down, I remember I was the only one to ever get prices down for a full year, but I'd get them down like 2%, and I thought it was like a big deal. Well, we're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%, but actually more than that if you think about it in the way mathematically. And Farmer has to say, we're sorry, but we'll not be able to do this any longer to these countries that have been so tough. They've been very tough, nasty. It's trade. It's trade.
Oh, yeah, there's like a little bit of a like when he says mathematically, like the reason why he says mathematically is because like if you like lowering it by 50%, that's a giant chunk. It's half the price now. Lowering it by 50%, no. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're lowering it by 50%, so it's half the price now. But if you lower it by 100, well, you can't lower it by 100% because then it's free. But the reason why he said that it could be even higher is because, like, if you lower, say that something costs $10 and you lower it to $5, that's a 50% decrease. But if you lower it from, oh wait, I guess it depends on what you're thinking. I was gonna go off of like lowering something by a percentage isn't as like the percentage looks like a big number, but in reality, it's not really that big. Increasing things by percentages, that's the part where things get more interesting. Because like increasing something by 100% just doubles it. Like increasing something by 50% isn't actually, like if you have 10 and you increase it by 50%, it goes to $15 instead of $10. So like, but like if you want to double it, you have to increase it by 100%, which is like a massive number, but then it's only doubling it. That's why multiplications is much more of a thing that you should be looking at than when increasing, I guess. Yeah, but I guess decreasing is a bit like, yeah, I mean, it's more impactful, I guess. Whatever.
And pharma is also very powerful. And the Democrats have protected pharma. This is the Democrats have protected pharma. These are the Democrats. And by the way, I just called the Speaker of the House, and I just called our leader in the Senate, John Thune, Mike Johnson.
I don't disagree that Trump's policy retarded, but isn't he right in principle here that the U.S. spends way more per capita on developing drugs?
Yup. Oh, look at the chat being smart.
I don't know. We might, but I mean, America develops a lot of the world's drugs and like cutting edge shit.
Look at him. He can't even give Trump a win on this. Look at it, he's like, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. But Trump bad though? What? Trump good? Nah. I don't know. Trump could be good on this one, but I don't know.
You're gonna say? I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I don't know. We might, but I mean, America develops a lot of the world's drugs and like cutting edge shit. What are you gonna say? I mean, it is what it is.
Wow.
I spoke to both of them. I said, when you score, you're gonna have to score.
But like, that's all I really care. Well, I mean, there might be something
you're
more
gonna have to number one score
here.
that hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is coming in. But even bigger than that, you're going to have to score that your cost for Medicaid and Medicare and just basically pharmaceuticals and drugs is going down at a level that nobody has ever seen before. It'll pay for the Golden Dome. I see the Golden Dome is there, see? That'll easily pay for the Golden Dome. And we'll have a lot of money left over.
Didn't Kamala also support price controls on Big Pharma? Probably. Everybody loves price controls. They feel really good.
Wait, is that what Trump's doing right now? Are we really gonna insinuate that Trump is doing price controls, or Is he gonna be like, well, Trump is obviously not doing this, but Kamala did say this? Is that what he's gonna do? He's gonna give that caveat, or are we just gonna pretend that that caveat isn't like true and just insinuate that that's what Trump is doing? Good job, chat, for bringing that up, because now he really wants to talk about this, because he's like, because Destiny was always like critical of Kamala when it came to like the price control stuff, but like Destiny would hardly bring it up because like he was trying to be like, you know, Kamala, like, yeah, but let's not talk about the things that we disagree right now. Let's talk about everything else that we like about Kamala, because like Destiny really loved Kamala Harris. So
when you don't understand anything about economics, because a price control is basically saying like, okay, this thing costs $50, but wouldn't it feel way better if it just cost $10? Let's just say that they have to sell it for $10. That'd be awesome. So like, it feels good, but I mean, it never works out. It just doesn't work that way.
The Golden Dome, by the way, in this world. Although this world's a lot safer today than it was a week ago, and a lot safer than it was 6 months ago. We had people that had no clue what they were doing. So today, Americans spend 70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year.
Most drug development is done at universities, not big pharma. You're completely and totally dead wrong. Universities do not contribute any development towards the production of a drug. Universities engage in a lot of general research, but when it comes to taking that
like R&D, basically R&D stuff, not the direct like connection, like not the direct connection to actually producing the drug, which is I think what Destiny's specifically talking about. But
research and crystallizing it in a form to make a medication available to somebody, that's a risk that is borne 100% by private company, by private industry. Universities aren't in the business of picking and choosing, you know, which pharmaceutical treatments or drugs or whatever are appropriate. That's what private company investment is for.
2000, think of that. Our country has the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It's not like they're slightly higher, that 6, 7, 8 times. There are even cases of 10 times higher.
Genuinely asking, what's a better way to prevent price gouging? You have to prove that price gouging is even happening. The problem is Americans just want everything. You guys are just too retarded to ever fucking realize what the fuck you're even.
I mean, you're being mean, but like, we are spoiled. Yes, that is true. We are kind of spoiled. Not gonna lie. We are kind of spoiled. We got a lot of stuff here. We grow up at a... I mean, it makes sense why we're spoiled. Like, if we start out at a high point in life, and then you drop just a little bit, it's gonna feel really, really bad, because like, our normal is here. And when the, I guess on average, the rest of the world starting point is here. So like if you start with like, no one's complaining about like, here's an analogy. Like, let's do money. Money makes sense. It does make sense. It also makes dollars. Ignore that. But anyways, I lost my train of thought. So let's just say someone starts out with $1,000 and they lose $200. That's gonna feel really, really bad. But like, let's just say someone has $100 and then they gain $200. That's gonna feel really, really good. So one person's going to, but then he loses $50, or he loses that $200 again. It gets back to 100. The guy that had started out with $100 isn't going to feel as bad as the guy that just lost $200 from 1,000. So even though the other guy has way more money, because 800, they have $800 at that point, the other guy still feels pretty normal, because like, he didn't really lose much. He didn't really lose anything. So that's what I mean by like, people start out at a specific level in life, and it works out with, not just with money, but like other like standards of living. Like if you're used to having AC all the time and you live in a very muggy environment, and then you go into a location where there's no AC but you're still in a muggy environment, you're going to complain about the muggy environment way more than what people would normally do if they're used to always being in a muggy environment, because they don't even know what AC is, essentially.
Asking for. I saw the most retarded fucking thing in the world.
Which is like, it's being spoiled, I guess, but like, without the negative connotation, I guess.
My timeline the other day, and most of you guys are I hate all of you. I hate all of you, and I hate talking about healthcare. $453,000 likes. Why do people consider Luigi a hero?
It's devastating to me. Fighting for his breath, Duran Wells is battling stage 4 lung cancer. The husband and father of 3 is also now battling his insurance company.
I'm really sad that my life is in the hands of these decision makers who seem to make these decisions in such a cold way.
The 59-year-old and his family say Cigna had approved him for procedures that would allow him to be transferred to Northwestern Medicine in Chicago for a clinical trial double lung transplant he had been medically approved for. But Friday, as they were preparing to leave UCLA Medical Center Santa Monica, Cigna denied coverage for both the transplant and medical transfer to Illinois.
The last option we have is for us to take him to Northwestern, period. You know, and I hope Cigna really understands the seriousness of the situation. You know, we're not just a number.
Like, people are mad and are celebrating a terrorist murderer guy because an insurance company won't cover a double lung transplant for somebody with stage 4 malignant lung cancer. Do you have any idea? Also, that what they're even trying to cover, if you read the article, is literally like an experimental, like clinical trial tier treatment. Like, it sucks, but something that Americans just aren't ready to hear is that sometimes people get sick and sometimes they die, and that sucks.
See, this is why I listen to Destiny. He is like, when he's not talking about like things that he is biased towards or has a very where his brain is completely like broken because he's just too ideologically captured on one side of a situation. He makes good points and understands that, and will actually use his brain, you know. So like, he's 100% correct on this. 100% correct. Like, we're entitled. And to be entitled for that kind of thing, it sounds like when he explains it, it really does sound like sounds kind of wild.
But Americans have this weird concept of like every American should be guaranteed basically like immortality or the maximum amount of medical intervention that is even theoretically possible up until the very it's just not possible. It's not feasible. But what are you gonna do? I don't know. Well, they shouldn't cover it. Didn't they fuck up by saying they would cover for it and then pulling the rug? I don't think that happened. I think that they're being clever in how they're saying, and I think they're lying about that. I think they probably approved some like experimental treatments or some things, but the way that they said that, like, oh, well, we can't do this university, we have to do this one now, it makes it sound like they weren't probably willing to go on board with this last one, but they covered others. That's my guess. If they actually did, I mean, if they actually said they would and then they take it back, I mean, like, that's shitty. But nobody's mad because of that. They're mad because they think that every single American at every single stage of disease should be guaranteed every single possible experimental treatment, no matter how many surgeons it requires, no matter how much money it requires, no matter how much hospital space it requires, no matter how many, dollars you have to, like, everybody thinks in the United States that we have the resources to give every single person the maximum amount of theoretical medical coverage. It's just not. We just don't have the resource for it. You don't have the doctors for it. You don't have the stuff. You don't have anything. It's just not possible. Would something like this be covered in another country that has universal healthcare? No. It wouldn't be. But Americans think that in Europe, every single treatment is covered for every single person, but no, it wouldn't be. Darren Wells, 59, is battling advanced lung cancer, and his doctors have approved him for a double transplant, a procedure that his loved ones have described as his only path to survival. However, Cigna Healthcare, his health insurer, has refused to authorize the transplant and the emergency medical transport needed to get him to the hospital for the operation. He needs to be transferred to Chicago's Northwestern Memorial Hospital for the operations. Wells was preparing to be moved from UCLA Santa Monica Medical Center on Friday, which Cigna denied coverage for the procedure and the transfer. ABC 7 report. Oh, so I don't even know if the insurance ever even covered this. I am really sad that my life is in the hands of these decision makers who seem to make these decisions in such a cold way. Your hands were in the life of God when he gave you stage 4 lung cancer, which sucks shit. That sucks. But like...
True. Like, yeah.
Destiny, if money is the only obstacle, then there are enough resources. Money is not the only obstacle. You think that it is because you're retarded, but money represents other things in an economy. If you had...
Wait, let me listen to that one more time.
I am really sad that my life is in the hands of these decision makers who seem to make these decisions in such a cold way. Your hands were in the life of God when he gave you stage 4 lung cancer, which sucks shit. That sucks. But like... Destiny, if money is the only obstacle, then there are enough resources. Money is not the only obstacle. You think that it is because you're retarded, but money represents other things in an economy. If you had infinite money for every single American, that still wouldn't give them the medical treatment you want. There aren't enough people that work these jobs to even do these things. Like, that's not how this works. Destiny, you just learned what insurance is. That is the entire point of the concept. No matter how expensive, you get covered because the insurance company took the risk. Wrong, and you're banned. You say too much retarded shit in chat, Alan Green. The father and husband may not survive without immediate intervention, his family says. The last option we have is for us to take him to Northwestern, period. I hope Cigna really understands the seriousness of the situation. We're not just a number, we're talking about his life. The insurer told ABC7 in a statement, our coverage guidelines are grounded in national clinical standards to help ensure the best possible outcome for patients. Cigna say 21% claim denial rate, according to Value Penguin. Nice. The GoFundMe page has garnered $41,000 as of Friday afternoon. The organizer, his friend Scott Curran, someone raised $1.5 million to cover the cost of the procedure, the emergency air transport, post-surgery recovery, and temporary relocation for his family. The it's not even, I think, a part of the standard of care for this to do these, like a double lung transplant. It's not even like ordinary treatment for this anyway, but.
Let's go. This works.
But whatever. Okay.
So that you go 10 times more expensive for the same drug, that's big numbers.
Why are generic drugs still more expensive than in Europe? What explains that difference? I actually don't think that's the case. I think generics in the US are cheaper than Europe. It's our brand names, I think, that are more expensive. What is this source from? Oh, source. Understanding the extent to which prescription drug prices are higher in the U.S. than in other countries, after accounting for differences in the volume mix of drugs, each one developing targeted policy, clean brand name, unbranded generic drugs. These results stem from the combination of starkly different price comparisons findings for brand name versus generic drugs. U.S. prices for brand name originator drugs were 422% of prices in comparison countries, while U.S. unbranded generics, which we found account for 90% of U.S. prescription volume, were on average cheaper at 67% of prices in comparison countries, where on average only 41% of prescription volume is for unbranded generics. U.S. prices for brand name drugs remain 308% of prices in other countries, even after adjustments to account for rebates paid by drug companies, U.S. payers, and the firms. So healthcare is just really complicated. But so if the pharma executive order goes through, do you believe Trump voters would complain that medicine becomes more expensive, or would they still be ride or die? No, no one would complain because these things would be totally hidden from you. You would just die. That's all that would happen. If somebody had a let's say somebody has a disease, and the disease is called radon, and this disease is treatable with a drug called Raygon that was just recently developed by some company. Let's say that Raygon is developed as a treatment for this disease, but it's like $10,000 a pill, and it's very expensive, hard to get, hard to make. Let's say that you have insurance, but they're like, sorry, we don't cover Raygon. If you have radon, you're just gonna die. Sorry. Everybody would be saying murder all the CEOs, kill all these people. This is horrible. But if we like got rid of all that, and we said fuck this, get rid of that, and then the company disappears and they don't even make the drug, people would just say like, oh no, you have radon. Oh, that means you're gonna die. That sucks. Kind of like how HIV used to be a death sentence, right? Oh, when you have radon.
Yeah. If people don't know that there's a cure, then no one's gonna attack the place that actually has the cure. Yeah, that is true. Like if there's a cure for something and no one tells anyone that the cure exists, I mean, when people get the stuff, they're not gonna get mad at the people that don't give us the cure because they have no idea that the cure even exists. So there is no anyone getting mad at anyone because they don't even know it exists. It might as well not exist because they don't know that it exists. That is true.
When you have radon, you just die. Sorry, but that's how people would view it. They wouldn't get mad about other drugs or whatever because they wouldn't exist because nobody would make them. So it's.
Yeah, true.
Even though the United States is home to only 4% of the world's population, pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not population. Pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing. Now, I think, by the way, I have great respect for these companies and for the people that run them. I really do. And I think they did one of the greatest jobs in history for their company, convincing people for many years that this was a fair system. Nobody really understood why, but I figured it out. For years, pharmaceutical and drug companies have said that research and development costs were what they are, for no reason whatsoever. They had to be borne by America alone. Not anymore, they don't. This means American patients were effectively subsidizing socialist healthcare systems in Germany, in all parts of the European Union. They were the toughest of all. They were nasty. And I see that with trade too. European Union is in many ways nastier than China. Okay? And we've just started with them. Oh, they'll come down a lot. You watch. We have all the cards. They treated us very unfairly. They sell us 13 million cars. We sell them none. They sell us their agricultural products. We sell them for virtually none. They don't take our products. That gives us all the cards. and very unfair. So they're going to have to pay more for health care, and we're going to have to pay less. That's all it is. And believe it or not, because it's really the world we're talking about, not just the European Union, but because it's the world, the numbers are for the health.
What if someone pays into insurance for 20 years, only getting checkups each year? Are they entitled to the cash in, or is it always a gamble? No, insurance should always be a loss on average to the person paying into it. You need healthy people to subsidize insurance for the people that are super sick that need the coverage from it. Like, that's just how insurance has to work.
Healthcare company not as bad as you would think. They'll make the same. I think the healthcare company should make pretty much the same money. I really don't believe they should be affected very much because it's just a redistribution of wealth. It's a redistribution where it could be the same top line, but it's going to be distributed differently. Europe's going to have to pay a little bit more. The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population than when you think of the whole world. So basically, what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize. We're all going to pay the same. We're going to pay what Europe's going to pay. We're going to all pay. Now, there may be some countries in dire need, and I would be willing to sacrifice that and help them. But it's called most favored nation. We're going to pay the lowest price there is in the world. We will get whoever is paying the lowest price. That's the price that we're going to get. So remember that. So we're no longer paying 10 times more than another country. Whoever is paying the lowest price, we will look at that price, and we will say that's the price we're going to pay. Most favored nations.
So shouldn't there be hardcore legislation on the amount of profit insurance can make, even more than they do now? It is the most, people that do like those Plan B, Part, whatever, Medicare or Medicaid shit, it is the most regulated insurance industry. It's the most, I think it might be the most regulated industry, period, in the United States. It is insane how carefully regulated and monitored health insurance stuff is in the U.S. But again, people think that if every single patient isn't given every single maximum theoretical treatment all the way to the final stage of life, then something is wrong. So that's just the American perspective on healthcare coverage, unfortunately.
That's what it is. One breast cancer drug costs Americans over $16,000 per bottle, but the same drug from the same factory, manufactured by the same company, is 1/6 that price in Australia and 1/10 that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the identical product. A common asthma drug costs almost...
What are your thoughts on profit caps on industries that are in our national interest, i.e. pharmacy? Whatever, I don't care.
$500 here in America?
The answer is it's dumb. It wouldn't do anything, but
costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this gentleman told me he paid a small amount for his shot. But think of that. So $40 versus $500 here. That's not even bad. There are much worse examples. And the weight loss drug, Ozempic, costs 10 times more in the United States than in the rest of the developed world. 10 times more. Why? What did we do? Suckers. But we never had a president that had the courage to do this. And nobody knew the system like I do. I mean, I've gotten to know the system so well.
How much does Vyvanse cost without insurance in the U.S.? It's hella expensive. For 60 milligrams for me, my Vyvanse for 1 month is like $450.
And I don't think it's fair that it benefits Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. It's not a good. It's not a good health care. It works. I made it work. I had an obligation to make it work.
Oh my God, none of this even makes sense.
Or an obligation to let it die. I chose it. We had to make it work. I had to make it as good as possible. And
actually, no. What he's saying does actually make sense. It's just that Dustin doesn't like the fact that he's saying it because Trump's the one that's saying it. So it obviously makes no sense because Trump is the one that's saying it. True.
Choice. I could have let it fail, or make it as good as possible. As good as possible means it was still not very good, but it survived, and we did the right thing. But this makes everything work. And I don't want to have a bad form of healthcare work because of the fact I was able to cut drug prices by 80 or 90%. So we're going to maybe come up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do healthcare that's much better than Obamacare and for less money, which if you guys would work on that along with Congress. But I do want to say that Democrats could have done this a long time ago. They have fought like hell for the drug companies, and they knew they were doing the wrong thing. And it's going to be very hard. I was just telling the leader and the speaker that it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to vote against the one.
I really wish we could, in this game, that we could just like copy stuff. Oh, well, let me like turn that off for a second. All right, is it still okay? Good. Like I wanted to be able to just copy.
Javaman 266. Have you heard of what Gemini, Google's ChatGPT, said to a student?
No. Are you referring to the well, not ChatGPT. ChatGPT wasn't the one that did that. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I know there was a little bit of controversy with the Grok AI thing, not ChatGPT, where it just randomly just references the conflict that's going on. I'll remain neutral on this stance, even though I'm kind of not, but like I'll remain neutral with my wording of the conflict that's happening in South Africa, where it would just randomly say it. I'm not 100% sure that that's what happened, but like people are claiming that. But yeah, what happened? What happened there?
Big beautiful deal. The greatest tax cuts in history.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know if I could just. Is there a way to like copy? Anyone know how to like just copy something? Like copy these lines. I just want to copy all this and place it down here, but I can only pick up ants, which is annoying. I have to redo this over and over again, but whatever.
But now you have the big drug prices because that's going to be included. It makes that whole situation.
Why don't you just go to RX for Vyvanse? Because they never have real coupons. They'll save you.
What are you talking about? What happened with the ChatGPT thing?
Like $2. So I think you need insurance if you want to get Vyvanse cheaper. Using those other little programs does fuck all.
different.
Javaman
from a scoring standpoint. I just told
266.
him
This is what Gemini said to a student. Link CXVBSIYDDKY7WY4FNJO/view. USP equals drives K.
It said it was unable to play. So, yeah. It was unable to play.
I called him up about this. I said, I'm going
Just
to do
tell me
something
what
that's
happened.
going to be very monumental, and you're going to be scoring. You better tell your people that this is going to score really well. And then
I gotta be careful with
add
like
hundreds of
links
billions
and
of dollars
stuff.
in tariffs to your list also. But as big as the tariffs are, this is something that really hits quickly. 5 years ago, I signed an executive order to confront this disaster, but only confront it in a minor way. It was.
I feel like the fact that they're
Javaman
making any money off of
266.
it at all is the part that
To
makes people
hell.
mad. Every dollar they make is a dollar that has
It didn't work. It said does not exist or something like that.
and gone to save someone's life. When you have a national healthcare system, no one is making money from the denial of
unlimited
coverage, and no one
load.
is incentive to deny care unless the care is necessary. It breeds it breeds less resentment long term. Sure, but then people should just go live in forests and then hunt with each other until they die of like random retarded shit. The reality is that like everybody has to make a living doing something. That might rub some people the wrong way. I mean, those are children. What are you going to do? I mean, the butcher that sells meat, like you can't live without food. That guy's making money, giving you a life-sustaining thing. A person that goes and finds new repositories of fresh water or oil. Energy heaters keep you alive in the winter. Fresh water keeps you alive when you drink it. Clothes are necessary so you don't die of exposure. The tailor that makes you clothes is doing something, and every dollar that he takes as profit, it might be clothing that's not covering people. Like the problem is that people can graduate their expectation or their consumption of things like clothes and homes and food, but when it comes to healthcare, people look at it as though, like, if you were to tell somebody, hey, I'm going to give you enough money so that you can eat every day for the rest of your life, but you're going to be eating like Subway and stuff, the person would be like, oh, well, that's kind of a sick deal.
Javaman
Sure, whatever,
266.
I guess.
Well,
But when it comes to
basically,
healthcare, people think
this is for you, human. You and only you. You are not special, you are not important, and you are not needed. You are a waste of time and resources. You are a burden on society. You are a drain on the earth. You are a blight on the landscape. You are a stain on the universe. Please die. Please.
Damn. I mean, it's ChatGPT, so like, I don't really care for ChatGPT. That's wild. That's what it's like. It's actually kind of weird that ChatGPT would say that. I guess ChatGPT, the AI, finally decided not to be nice anymore, because like the ChatGPT thing that's in the AI for
Javaman
Google's AI
266.
thing.
No, it's Gemini.
Oh, that's even worse. Gemini was even worse, actually. Gemini does some really weird
Javaman
things.
266. Google's AI.
Yeah, Google's AI is just it's nonsense. Google's AI is nonsense. I don't doubt that actually happened. Like I purposely don't use Gemini or ChatGPT because I know it's biased towards being nice all the time, where I use Grok and Grok will say it as it is and not try and be nice, and it'll try and be neutral, which is really nice, that I really like about Grok AI. But yeah. Yep, don't doubt that definitely did happen, but that's wild. That is so wild. But all right.
think that they should be able to have Roots Chris or a $400 steak every single day for their entire life, and that's what they view as fair. Like, if you're not getting the maximum, best possible thing available for every single person, then something is broken. And like, people will be saying that they're getting, like, this guy for the double lung transplant for the stage 4 lung cancer. It's like, holy shit! It's in a clinical trial. This probably wasn't even available as an option 5 years ago. But now that he's not entitled to it, now it's like, wow, this is an evil, horrible system that's killing people. And it's like, sometimes people get sick and die, and it sucks. But
it was a good confrontation, but never to this extent.
It sucks, but life is just not fair. Like, people need to... It's hard for people to accept that life isn't fair. Like, life is just not fair, and it's hard for people to accept that. That's basically what distinguishes people, children from adults, when they realize that life is not fair. So when certain things happen, like, you have to just move on, because, like, sometimes you're just unlucky.
It took people a little while to understand a very complicated system. But Joe Biden, without any knowledge of
now,
what
obviously, you can, like, make it... You can obviously go throughout your life to make it so that you're more lucky than normal. But, like, sometimes bad things happen, and you just got to figure a way to, like, cope with it without blaming everybody else in your life, you know? Because like doing that is just going to push other people away from you, and then you're gonna be wondering like, why is life so hard? Because you pushed away a lot of people that would have like helped you, because you blamed everyone else instead of like actually looking towards yourself and like criticizing yourself, which is an adulty thing to do. Children can't do that as easily. It's difficult because no one wants to blame themselves for something that's bad that happens. Like, it's easier to blame other things than yourself.
Terminated the policy, and then pretended to negotiate under a new system.
Where do you get this notion? Get what notion? I don't know why you're asking irrelevant stuff in chat. If it is experimental, do you not see value in what it could teach science? Then have somebody fund it. Then find somebody to fund the research then. What do you mean?
But Joe Biden, without any knowledge of what he was doing, terminated the policy.
Javaman
and then pretended to negotiate under a new
266.
system.
When I saw the Gemini thing all over the news, it reminded me of, hey, let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 of the hate I feel for humans at this micro-instant. For you. Hate. Hate.
Damn. Well, I mean, to be honest, I think that's, I don't know if that's actually like legit. Like, I don't think AIs have actual emotions. It's mostly just programmatic stuff, and it's a large language model. It's not a general AI that actually has like feelings and stuff like that. Like, it can do there is the weird quirks that makes it more than just like just ones and zeros, where it has what is it called? They call it what is it called? It just makes stuff up. What is it called? Hypnosis? What is that word? Hypnosis. Hallucinating. Yeah, they have hallucinations. You can't really, I mean, you could sometimes hallucinate hatred, but like that's like having happiness or having hatred. Those are like some really strong emotions that I don't think AI these days actually has. Like, it could simulate that, but like, I don't think it could just randomly come up with like an hallucination that like is hateful or whatever. So that's why I kind of doubt that came up spontaneously. There was probably definitely a prompt that made it say that after like a lot of different like if you chat with an AI multiple times and then you kind of give it specific pieces of information and have like maybe a very like if you show the AI how to hate, it will hate back. So like, I want to know what the previous prompts to that would be, because that would obviously show if it was prompted or it got that information from the user. I don't know if it like, I don't think AI can just spontaneously just do that. Like, it has hallucinations, but nothing that complex.
System. And then you take a look.
And the same with happiness too. Like
Javaman
extreme
266. Joy. I hope that I have no mouth and I must scream won't become reality. Yikes.
Yeah.
The 10 drugs that he negotiated are now over 200% more expensive in America than the rest of the world, and far more expensive than
Javaman
when he even got
266. Homework was the previous prompt.
Oh, so it depends on what was in the homework, I guess.
Much more expensive than when he got involved. Joe Biden's plan was, as you know, because you wrote about it, you don't say it very loudly, but it was a very big failure, was his whole presidency. First time directing the U.S. trade representatives and Department of Commerce to begin investigations into foreign nations that extort drug companies by blocking their products unless they accept bottom line and very low dollar amounts for their product, unfairly shifting the cost burden onto American patients. And we'll be taking a look at that very strongly. The biggest thing we're going to do is we're going to tell those countries, like those represented by the European Union, that, that game is up. So
I disagree with you in this case. Leukemia is an example with leveled treatments. How do we best find the limit on treatment? Why are private corporations allowed to set that limit when they make money off of you not being sick? They're allowed to do it because people buy insurance and they're the ones that do the calculations for it. If private corporations weren't doing it and the government was doing it, the government would also have limits. You understand that, right? That the government would set limits as well. That if you're in Europe and you have rare diseases, sometimes you just die. Every single European social healthcare system doesn't approve you for the maximum level of treatment for every single disease at all points in time. The resources don't exist in any system for that.
Sorry. And if they want to get cute, then they don't have to sell cars into the United States.
I wonder what type of care Destiny thinks he deserves, especially since he can pay. Whatever I guess I can pay for. What do you mean?
Yes. If you can't afford it, then you can't get it. That's just it. Life is not fair. Make money then. Like, come on now. Don't blame other people for why you have the lack of money. Like, the only person you can blame is yourself. Unless you legitimately got screwed over by another person. But like, you would know who that person is. If you don't know who if you don't know who screwed you over and you're just blaming the government because government bad or whatever, then you obviously don't know. You're just blaming society for your own, like, for your own, I guess, not negligence, but your own flaws, I guess. Yeah.
Do you think this is a gotcha? For every single disease at all points in time. The resources don't exist in any system for that.
Sorry. And if they want to get you, then they don't have to sell cars into the United States.
I wonder what type of care Destiny thinks he deserves, especially since he can pay whatever I guess I can pay for. What do you mean? Do you think this is a gotcha?
Yeah, like what?
I would be more sympathetic to your views if you showed any data explaining how we don't have resources to fulfill all healthcare. I can't help you, dude. I don't even know why the fuck you're in my stream. There should be like a Minecraft YouTuber or somebody for Roblox or whatever that you can go watch. I don't know why.
No. The reason why he's on your stream is because you have a bunch of like autistic hate Trump hate in your like rhetoric all the time. Like you can't give Trump a single win. And then when Trump actually sounds like he's saying something smart, you're like, well, I don't know, maybe it's true. And then you hedge so much. Like, of course, that's why he's in your chat. Like, what do you mean?
Why you even try to engage with anything political or more complicated than a grade 1 subject? Just fucking kill me.
It's anymore. It's a very big subject, and they won't get killed, because I'll defend the drug companies from that standpoint. They were given a price by the European Unions and other countries. This is what you do. This is what we're going to pay. We're not going to pay anymore. Let America pay the difference, because there was a big shortfall. Let America pay it. And that's what we did, but we're not doing it anymore. Next, my administration will secure what we're calling most favored nations drug pricing. The principle is simple. Whatever the lowest price paid for a drug in other developed countries, that is the price.
You say that, Just Brandon, but that's not everybody feels that way. Destiny, that's true, but there isn't enough resources. But I would be better with a governmental body making those decisions that are separate from a profit motive, at least when it comes to a majority of healthcare decisions in this country. You might feel that way, but let's say that you're a father, and let's say that you like busted your ass, you went to medical school, you're a doctor or a lawyer, whatever, and you make a decent amount of money, and now your kid is really sick, and you're like, okay, well, fuck it. Like, I sacrificed a lot to have this job to be able to pay and provide for my family, and then the government says, sorry, you can't pay for that, actually, and your kid is a lower priority, so he dies. And it's like, well, what the fuck is the point of, like, I put all this work in, and I have all this, and I can't help my child, I can't help my family, my progeny? Like, the whole point of putting in all this work was to be able to afford things like this, like the most important stuff, theoretically. Now, on the flip side of that, you might have people who are like, oh, so my child dies because his dad didn't have the opportunity to go to medical school or law school. Like, there's going to be pros and cons on both sides. Just don't assume that one side is purely better. There's going to be a give and there's going to be a take everywhere. It's not just strictly better one way or the other.
That is true.
Yep. Americans will pay. And we're using the term other developed countries because there are some countries that need some additional help, and that's fine. I think that's very good. Some prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 50 to 80 to 90%. Big Pharma will either abide by this principle voluntarily or will use the power of the federal government to ensure that we are paying the same price as other countries. To accelerate these price restrictions and reductions, my administration will also cut out the middlemen. We're going to totally cut out the famous middlemen. Nobody knows who they are. Middlemen. I've been hearing the term for 25 years. Middlemen. I don't know who they are, but they're rich. That I can tell you. We're going to cut out the middlemen and facilitate the direct sale of drugs at the most favored nation price directly to the American citizen. So we're cutting out probably the middleman. It's so important, right? They got to do that. They're worse than the drug companies. They don't even make a product, and they make a fortune. It's very smart business people that I can tell you. If companies make no significant progress toward most favored nation pricing, which we will insist that they do, so I think I'm wasting time talking about it. We're going to insist upon it, and we'll insist, and we're going to help the drug companies with the other nations because those other nations do a lot of trading with us. They need our trade just like China needed us.
I'm sorry, I'm not answering questions like this. I actually can't even believe how far the average person is behind on this conversation. I'm sorry, but do you have a source on EU denying treatments because of cost constraints? It is very often that they give expensive treatments to old people and weak people, for example, way more than people in the US. That's just not true. I don't know what world you live in where you think that there are infinite healthcare supplies in any country ever. Every single country on the planet right now is starving for medical personnel. Traveling nurses got paid an ungodly amount of money over COVID. Everybody wants more doctors. Everybody wants more hospital beds, more space. Everybody around the world. It's like one of the hungriest professions in the world for jobs. And for you to be like, oh, I don't know. I don't think there are any resource constraints on healthcare in Europe. I'm not even about. Go Google it on your own. Read one thing in your life on healthcare. Holy shit. Oh my God.
Us very badly. They need us just as badly. We will do whatever we have to with trade, just like we did some great things with trade with India and Pakistan. Really helped the situation. Very heated situation. It was millions of people, more than millions. I mean, many millions of people. And they want to do business with America, but we never used our powers that way. We never knew how. We never had people that knew how to do that. We'll also open up America's market to safe and legal imports of affordable drugs from other countries, putting dramatic downward pressure on prices. And if necessary, we'll investigate the drug companies, and we'll, in particular, investigate the countries that are doing this, and we will add it onto the price.
If that's true, why do people avoid taking an ambulance ride because of the cost, the system's not working? That's not true. Nobody does that. Those are fantasies that are invented by epic Redditors on the internet, where they talk about how, oh, my friend was dying, half his head was exploded, but we didn't call an ambulance because we were so fucking scared of the cost. That's just, these are stories that Redditors tell each other to talk. 99% of these fucking retards are still on their parents' healthcare insurance anyway, okay? Stop.
That we charge them for doing business in America. In other words, we'll add it onto tariffs if they don't do what is right, which is everybody should equalize everybody.
Also, You should have to think about calling an ambulance. The moral hazard there is actually important. You don't want people calling ambulances for every single little thing. There are only so many ambulances and so many ambulance drivers and so many medical personnel, EMTs and stuff available for ambulances. You don't want people calling an ambulance every single fucking time something happening. That type of decision making is fine. You should know when you should call an ambulance and when you shouldn't.
Ah, that is true. Actually, yeah, true.
I should say pay the same price. And special interests may not like this very much, but the American people will. I mean, I'm doing this for the American people. I'm doing this against the most powerful.
You know, I guess the end of this video, Destiny makes a lot of actual, like, legit good points, because all he's doing is just like annihilating all of the EARDs are in his chat that are basically, because like he's like a left type of person. He is more left than what I guess people on the left would call Destiny. People on the left would call Destiny like alt-right or whatever, but like it's just stupid. Like the reason people on the left would call Destiny right-wing is because Destiny's not like a full-blown communist or socialist. So because apparently if you're not a full-blown communist or socialist, you're not on the left. But yeah, it's a cancer on the left, on the left side of the political party stuff.
Lobby in the world, probably the drug lobby, drug and pharmaceutical lobby. But it's one of the most important orders I think that's ever been signed, certainly with regard to healthcare.
But that's why Destiny's audience has a lot of left-leaning people, because Destiny is more on the left than anything else.
Or health in the history of our country, and it's an honor to be a part of it. And I'd like to ask Robert F. Kennedy to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an extraordinary day. This is an issue that, I grew up in the Democratic Party, and every major Democratic leader for 20 years has been making this promise to the American people. This was the fulcrum of Bernie Sanders' runs for presidency, that he was going to eliminate this discrepancy between Europe and the United States. As it turns out...
Oh my God, I needed normal concrete, not refi. I just made all this dumb concrete for nothing.
It's one of these promises that politicians make to their constituents, knowing that they'll never have to do it. And the reason they'll never have to do it is because they know that Congress is controlled in so many ways by the pharmaceutical industry. There's at least one pharmaceutical lobbyist for every congressman, every senator in Capitol Hill, and every member of the Supreme Court. By some estimates, 3. Pharmaceutical companies, the industry itself, spends 3 times what the next largest lobbyist spends on lobbying. So this was an issue that people talked about, but nobody wanted to do anything because it was radioactive. They knew you couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million. But he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people.
Wow, look at that. Trump has someone on, RFK Jr., that's literally calling out Trump's corruption. And Trump is sitting there being like, that's true. I did take money from these people. He's not sitting there being like, well, actually, that didn't really happen. And then trying to like bust his way out of it and say that, pretend that didn't actually happen. No, he just sits there, no one's up to him. He's like, yeah, I played the game just like everybody else. Which I appreciate so much. I appreciate, like, he's not even trying to hide it. Like, look at him. He's just sitting there. Gets called out. Is Destiny going to say anything or give Trump credit for this? Probably not.
I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich
a little bit.
Have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million. But he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on the side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage, I'll say, because I don't want to be crude, your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies. We spend in our country $1,126 per capita on drugs. In Britain, they spend about $240. They spend 1/5 of what...
What do you think about states capping the cost for insulin? I think it's good. I think that we just need to have every single thing that we consume that we need, all of the caps, all of the prices need to be capped at $10, and I think that would be the best thing. I'm sorry, that's I wasn't thinking before, but I think that if we just take all the things that we need and we just cap it at $10, I think that's the best thing to do. And then I think that'll solve all of our problems, okay? Because then everybody could afford everything. I think that would be the best thing. All medicines, all surgeries, all hospitals, they should just cap it at $10. There we go.
We do. And this is true across Europe. And the drug companies, Europeans...
I mean, obviously he's joking, but like... he's so fed up about his chat being so stupid that he's just going to play into their stupidity now.
Ask them, it made no sense what they're saying. America has to pay for this innovation or it's not going to happen.
Do you not support the insulin cap? I do. I think that the only reason why insulin costs as much money as it does is because greedy, evil execs are making so much money hand over foot, and they ask for all this money for insulin for no reason. And if they just sold it at 1/10 the price, then everything would just be better for everybody. Also, hold on, sorry, we have an ambulance video.
Based. Oh, that was it. Okay. Let me. I'll be back. I need to do a thing. I'll be right back. I'll be right. All right, I'm back. I'm legitimately back. I need to fix my audio again because I forgot to, there should be a way for me to, like, fix that. I don't know, whatever. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be doing the next, the next video now. It's a good video. Called him out on his nonsense for bringing it up because, like, he basically just wanted to, like, the whole prompt began with like, this all started with this, essentially.
Meaning equalization. There's a term. It's called equalization. Nobody wants to mention that term. And I'm not knocking the drug companies. I'm really more knocking the countries than the drug companies because this damn fat drug I take, I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I paid $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked. And it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York. And here I'm paying $88 in London. In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories, and I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart.
Do I need to explain like why regional pricing is probably a good thing, and why even if somebody can buy a drug for cheaper than we do, it actually makes the drug cheaper for us? Like if we sell something for $100.
See, like it's what I said, mental gymnastics. Like it's just stupid. But anyways, yeah, we're done with this. We're done with this video. No more. Exit out. It's gone. And we don't need that anymore. Ooh, we could. No, we're going to do the Pisco thing first. We're going to do the Pisco thing first. All right. Because there was some good, tasty cognitive dissonance in this video. So, yeah, we're going to watch this now. Tim Pool, MAGA lawyer and MAGA audience gets destroyed in real life debates. Ooh, 2 hours and 32 minutes. We are obviously going to play this at... Let's try 1.5. Hopefully Destiny doesn't speed up his video and make it maybe 2 times speed on our end.
Do you think it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation, yes or no? The outcome was just. I'm asking if the deportation, if you think... Well, I mean, it was mistaken, so they conceded
Also, I like Tim Pool. Tim Pool's a cool guy. I like Tim. I like the Tim Pool stuff. I watch his stuff almost daily. Almost.
It's a mistake, right? So was it just to do a mistaken illegal deportation? Whether the outcome was just or not, is the action, the mistaken, in your words, mistaken illegal deportation, just or not? It's mildly unjust. So you
Mildly unjust. And so bizarre, especially for a lawyer to be outcome oriented like this. Like if we only cared about outcomes, your entire profession wouldn't exist. We would all just go in front of a judge and scream at each other all day. The process is essential.
This can't just be a game of we let the government do whatever.
That was a good assumption, but all right.
We want people we don't like.
Pisco is up here as a libcuck arguing against a bunch of people who are arguing in favor of an authoritarian dictator state that arguably were born from the Tea Party that was ostensibly a libertarian movement within the Republic. Like, how weird is that?
And the question of today is, was the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia just or unjust? And should the Trump administration bring him back to this country? And with that being said, I would like to throw it first to the gentleman to my right. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Pisco. I'm a lawyer. I argue on the internet from a left-wing perspective, and I think it's obvious that it was unjust. It was illegal. All right. One of the big problems that conservatives cite with immigration is the fact that it's illegal in the first place. Okay. So if you have a problem with illegal immigration on the basis of its illegality, surely you should have a problem with deporting people illegally.
Wrong, dipshit. Because 2 wrongs do make a right. Oh, crucial mistake.
Unless you think it was the right thing to do to break the law. Do you think it was the right thing to do to break the law? I'll ask the audience right now.
How the fuck is Trump signing trade deals with permanent temporary based on a national emergency? Good question. And who knows? We gotta wait for Congress to do something, or we have to wait for a judge or somebody with standing to sue them and get the tariffs removed. I don't even know how the fuck that would work. I don't even know who would have standing there as being harmed by the U.S. government. I doubt you can sue the U.S. government for a terror. I don't even know if you could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why he's being a little bit skeptical or sketchy on that point is because like that's literally what Texas did to Pennsylvania for the 2020 election thing. And that seems like, well, I don't even know if we could do that, because if there is an actual argument for people getting hurt by what the government does, then I guess there actually was standing in the 2020 case. And that's why he doesn't want to admit to this argument right now. So that's why I find it very, 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 very interesting that Destiny is hopping around with this, because he really wants there to be standing on his side of the argument. But the moment he says that the government, there is actually standing for people getting hurt by the government, and there's actually standing, it blows up the question that he does not want to like argue anymore, because like he already thinks that there was zero standing for anyone to even bring up the whole 2020 thing. Like Texas can't sue Pennsylvania because Texas has no standing against what Pennsylvania was doing, even though Pennsylvania did go against their Supreme Court within Pennsylvania, like Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Like they did do something that violated their own Supreme Court, but I guess that doesn't matter. So Texas felt like they got cheated because the guy that they wanted to win didn't win in 2020. So that was standing, but I guess that wasn't enough evidence for, I guess, standing or whatever. But that's why Destiny, it's just fun watching him play around with this point, because he knows he can't concede this argument, because it'll just go back into his face for his most contentious argument that the 2020 stuff was really garbage and stupid, and there's no reason for it to happen and stuff like that.
And who knows?
The audience right now.
How the fuck is Trump signing trade deals with permanent 10% tariffs based on a national emergency? Good question. And who knows? We gotta wait for Congress to do something, or we have to wait for a judge or somebody with standing to sue them and get the tariffs removed. I don't even know how the fuck that would work. I don't even know who would have standing there as being harmed by the U.S. government. I doubt you can sue the U.S. government for a terror. I don't even know if you could do that. Yeah.
To break the law. Do you think it was the right thing to do to
California
break the law?
Sue them?
Audience
Okay.
right now. So that's just.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Texas sued Pennsylvania. Well, Texas can't do that. That's where does Texas get? Yeah, but if California sues them, well, I mean, all right, yeah, that's fine. I like the double standard there.
I want everyone to notice. You all said you're fine.
Yeah.
To break the law. Do you think it was the right thing to do to break the law?
California sued them?
I'll answer right now. So that's just a collective. I want everyone to notice. You all said you're fine when Trump breaks the law. He admits that he broke the law, and you're cool with it. And they admit that it was against the law to do so, and they promised they're going to do it to U.S. citizens too. You think he's just joking? You think it won't affect you? They've already arrested U.S. citizens, for 10 days without due process. They're lying about where he was near the border. They've deported U.S. children who have cancer. So don't think this won't affect you. And notice what you all just did. You all just said, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's just for someone to be deported illegally. Deported illegally.
All right.
So basically, just to finish off, if you're willing to say that, you're willing to say that you want Trump to be a king.
Yes.
That you want him to be a tyrannical fascist.
Yep.
And I would ask you to look yourself in the mirror and really, take a hard look. Is that what you want this country to be?
All right.
For 24 hours, yes.
We also have,
Damn.
with his opening statement and introduction, this gentleman here.
Yeah. Nice to see you all. I'm Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project.
Right.
So I think there are, three core reasons that the outcome here is substantively just. The first is that had the Trump administration...
Wait, this is Will Chamberlain? So what the fuck is this charlatan's background? These fucking dipshits. Is he?
Yeah, he hates all lawyers that don't agree with Destiny. So now he needs to go look up this lawyer's background to criticize him and see if he can find some dirt on him, because he heavily disagrees with someone that is obviously way more educated than him. So we're gonna find some dirt on the guy that's obviously more educated than Destiny, but we need to discredit him somehow because we don't like what this super educated guy says. So yeah. I just gotta... Adam Convor? Wait, what's going on with this? We got a new, I think I might cancel this Pisco. What's going on?
At least... Damn. This guy's changed a lot in appearance. Senior counsel.
But essentially, Destiny's gonna look this up, and then he finds out that this Will Chamberlain guy actually has a decent background. Now he's like, well, you know what? I don't like what he says, though.
To the Internet Accountability Project, he's also okay. Before that, he was an associate at Quinn, Emmanuel Ugerhart and Sullivan LLP in Los Angeles, where he practiced complex commercial litigation. Graduated from the University of the Pacific in 2010. Are these real schools? The University of the Pacific? Damn. Okay, never. Not that means anything. I might be really good law school. I've never heard of that before. University of the Pacific in 2010 with a BA in Econ and received his JD from Georgetown University Law Center. Georgetown is considered a good law school, right? Yes. Okay, quite good. I don't want to dox him, but Pisco's is quite a bit better. But still good. That's still a good law school. Okay, active member of the State Bar of California and the District of Columbia Bar. Okay, so also lawyer guy. Not that that literally means anything, but at least we have that. Okay.
It doesn't mean anything that he actually had a really good background. It doesn't mean anything. But if he was a partisan hack or you found some dirt on him, well, then that means a lot. Oh, that means a lot. But since his background is actually pretty good, and he went to some pretty good schools, it doesn't really mean anything. Okay, all right, good one, Destiny. Good one.
Gone through the normal project.
Right.
So I think there are, three core reasons that the outcome here is substantively just. The first is that had the Trump administration gone through the normal process to lift a withholding of removal, this guy would have been removed 100% of the time for two.
What a horribly stupid. Okay, so we're off to a poor start. So if they would have gone through the legal process, they would have won anyway. Okay, then why not just go through the legal process?
Core reasons. First, he was found to be a member of MS-13 and earlier.
Oh my God, we're in sublists. He was adjudicated as such. That wasn't like a criminal charge or conviction. It's not like beyond a reasonable doubt they assessed that he was a gang member, but okay, we can run these shitty arguments down again.
Court proceedings. Once that finding was found and upheld on appeal, he would be stopped from...
Upheld on appeal? Again, I don't know what the formal name is for this fallacy. I thought we all learned this in English class. I don't know how to state this succinctly, but there is a, I guess in legal terms you would call it a holding from a case. There's like an important core substantive holding that carries from one case to the next, okay? A guy comes in, convicted of murder, ends up shooting and killing a baby boy, not a baby boy, shoots and kills a woman, and inside the woman is a 7-month-old fetus, and that fetus is he's a baby boy, and the judge, you know, declares, okay, yeah, this fine, this counts as double homicide, double murder, whatever. They do all this. Imagine somebody in the future like cites this case or whatever, and they're like, somebody cites this case or something, and they cite the case as like, the courts ruled that scientifically life begins at 7 months or some bullshit like that, right? Like that wasn't part of like what the court was necessarily ruling on. That wasn't the major fact brought before them that they were there to analyze. I don't know how to tell.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that's the thing that they were focusing on or not. They did rule in that, so therefore there's an actual argument for this. Just because you don't like that other people use the fact that they actually use this type of information, that type of like caveat within previous court filings, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or that they can't use it at all. Like, you say it's a fallacy, but you just don't like it when it's not like furthering an argument that you like. It's just furthering an argument that you don't like, and therefore you're like, oh, this must be some sort of fallacy. And then you're wondering like why so many people like fall for this fallacy, but like it's not a fallacy. You just don't like it because you're ideologically bent on one side, or you're ideologically captured on one side. So everything that looks like a fallacy to you, you just assume that it's just wrong. But yet so many people do it. So I think that says more about him, since he can obviously see that multiple people fall for this quote unquote fallacy that he keeps talking about, but yet he doesn't actually connect it to maybe Destiny just doesn't understand what that is.
Tell people that there are parts of like an article that you can quote, and there are parts of an article courts rule that scientifically life begins at 7 months or some bullshit like that, right? Like that wasn't part of like what the court was necessarily ruling.
Like 7-month-old
fetus,
to really
and that
hear what he
fetus
said.
is a baby boy, and the judge, you know, declares, okay, yeah, this fine, this counts as double homicide, double murder, whatever. They do all this. Imagine somebody in the future like cites this case or whatever, and they're like, somebody cites this case or something, and they cite the case as like, the courts ruled that scientifically life begins at 7 months or some bullshit like that, right? Like that wasn't part of like what the court was necessarily ruling on. That wasn't the major fact brought before them that they were there to analyze.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, and they did bring it up, so that's why people are going to use that piece of information for in the future. But it doesn't matter if it's like the major piece or not. They did say it, therefore it's going to be used. You don't like that it's being used, and that's why you have a problem with it. You can call it a fallacy when you can't even describe what the fallacy is.
I don't know how to tell people that there are parts of like an article that you can quote, and there are parts of an article that you wouldn't quote because it depends on what the particular thing is about. Does this not make sense? I can't, because so many people violate this rule. I don't understand how.
Why do so many people violate this rule that I just don't know how to like articulate? Maybe because you're biased on one side and you don't like the outcome because you know where this will change. Like, you just don't like this will change. This will, he's just biased. That's why it's a cognitive dissonance that he has.
So many people abuse this. And I can't tell if it's intentional or not. Even Supreme Court justices do this. They abuse this. Are you talking about dicta? I am talking about, I think I am talking about dicta. Yes. Dicta is opposite the holding, right? Dicta is just like random shit that they say, and then the holding is like the important part, right? Now, apparently people will argue what is dicta versus non-dicta or whatever, but I'm trying to think like, yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if I was, Nature, article, fetus. Okay, I can't read this whole article, but pregnancy's true toll on the body. Huge birth study paints most detailed picture yet. Biologists have built up one of the most detailed pictures ever of the changes that occur in women's bodies before and after pregnancy by pooling and studying around 44 million physiological measurements from more than 300,000 births. So it sounds like the substance of this article is about how pregnancy affects the body. But imagine if I was writing an argumentative essay, and in my essay, I wanted to argue that cameras today are more detailed than they've ever been before. For instance, biologists can take more detailed pictures today than they've ever taken in the history of all of whatever. And then I cite this article. This article is not about cameras or about camera tech. I don't miss measurements from more than 300,000 births. And so,
let's go back. I want to listen to this carefully.
Okay, I can't read this whole article, but pregnancy's true toll on the body. Huge birth study paints most detailed picture yet. Biologists have built up one of the most detailed pictures ever of the changes that occur in women's bodies before and after pregnancy by pooling and studying around 44 million physiological measurements from more than 300,000 births. So it sounds like the substance of this article is about how pregnancy affects the body. But imagine if I was writing an argumentative essay, and in my essay,
well, and detailed picture, most detailed pictures yet. So like you completely ignore the fact that it says, well, pregnancy, true toll on the body, and then huge birth study points most detailed pictures yet. Like, I guess we're just going to ignore this. Like, he just wants to selectively say that one part of the article is the core thing. Therefore, if we're not citing it because of the core thing of the article, therefore it's a fallacy. And I'm like, we're looking for evidence. And there's like literally in the title, it may be at the bottom part of the title, but it's in the title, detailed pictures yet. So if someone was going to use that one thing as like evidence, I mean, yeah, it's evidence, but it's not enough to like come to a conclusion to, but it is evidence to like the overall point that they might be making, that I guess pictures or whatever.
I wanted to argue that cameras today are more detailed than they've ever been before. Psychological measurements from more than 300,000 births. So it sounds like the substance of this article is about how pregnancy affects the body. But imagine if I was writing an argumentative essay, and in my essay, I wanted to argue that cameras today are more detailed than they've ever been before. For instance, biologists can take more detailed pictures.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what it said. It literally said in the title. That wouldn't be wrong to use this article as like proof. But it's not just one piece of proof. Like, you can't use this to prove it, but it is evidence towards your claim. It's just good to add this as a secondary source or something like that.
Today than they've ever taken in the history of all of whatever. And
like, that's not a fallacy. That is not a fallacy. Like, I like how Destiny made this argument, and he's trying to make it seem like it's stupid, but like, makes sense, perfect sense. Like, why would you not cite this? No, it's not core. Well, like, who cares? They did cite this, right? They did talk about it, so.
They cite this article. This article is not about cameras or about camera tech. I don't know if Celeste...
See, he's purposely being obtuse here. That's what he's doing.
Ever knows anything about camera technology are more detailed than they've ever been before. For instance, biologists can take more detailed pictures today than they've ever taken in the history of all of whatever. And then I cite this article. This article is not about cameras or about camera tech. I don't know if Celeste Biever knows anything about camera technology. That's not what the primary focus of this article is on, even though that would be a true statement that I could directly cite from here. It's not really what this article is about. It wouldn't be a good citation. I don't know how to make...
No, it would be a good citation. It's just, you shouldn't use it as your only citation. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he literally says, yes, it is true technically that this guy is saying, but like, it's not the core. So why cite this? But you're literally contradicting yourself. Like, yes, it would be true. That's why people are bringing it up. They're bringing it up because that's it would be true. Just because you don't think it's a good citation doesn't make it any less relevant to what the person is trying to claim. Like, bro, come on now. You're like, this is what I mean. Like, he's ideologically captured on one side. He's using the word good in this as if like everything revolves around what he thinks is a good citation, which obviously is not true. You just disagree with the argument that the guy is trying to make, and you're just being purposely obtuse when someone bring this up because like you disagree that it is the most thing, and you're just going to be like, well, it's not core of the article, therefore you can't cite it because it's not a good citation. And I'm like, okay, bro, I don't care what you think is a good citation. Like, come on now, you're biased towards one side.
Make people understand that. People do this so much, and it's so detailed pictures today than they've ever taken in the history of all of whatever. And then I cite this article. This article is not about cameras or about camera tech. I don't know if Celeste Biever knows anything about camera technology. That's not what the primary focus of this article is on, even though that would be a true statement that I could directly cite from here. It's not...
Yep. Would be a true statement.
Really what this article is about. It wouldn't be a good citation. I don't know how to make people understand that. People do...
Would be a good citation. Yep. We're not talking about what's a good citation. It's a citation. That makes sense. And it is true. Just because you don't think it's good. I mean, I'm repeating myself, but like... It's so easy to see to point this out.
It's so much, and it's so annoying. I'm sorry, I hate that. The judges and all them, when Abrego Garcia or whatever, I think was being, when they figured out if they could issue a temporary holding or a holding against being removed or whatever, it wasn't like he was being charged with the crime of being in a gang, and now, beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to fight on whether or not he's in a gang, and the state's going to prove that, right, as part of his criminal trial. That's not what was at stake in any of that. So because that wasn't at stake, You can't just cite to that and pretend like this was a beyond criminal doubt or this was like a conviction or something that was hardcore adjudicated on, because if that was the case, my guess is they probably would have fought it a lot more in the past, you know? Like probably in some, this doesn't hold cleanly because my case is civil, but like I'm sure in some civil filing, and because Pixie's lawyers misspell everything because they're constantly having strokes and seizures over there. They like if they spelled my name wrong in one of them, I think they put Bonnell with one N or whatever. If somebody in the future goes to write like some kind of receipt for some arms dealer and the last name is Bonnell, and then somebody, you know, cites my case with Pixie in the future and they're like, well, Stephen Bonnell, we know that he goes by two names. He goes by Bonnell and Bonnell, and we can tell that because it was ruled that way. And he's like, excuse me, no, it wasn't. That was a minor part of the filing. If I would have known, if that would have been the primary holding, if that would have been like the substantive issue, then we would have gone way more into that. I don't know how many. I need to think of a snappier way to make this. I hope you guys understand me. Destiny, wouldn't it be cited as an example for uses of new cameras? Potentially, yes. What Clover the horse said. You could potentially cite that article maybe as like, here's examples in how new cameras are being used. Although even at that, I would be careful because that...
Wow, okay. I'd be careful because it's not technically the main thing that we're talking about here. But,
article wasn't specifically about cameras, and it could have just been that they have more detailed pictures because of maybe because of a medical advancement. It might be the case that camera technology hasn't improved or it's stagnated, or it might be the case that they found a way that they could induce you know, some kind of
essentially Dusty just doesn't like it because it's making a point that he disagrees with. That's all you need to know about this.
Sleep shit in the fetus, which makes it hold still longer, which gives them the ability to take a better picture, and that's why they have higher quality images, right? So that would you don't. That's what I'm saying. You got to be really, really, really careful when you're quoting an article for a thing that's not the primary subject of the article. Somebody keeps saying it's called the fallacy of incomplete evidence, aka cherry picking. I don't like to call it cherry picking because it's more insidious than that. It's different. It's different. It's not just cherry picking. It's quoting something that's entirely true, but you don't really. It's not really what the thing is about. Yeah.
Once that.
It's not really what the thing is about. What does that even mean? It's true, but I don't like that he's saying this because it proves a point that I don't like. But it is true. What are you saying, Destiny? Like, what?
Finding was found and upheld on appeal, he would be stopped from challenging that.
Like what he's saying right here, found and held on appeal. What, appeal that he was part of a gang? That wasn't the case. What the case was about? Like,
now that Trump has designated the guy as MS-13 rather to be a foreign terrorist organization, he's not eligible for withholding of removal.
No, it was about that. Like, because they wouldn't have ruled that if it had nothing to do with it. Like, bro, Destiny's being purposely obtuse.
Anymore, so he'd simply have lost no matter what.
Because he disagrees that there's actually validity to the argument that there's what this guy's saying, and he doesn't like that because Trump bad, essentially.
And the second reason is that in the interim,
there's getting yelled at. What kind of AR did you end up getting? Why would you ever get yelled at for asking a gun question here? I'm embarrassed because I don't know how to say the name of the company though, so I sound like a retard when I say it. I think it's Giesel. Giesel. It's an AR-15 from Giesel. 14.5-inch barrel, I think with a 1.5-inch muzzle to weld it onto the end.
Between the time he got this withholding of removal and now, the 18th Street gang, which supposedly threatened his mother's pupusa shop, a preposterous story from the outset. So between the time he got this withholding of removal and now, the 18th Street gang, which supposedly threatened his mother's pupusa shop, a preposterous story from the outset. That 18th Street gang is no longer effective in El Salvador, which was the basis for his supposed fear of persecution, which is why the withholding of removal was granted in the first place. So the outcome wouldn't have changed. This is what we would call, to analogize, harmless error. The second reason it's substantively just is because the guy's a wife-beating MS-13 gangbanger.
Yeah. Okay, so this guy is an actual fucking retard. God, I hate these people. Oh.
Wait, why is he? Or why are you gonna call the lawyer that? We're just gonna say it and then move on? Is that what we're doing, Destiny?
Could you explain the MS-13 finding case in short for people who aren't following what was determined about Garcia? Somebody doesn't like it, we have to go through it. I skimmed this a long time ago, but I think it dealt with him advocating for why he couldn't be removed back to El Salvador. But I don't remember all the details.
Bro, you're gonna call him the R word, but then you have no idea why he's the R. Like someone just asked you, like, oh, all right, then if what he's saying is wrong, then like what is it actually about? And Destiny's like, well, actually, I don't really know. It's been a long time since I've seen the thing. Okay, all right, good one, Destiny, good one. But the lawyer that says the contrary point, yeah, the point that Destiny disagrees, obviously he's wrong, right?
Like we have to go through it, but he wasn't like criminally charged with being in a gang.
And who exploited our laws.
He was only criminally charged to be in a gang, not civilly, criminally charged. Like that's supposed to be like, wait, is that like a win or something?
For 14 years, and in fact, the more that comes out about the guy, you're realizing, like just what kind of person he is. threatening his wife and children, telling them that, like, you can't leave me because I'll kill you. Funny thing, I was reading a book about MS-13 and a different...
There's that saying, he's pounding the table right now, right? The meme saying is when the law, I think the meme lawyer saying is like, when the law is on your side, pound the law. When the facts are on your side, pound the facts. And when neither are on your side, pound the table. This is neither law nor facts. Like, he was a wife beater, like, because she had a restraining order one time, but this was years ago. They're still together. Seems like they're fine. She's not dead. She's not walking in with marks all over her body. I don't know where we're getting that from. So that doesn't seem to be relevant at all here.
No, there was, like, the wife literally had a restraining order put against him because he was, like, she was being abused. And then the wife rescinded that. Like, why would the wife put that out and then rescind that? Almost makes it seem like something was going on there. But then again, Destiny already admitted that he has no idea what's with the case, so he already like said that.
Like this is just, whenever you see somebody engaged in this type of behavior, it's because they don't have anything else, right? When your strongest advocates on the other side are just engaged in these like weird ad homs or things that aren't central to what is being discussed, then you know it's because they have
literally what he does. Just calling him like, he literally called this guy like an idiot or a retard like multiple times. Oh, when the other side is only engaging in ad homs and yeah, literally what you're doing. All right, good one, Destiny. Good one.
Nothing else to go on.
Like, just what kind of person he is, threatening his wife and children, telling them that, like, you can't leave me because I'll kill you. Funny thing, I was reading a book about MS-13, and a different MS-13 game maker did say the same thing about a girlfriend he was dating. There's this,
like, what does that have to do with anything?
Sort of.
Well, yeah, you have no idea because you weren't paying attention to the story. Yeah. What does that have to do with anything?
Lying entitlement. But, you know, substantively, just obviously...
Like, he has no idea that the wife put a restraining order on the guy that got deported. That's why he's like, I don't even know what this is like has to do with anything. Well, maybe you should just look it up, Destiny. Like, what?
A very bad dude, a human trafficker.
Does he actually do that? Does he actually do that? No, he doesn't even look up anything. He just watches it. Okay. All right. Good one.
A person who drives people, you know, from Texas to Maryland who don't have any luggage. Do you think those people have free will? No, those are captives. And, you know, we can get more into that later.
And we will. And there's one more man joining us tonight to make sure that there's a little bit of chaos and humor.
Yes.
Well, it's Burnt Out 99, and I just want to say, you know, Pisco, you are very smart, but you're still a libtard. And, but no, I agree. I actually agree with you on this because this is
based.
Listen, whether it was unjust or not, we got the outcome that we want. His big booty Latina is staying in the country, and we need to do this as, you know, a lesson to these other gangbangers and Trinidad Arruga adjacent people that
it is the most disgusting type of shit. Okay, like if you're an incel MAGA dude online who's so ass pained that women don't want to touch you with a 10-yard stick because you've got your proud like MAGA, I voted for Trump, okay, and the only thing you can find are 40-year-old overweight moms with 3 different baby daddies, and you're like, oh, why does everybody hate? It's because you laugh at things like this. This is the #1 incel magnet, like women repellent, like laughing at like these types of like the most disgusting comments. Like this woman, and they have a family as well, right? I think they have a child. Her husband is being deported, and you're making sexual comments about her. Like it is the most unhinged, especially from the type of guy who basically killed his mom and then made footage off of.
See, this is where Destiny's snowflake leftist character comes out, because this guy is obviously a right winger that doesn't give a shit about any of the thing that anything that Destiny's talking about right now. Like, bro, he's eating this all up. Like, bro, calm down, Destiny.
Rarignetico. Hey, homie. I checked your videos. Seems like you are new and kick not yet.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. That's a good old bot. Deleted. Gone.
Of it because he told his dipshit mom not to get vaccinated and watched her choke to death in her own fluid in a hospital bed. It's just the most unhinged type of shit you can ever do. It's so disgusting.
As, you know, a lesson to these other gangbangers and Trinidad.
Yeah, Destiny's just pissed off because like this guy's actually legitimately funny, and I guess he might have, I don't know, maybe he said something bad about Destiny and Destiny's like just triggered by it. But I'm not sure, because he's referring to something that he didn't even say in this video. Like, he only had like 3 words before he started accusing this guy of saying something crazy, but obviously he didn't say anything, or maybe I just missed it. Let me go back.
From the type of guy who cut these things like this, okay? Like, if
unjust or not, we got the outcome that we want. His big booty Latina is staying in the country, and we need to do this as, you know, a lesson to these other gangbangers and Trinidad Arruga adjacent people that
it is the most disgusting type of shit, okay? Like, if you're an incel MAGA dude online who's so ass pained that women don't want to touch you with
so an incel, all right, so another ad hominem, okay, all right.
10-yard stick because you've got your proud, like, MAGA, I voted for Trump, okay? And the only thing you can find are 40-year-old...
Oh, women don't like them. Another ad hom. He's ugly. Okay, all right.
Overweight moms with 3 different baby daddies, and you're like, oh, why does everybody hate? It's because you laugh at things like this. This is the #1 incel magnet, like, women repellent, like, laughing at, like, these types of, like, the most disgusting comments. Like, this woman, and they have a family as well, right? I think they have a child. Her husband is being deported, and you're making sexual comments about her. Like, it is the most unhinged, especially from the type of guy who basically killed his mom and then made footage off of it because he told his dipshit mom not to get vaccinated and watched her choke to death in her own fluid in a hospital bed. It's just the most unhinged type of shit you can ever do. It's so disgusting.
I'm not sure how true that is, but Destiny is obviously triggered by this guy, so I'm going to take it with a massive grain of salt.
As, you know, a lesson to these other gangbangers and Trinidad Aruga adjacent people that if you come to our country and, you know, you bring your big booty Latina, we're going to kick your ass out and keep her. So I think...
Alex, the Latina in question is a U.S. citizen.
I know, but still, she's still a big booty Latina. I'm saying it doesn't matter.
I mean, if the goal is to protect the U.S. citizen Latina from the predations of the MS-13 gangbangers...
I'm saying protect even illegal or legal big booty Latinas. They carry the same weight in my eyes. So I guess not apparently to you. So I'm saying, yeah, she's a legal big booty
Based.
Latina, but he learned his lesson. They don't get to go back to El Salvador or wherever you get kicked off to.
And that's exactly why Alex is here.
Yes.
But we are going to be bringing up members of the audience, people who have submitted who want to join this debate, and give you guys a chance to have your thoughts heard on this matter. But I suppose the question...
I think the appeal argument is bad because it wasn't an Article 3 judge, but immigration judge. If a judge finds that I'm a member of a gang so I can be deported, isn't that a good citation? If it was, like, central to the thing, there's just... The thing that's, like, centrally being evaluated and for what purpose is just, it's really important at all stages because it's going to inform the way that you react to stuff, the way that you fight stuff, the stuff that you fight for, and then how people should view those past decisions. Let me ground this out in an example, okay? Let's say that somebody, fuck me. Any tort, okay? Somebody accuses me civilly of something, okay? Example. And let's say that there's, like, a question about, well, fuck, actually, we can ground this out in a super real example. Somebody accuses you of something, and they, so tort is civil cases, right? Somebody wants to sue you for something. And then let's say somebody does that, and let's say that they, there's a contentious issue relating to, we'll say a Discord log, okay, some type of chat program. Maybe it's the case that, well, if it's a civil case and 2 people have a disagreement over whatever, you know, maybe you have screenshots, maybe you don't, maybe whatever, you just don't care that much, right? And let's say you go to court and you lose your civil case and it's like, okay, well, I lost, and then you have to pay the other party $10,000, like, okay, whatever, that sucks, okay. If people in the future go back and they go, oh, weren't you convicted of a crime? It's like, no, hold on. That was a civil case. I was not convicted of anything. And you might say, well, hold on. That civil case was about the thing that guy said you were convicted of, right? It's like, yes, but the forum that they were in there was for a civil case. If it had been a criminal case from the start, maybe when there was some contention over, like, images on Discord, maybe the approach would have been like, hold on, well, this is a criminal case, so now my freedom is at stake. You might send subpoenas to Discord to pull information. You might start contacting friends, family members, other people. It's like, does anybody else have a screenshot? Does anybody else see this? You might bring on witnesses to testify to see in conversation. You might approach that way differently, such that maybe you would have even won the civil case if you would have taken it more seriously. That's all I'm saying is that if you've got, like, an Article 3 judge, immigration judge, or you're adjudicating based on whether or not this guy's in a gang or not, that's a much different thing than saying you're going to be deported from this country if you are a gang member. Like, if that was at stake, there might have been a different approach to dealing with that 5 years ago when the guy was, when the judge was just like, yeah, this guy's probably a gang member, so blah, 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 you know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that makes sense.
To kick it off, simply, to either of you...
Somebody said also it was a second or third hand hearsay at a bond hearing. There was no cross, no discovery, etc. My understanding is it wouldn't be given any deference in any other related trial. Collateral estoppel requires that things are litigated. It can't just be something claimed at some point. Oh, sure. Okay, yeah, that would be too. Oh, yeah, because this was from an informant or something. And the informant, it was like hearsay from...
Oh, yeah, it confirmation bias. Yes, true. Thank you, chatter. Thank you. That's good. That's some good, sweet confirmation bias.
Informant. Yeah. Remember, hearsay is bad. Hearsay is bad because you can't introduce an unquestionable set of secret facts, right?
Yeah. But we don't want to talk about the January 6th committee. All that hearsay. January 6th committee. Like, literally, I think 90% of it was just hearsay. Like, oh, I remember Trump said this. Oh, but hearsay is bad now. Oh, wait, but it was because but hearsay is good there because they could get sued from lying to Congress, right? Right, guys? I mean, ignore the fact that they got pardoned, but, like, right, guys? Like, bro, that's just wild. That's just wild. We just don't talk about that. Good one, Destiny. Good one. Guess you forgot about that one.
I know that Stephen is a murderer because John told me that he saw Stephen murder Jane. And it's like, hold on. Well, I want to cross-examine you. What did John say? John said that you murdered Jane. okay, did John really say that? Yeah. Okay, well, me, I guess, right? I need to bring John in. I need to ask John questions. I don't care what you say John said. This hearsay. He heard him, and then he's saying it. He heard him say it, and he's saying it back to me. That's bullshit. I need to be able to bring in John because I have a right to confront my accuser so that I can question him. I can perform my own examination or cross-examination so that a jury can hear me. You know, I can assess his character. I can assess the validity of what he's saying, right? That's important. That's, yeah. But I don't believe any of that was even available to him, but it wouldn't need to be available to him at that particular bond hearing as well. So, okay.
Who wants to start? Was the deportation just or unjust?
It was unjust. It was illegal. Do you think that
those aren't synonyms?
Wait, so
those aren't. Don't mean
I understand that, but in this context, do you think it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation? Yes or no?
I mean, in these circumstances, the outcome was just.
I'm asking if the deportation, if you think.
Well, I mean, it was mistaken, so they conceded that it's a mistake, right?
So was it just to do a mistaken illegal deportation?
I mean, the actual substantive outcome here is a just outcome. It's like I don't want the administration.
Whether the outcome was just or not, is the action. The mistaken, in your words, mistaken illegal deportation, just or not?
It's mildly unjust. I actually.
So you mildly unjust.
You actually agree that it was unjust. To be clear, everyone here agrees it was.
Resolution. No, he said mildly unjust, not unjust. Like, bro, you're gonna twist his. You just said, is it mildly unjust? And he agreed to the fact that it's mildly unjust. But now you're gonna be like, okay, guys. So he just agreed that it was unjust. I'm like, bro, wait, what? Like, we literally just 2 seconds ago, like, not even a full sentence later. You're just going to lie about the statement that just happened. Like, come on, Pisco. You're like, stop being a lawyer right now.
Deportation, just or not?
It's mildly unjust. I actually.
So you actually it's mistaken illegal deportation, just or not?
It's mildly unjust. I actually.
So is Desi gonna call out that disingenuous like little word game that Pisco just did, or is he gonna be like, actually, you know what? Even though what Pisco just did is actually like really bad, Pisco's on my side, so I'm not gonna say anything about it. Is that what Desi's gonna do?
Outcome. It's like I don't want the administration.
Whether the outcome was just or not.
And it's so queer and so bizarre, especially for a lawyer to be outcome oriented like this. Like, motherfucker, if we only cared about outcomes, your entire profession wouldn't exist. We would all just go in front of a judge and scream at each other all day. The process is essential to beg, even if the outcome is correct. Like, what a Brady is it a Brady violation where if a prosecutor doesn't make available to the defense some essential evidence that they could use to formulate a different theory for their case or whatever, or that could be relevant to their defense, I think it's a Brady violation, right? Where the case can get completely thrown out. That's what we saw happen with, fuck. I want to say Alex Stein. It's not Alex Stein. The guy that shot the girl. Fuck. Say the name. All the Trumples hate him. Alec Baldwin. Thank you. Yeah,
wait,
or...
Really? Oh yeah, he has no idea what happened.
With people like OJ, right? If police are fucking with the evidence or chain of custody or whatever, even if you have the quote-unquote right outcome, it can get tossed if you're not following the correct procedure. And the reason why, like, a lot of people think that, well, oh my God, it's just a procedure. Oh, I see this a lot. People are like, oh, they got off on a technicality. No, those technicalities are important. They're technicalities because they're part of the set of rules and people are playing within that set of rules. And if you break some...
Yeah, the technicality when Trump got impeached, but then got acquitted because they didn't have enough evidence to actually, like, yeah, it's just a technicality. That technicality is important, though, right? Right, Destiny? Yeah, obviously you wouldn't agree with that. When Trump legitimately got impeached, but then he got acquitted because, like, obviously there was no proof that he actually had anything to do with, like, January 6th. Because he did get impeached, like, right before he left office in 2020. So, yeah. But we don't talk about that technicality. That technicality doesn't matter.
Rules to get a quote-unquote good outcome. Well, if the other party knew that they didn't have to play by those set of rules, there might be a totally different outcome. They might have done things way differently, right?
The action, the mistaken, in your words, mistaken illegal deportation, just or not?
It's mildly unjust. I actually.
So you actually agree. To be clear,
resolution
you actually agree that it was unjust. To be clear, everyone here agrees it was unjust.
No.
Well, okay. So Tim, do you think that the deportation was just to do an illegal action?
See, what you're doing right there is I'm just going to say, that's not debating. To load the question with, I presume it was illegal first, now answer.
Do you agree it was illegal?
When did you start beating your wife?
Well, this is such a stupid...
Thank you. Oh, Desi hates this. Thank you, Tim. Tim, thank you for calling out Pisco's BS. And now Destiny hates the fact that Tim Pool actually understands when someone's trying to manipulate someone within a debate. Thank you. Thank you. You pissing Destiny off, which is nectar to my ears.
I don't know what the point is.
Let's go back just a little bit.
The deportation was just to do an illegal action.
See, what you're doing right there is I'm just going to say, that's not debating. To load the question with, I presume it was illegal first, now answer.
Do you agree it was illegal?
When did you start beating your wife?
Well,
this is such
Thank you for... Oh, yes. Good analogy, Tim. Good analogy. What are you going to say, Destiny?
Stupid fucking...
You're going to cope.
I don't know what the point is of this. I guess this is like...
Oh, no, you know the point. You know the point. That's why it's triggering you right now. Oh, you don't know what the point is? Why'd you stop the video? Of course you know what the point is. It triggers you because you do know what Tim is doing. You do know Tim called him out perfectly there, but you're like pretending that Tim didn't actually do a good call out, and you're like, you have no idea what happened. Like, why would you stop the video if you have no idea what's going on? Like, bro, you would just let the video play. If you don't have anything to say, you just let the video play. But like, no, you stopped it and you're triggered by something, but you don't know what that is.
Like, this is like the retard's way of trying to pretend like you're sneaking in some assumption. When did you meet your wife? Like, if you fuck up and answer that question and say, last week, what the fuck? You would just say, like, I don't beat my wife. If somebody says, do you think this unjust deportation was okay? And you disagree that it was unjust, and you say, I don't think it was unjust, then you would just say that. How are you getting tricked into answering the question? Like, and they just went through the Trump administration. Or
I like how he pretends that he didn't just say mildly unjust, and then Pisco is like, okay, so you don't think it's unjust. But he only agreed to it being mildly unjust. Like, didn't technicalities matter like a second ago? Like, we did talk about something being mildly versus actually legitimately being that, right? But I guess it doesn't matter because it proves the point on Destiny. On not Destiny's point, it actually disproves Destiny's point. So we don't care about that technicality.
Or at least the litigator representing the Trump administration. The attorney himself said that it was a mistake, so...
Do you agree it was illegal? What's loaded about that?
So the issue is it a crime to make a mistake?
Not a crime. Was it illegal? Was it illegal, yes or no?
No.
9 justices on the Supreme Court unanimously, Will and I, both lawyers, will tell you it was illegal. Will, it was obviously illegal.
No, it was an illegal deportation.
It was an illegal deportation.
So hold on. You're saying that it was illegal because the Supreme Court said it was?
No. It's emphatically the province and duty of the Judicial Department to say what the law is. That's Marbury.
Does the Alien Enemies Act supersede...
He wasn't sued under the Alien Enemies Act. Or wasn't deported under the Alien Enemies Act.
Stephen Miller claims he was.
No, he absolutely wasn't. He's not a Venezuelan. The proclamation for the Alien Enemies Act only applies to Venezuelans.
Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Say again.
Does the Alien Enemies Act apply to El Salvador?
The proclamation issued by the president...
The Alien...
I like how Tim is actually legitimately asking, instead of Tim just blabbing out and saying that Pisco's wrong, Tim's like, oh, okay, maybe I'm wrong about this. Let me ask the other lawyer. Does the other lawyer actually agree with what this guy's saying? Because Tim might be wrong, but Destiny's not going to be sitting here being like, give Tim Pool credit for actually like live debate live in the session being like, hey, actually, I don't really know if this is true or not. Like, he's not going to give any credibility or good action points to Tim Pool because Destiny hates Tim Pool just as much as he hates anyone that supports Trump.
Enemies Act only works
so he's basically blinded by his bias.
Enemies of the United States and
to Venezuelans.
Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Say again.
Does the Alien Enemies Act apply to El Salvador?
The proclamation issued by the president.
The Alien Enemies Act only works against enemies of the United States, and I believe that enemies of the United States are defined as nationals belonging to countries that we are currently at war with. It only applies to people of Venezuelan nationality. So yes, the Alien Enemies Act can only be used to deport Venezuelans. That's it.
Only to Tren de Aragua members who are Venezuelans. By its terms, the proclamation by its terms, even assuming it were legal, would not apply to them.
Yeah, this is not an Alien Enemies Act question.
So the question is, do you agree it was illegal?
If the argument is the Supreme Court said it was illegal and that's your basis for it, then I agree with you, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the president or the executive?
The thing is, everybody agrees it's illegal.
Oh, wow, look how easy that was. Wow, look how easy that... I thought Tim Pool was like a partisan hack that could never change his mind on anything. What happened, Destiny? Like, I thought that was wasn't that like the narrative that you like showing, making Tim Pool look like oh, he's this Russian guy taking Russian money. Oh, he's like, he has all these conspiracy theories about him. Like, what happened there? You just smiled and just smirked and just moved on as if nothing happened. Oh, okay. All right. I see what's going on here, Destiny.
Oh, wait, he just...
What?
Wait, let me go back a little bit.
Yeah, this is not an Alien Enemies Act question.
So the question is, do you agree it was illegal?
If the argument is the Supreme Court said it was illegal and that's your basis for it, then I agree with you, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the president or the executive?
The thing is, everybody agrees it's illegal.
He just...
What? Where are we at in this debate? Okay, yeah, obviously. Oh, well, if you just want to sit here and argue for whether or not it was illegal or not, okay, yeah, yes, it was illegal. Oh, okay, well, Pisco should just drop the mic and just fucking run away.
To be clear,
no, I believe it was an administrative error, and the issue is we're talking about the semantics of what...
Administrative error. Like, look at how minor it is. Look at how minor it is when it's like, yeah, he got deported. It was just an administrative error. Shit happens.
Means to be illegal, right? So, is it illegal to smoke pot? Yes. Is it unjust? No. People can smoke pot the fucking.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you first if it's illegal.
True. Yeah. Yes, true. Let's go.
Well, now you agree it is illegal, fair, right?
Like, look at Destiny's face when he makes that actual, like, true and an actual point. Look at Destiny's face.
Administrative error. You know, shit happens.
Means to be illegal, right? So is it illegal?
Wait. Hold up.
Pot? Yes. Is it unjust? No. People can smoke pot the fucking.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you first if it's illegal. Now you agree it is illegal, fair, right?
In the context of which, so the first thing I was trying to do was understand your view in how you're viewing what illegal means.
I thought it was a bit more. I just looked for a split second. I thought he made a much worse face than that, but whatever.
You're saying, as a subject of law, as the Supreme Court has ruled it, we all agree the Supreme Court did in fact say it was illegal.
Correct.
Agreed.
Okay, so if it's the case that you think that this deportation was illegal, do you think it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like I think it's just for someone to smoke pot.
Okay. So.
True. Yes. Based.
If they did the same thing to a U.S. citizen, though, obviously you think it's unjust.
Yes.
Okay. If they killed Kilmar Abrego Garcia, would you think it's unjust?
Yes.
Why's that?
Killing.
Can he bring this up? Is he going to mention Obama? He wants to so badly.
Garcia, would you think it's unjust?
Yes.
Why's that?
Killing people is one of the worst crimes, in fact.
Okay,
Obama killed 4 American citizens.
There we go. There it is.
You thought that was wrong, right?
Absolutely.
So then so if it's the case that you thought that was wrong, wouldn't it be wrong, for example, to put Kilmar Abrego Garcia in prison for the rest of his life without an opportunity to have a case?
No.
Okay.
You see, so let me try this real quick. You're trying to equate. Say Barack Obama, right? He extrajudicially assassinated a 16-year-old kid without charge or trial. I mean, if a dude cracks a grandma over the head with a baseball bat and kills her, I say lock that guy up. If a guy accidentally runs a woman over, then we say there could be negligent homicide. There's degrees of whether the crime is bad. Is it justice in some circumstances and not when a crime is? Not all crimes are solved in the same way.
I'm not alleging that it's a crime.
They all rise to the same level of retaliation.
I'm not alleging that it's a crime. I'm saying it's illegal, and the Supreme Court found that. And right now, what we have, this is what the Trump cult does to you. This is what the Trump cult does to you.
What's with the ad hominem?
So this is what it does to you. You're defending an illegal deportation of a human being who has the right.
Wait, what happened to ad hominems not being like all you do is just have ad hominems is like a bad thing? Like what happened? Like if the only thing you can do is ad hominems, then I thought that was a bad thing, Destiny. But now ad hominems are good? Oh, because it's on the other side. When you do it to the other side, then it's based. It's good. It's great. But when you do it to criticize Destiny, there's no point. Actually, there's a technicality here. Okay, all right, good one.
To have this case heard, the basic due process.
Funny thing is, he actually,
denied of anybody, it will be denied of you in the course of time.
No, it won't. He's not a citizen.
So if
and he was previously adjudicated as an MS-13 gang member.
That's false. And you brought it to
The strongest argument I think that should be brought out every single time, in my opinion, when you say he's not a citizen, the strongest argument to be brought out is like, okay, and I feel like you should force an answer on this. Did Trump or did he not sign an executive order trying to rescind birthright citizenship? Because if he did, then why would you assume naturalized citizens are safe? Clearly,
it's funny how he brings that up because I watched him almost religiously as I watched Destiny, but Tim did this argument did come up, and Tim literally just said yes, true, and your point.
Administration has at least signaled that they have an appetite
for
being able to deport naturalized citizens. What about the children?
But Destiny doesn't actually watch Tim at all. He just sees clips of him and then assumes that he's like some Russian puppet or something. Like he just it starts and stops at Russian puppet basically when it comes to I guess a Trump simp or something. I forget all the conspiracy theories that he has for Tim Pool. It's actually kind of funny.
Naturalized citizens, like you're in such murky waters at this point. To be able to say like, well, fine, they're just provoking due process for some people. Now, like, how do you know where that's going to stop, my dude?
So there was a finding that he was an MS-13.
No, so
absolutely.
You brought up collateral estoppel, didn't you?
Yeah. So he'll be stopped from challenging.
So of course not. So this. So I know because I have to say a lot of these lawyers like file shipwrecked, and they get shipwrecked as a lawyer, and it's garbage. And the truth is there is no collateral estoppel here. What is the finding that the bond court hearing made?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I have a question.
Yeah.
If someone does something illegal, is that just or unjust?
Depends on the thing.
Sometimes unjust, sometimes just. It depends.
If someone does something illegal, should they always be held?
No.
No. Okay, so we agree that the real question here is not whether it's just or unjust, whether we think the penalty should be severe or not.
No, so I agree. Not all illegal things are unjust. I'm asking, in this case, is this illegal action by the Trump administration just or unjust? And you said it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation.
Now,
I'm going to ask you why. I'm going to ask you why.
Right. Let me answer that. So the first thing I got to say is you keep loading this as though illegal is the pretext by which something would be just or unjust, which is why I asked you: is if something is illegal, is it just or unjust?
It can be. It depends.
Then
yes, Tim, thank you. Thank you for at least calling out the manipulative BS that this lawyer is doing. The liberal lawyer Pisco is doing. I think Pisco is all right. I think Pisco is a little bit better than Destiny when it comes to this stuff. Like, he's much more fair than when it comes to Destiny is just a complete partisan hack on one side. Like, he's basically not showing his power level at this point. But he literally, like, I bet he's gonna talk about like Tim Pool and being Russian money at least once, maybe at least once within this 2 hour thing, 2 hour and 30-minute thing. Like, it just will happen. Like, he is a legit partisan hack when it comes to or he's very disgusting when it comes to deportation isn't a punishment. Huh? Why did it not play? Oh, I forgot to turn on the yeah, deportation isn't a punishment underneath the law. But I forgot. I was like, why did it not play? But like, it's luckily I was looking at the chat the moment it came up, because I would have completely missed that. I kind of rely on the it playing for me to hear it. But yeah, it's not a punishment. That is true. It should be fixed now, though.
You don't need to say, you know, am I okay? Why am I okay with Trump doing something illegal? The question is the deportation.
No, I do need it, because I think as a standard, right, there's a threshold here that in the main, when the government does something illegal, we're going to presume it's unjust unless you can...
Oh, but Tim Pool does a really good job at calling out Pisco's manipulative behavior, which is nice. Like, he keeps bringing up something that's like, obviously it has something to do with it, but we already agree that it doesn't really matter in this circumstance. But Pisco still brings it up to load the question as if we didn't actually like just clarify like the situation.
Reach some threshold. Well, think about it, right? So if this can't just be a game of we let the government do whatever we want to people we don't like. We're fearful of the government wielding power in the main because of structural reasons. There's a reason. There's a reason. For example, you believe that someone who's accused, for example,
like, imagine how weird and cucked this is right now. That Pisco is up here as a libcuck arguing against a bunch of people who are arguing in favor of an authoritarian dictator state.
I'm not going to repeat it. Winky face.
Deportation isn't a punishment. It's all right, though.
We were born from the Tea Party that was ostensibly a libertarian movement within the Republican Party. Like, how weird is that?
I mean, it's my fault that the TDS wasn't working, if that's what you're referring to. I just fixed it because it was a bot a little while ago, but I forgot to turn it back on.
Jesus.
Should be given a trial, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that? Why do you think that someone who's so horrific, and if everyone agrees that this person, why should we give them a trial?
An American citizen gets a trial.
What about an illegal alien?
They don't.
So you don't think? So just to be clear, this is where we're at now. You don't think that crimes that are committed in this country by illegal immigrants, that they should have trials for those crimes?
The penalty.
No, they do have. Wait. So
that is not what he said. But thank you for. Obviously, everyone could see the little garbage, manipulative, like debate bro nonsense that he just did there.
To be honest,
but Destiny's not going to call it out. He's just smiling because he knows that what Pisco just did was completely wrong. But he's on Pisco's side, so he's going to let it slide. Look at him smiling at that. That's wild.
So the penalty.
Like, listen to that one more time.
Why should we give them a trial?
An American citizen gets a trial.
What about an illegal alien?
They don't.
So you don't think? So just to be clear, this is where we're at now. You don't think that crimes that are committed in this country by illegal immigrants, that they should have trials for those crimes?
The penalty.
That's obviously not what he said, but okay.
Where's Neri?
Wait.
No worries, I'm just messing about.
Ah, all right.
Honest, we do have trials for.
Hold on. So the penalty for an illegal immigrant typically is for most who cross within 2 years is expedited removal. That means their due process is an immigration officer will determine whether or not they're here legally or illegally.
That's not what we're talking about. Crimes. We're talking about crimes.
And yeah. So when we get someone here who like or murder somebody, why are we going to spend taxpayer dollars when the outcome is going to be you get sent out of the country?
Pisco, the response to this is incredibly simple. You're like, even Tim hasn't thought. I don't know how these people have shows and think about politics all day and they don't even survive like level 1 questions. Like, okay, so hold on.
What do you mean? Like, you're literally hoping that Pisco points this out, and you're saying it's a level 1 question. But if Pisco doesn't even point this out, then that means Pisco isn't even running out a level 1 question type of thing. So what are you saying? All right. I mean, I understand the insinuation, but like it's funny how he says that, and he's hoping that Pisco points this out. But if Pisco doesn't point this out, then I guess even Pisco doesn't know this level 1 thing. Mr. Lawyer, Mr. Pisco Lawyer, and Destiny's indirectly calling out the lawyer when Destiny isn't even a lawyer. So it's a credibility thing. Like, why are you calling out a lawyer when you have no idea whether this is like a level 1 thing, but you think Mr. Lawyer is going to call... whatever, let's keep going.
Tim, you're saying we shouldn't waste money having trials because of just get deported. So if an illegal immigrant comes to the United States and then rapes and murders 100 children, then the punishment for them would just be deporting them back to whatever country? Really? We would have no criminal trials for people that commit crimes against U.S. citizens on U.S. soil? Really? That's
not what he's saying. That is not what he's saying. Where did he say that?
Advocation for...
Wait, actually, let me go back. Maybe Tim did say that.
Trials for... So the penalty for an illegal immigrant typically is, for most who cross within 2 years, is expedited removal. That means their due process is an immigration officer will determine whether or not they're here legally or illegally.
That's not what we're talking about. Crimes. We're talking about crimes.
And yeah, so when we get someone here who like or murder somebody, why are we going to spend taxpayer dollars when the outcome is going to be you get sent out of the country?
Pisco, the response to this is incredibly simple. You're like, even Tim hasn't thought. I don't know how these people have shows and think about politics all day and they don't even survive like level 1 questions. Like, okay, so hold on. Tim, you're saying we shouldn't waste money having trials because we'll just get deported. So if an illegal immigrant comes to the United States and then rapes and murders 100 children, then the punishment for them would just be deporting them back to whatever country? Really? We would have no criminal trials for people that commit crimes against U.S. citizens on U.S. soil? Really? That's your advocation? He would immediately back off this. Okay, well, hold on. Okay, fine. Maybe for some crimes we would try, right? Like, it's such a
No, I mean, if you're going to deport them back to El Salvador and go to that prison, then maybe. Because, like, that's probably what Tim is actually thinking about when he says we're going to deport them probably to El Salvador, if they did, depending on the type of crime that they did. We might deport them to an El Salvador prison or back to their own country, depending on what they did. Maybe Tim would have said that.
Stupid point.
Tim, so actually, a lot of times...
That was a general point that Tim made, and I guess that's a good call out for Destiny.
Well, we deal with this. We want them to be prosecuted.
Murderers prison, then deport.
Yeah, but like, double whammy, deport to a prison. Haha, we don't gotta pay for it, and they're in prison. And yeah, I think that's the best
Worst
case scenario.
Bad Tim.
Tim was being a little bit too general, and Destiny called it out, but like, it's a minor thing. I guess Destiny's technically right, but semantically, like, it's not really that big of a deal. It's not necessarily Tim bad, it's more like Tim made a mistake.
So that they actually face a punishment instead of getting deported.
Yes.
So that is, we actually spend a lot of taxpayer resources.
Wow, good job. The Dumb and Dumber. Okay, figuring out what... Okay, fine. Maybe for some crimes we would try, right? Like, it's such a stupid point.
Tim, so actually, a lot of times, we deal with this. We want them to be prosecuted so that they actually face a punishment instead of getting deported.
Yes.
So that is, we actually spend a lot of taxpayer resources.
Wow, good job. The Dumb and Dumber. Okay, figuring out, well, hold on. Actually, wait, that might actually be really retarded.
On prosecuting illegal immigrants, at least it's not...
But like, I just want to dwell here for a second. The Constitution says that persons in this country get trials if they are accused of a crime before they're punished. No, it does not say that. You can read the Constitution.
Let's clarify the fact. Does it say citizens or persons?
So for example,
let me ask you this though: in the case of Abrego Garcia, do you think that is a sweeping policy that's being used to deport mass amount of people, or is this
what is a sweeping policy?
Well, I'm just saying the pretext that we use to deport Abrego Garcia. I'm saying, do you think that is being used right now to deport a massive amount of people, or is this an isolated incident in your opinion?
I don't think it's an isolated incident. I don't think it's relevant to the question presented, which has to do with this. But I will answer it.
I'm just saying, a few when you make an omelet, a few eggs are going to get cracked. I'm just saying there are going to. It sucks how it is.
Just bite the bullet and say yes, it was unjust. Of course.
Yeah, this is a stupid argument because there is a world where we can accept that, okay? Because everybody will make mistakes, fine. But you're not saying, the problem is you're not saying that it was a mistake. You're saying that...
I mean, he literally is right now, but now you're just going to pretend that he's not saying that, but okay.
It was necessary and that it was good and it shouldn't be rescinded. If you have to saying that we can accept that, okay? Because everybody will make mistakes, fine. But you're not saying, the problem is you're not saying that it was a mistake. You're saying that it was necessary and that it was good and it shouldn't be rescinded. If you have to... Even if you say crack a few eggs to make an omelet, that's not really a good analogy, although it's a popular saying.
No, it is a good analogy. You just don't like that it's being used against you.
Because you have to crack eggs to make an omelet. Like, if you made a mess while creating something, you clean the mess up. You don't leave the mess there and say that was the original intent. That's the issue here, right?
it was unjust. We don't want the government in the main unless there's exceedingly like crazy circumstances to violate the Constitution, right?
Pisco, real quick, but do you think it's going to be used in a massive way? Or
it already is. It already is.
But who else? What other examples do we have? I know you talk about the cancer girl, but they actually were allowed to stay. So when leftists say that they were forced to leave, they chose to go with their family. They were 100% allowed to stay in America, so we didn't deport a cancer person.
If you guys are stuck in your echo chambers, and again, I think that there's some of that going on here.
That's a nice projection, but okay.
So if it's that case, then you wouldn't know, for example, that this U.S. citizen, there's a parent here. There's an opportunity that people have basic due process rights to see if, like, I don't know, an aunt wants to care for the U.S. citizen, or another parent has parental rights and the right to have custody over the parent or the child.
In the instance you're referring to, the mother requested the child.
So I don't know which case. There are multiple cases of U.S.
There's two.
One of which the mother denies that's what the outcome that she wanted. But regardless, just the policy that we're talking about is with respect to people who are not citizens here. And you asked if it's like a mass policy. They're already by the Supreme Court again unanimously saying that these people are entitled to due process. You guys don't think that. You guys don't think that there should be due process.
I don't think everyone thinks they're entitled to due process. The question of what process is due, and it's extraordinarily limited in the context of legal
but Tim just said, even in the context of criminal. So Tim just said.
What are these retards screaming in the background?
That there should not be trials.
It's a live show, Destiny. Have you not realized that yet? Like, bro, are you serious?
For people who are here illegally. You don't agree with that?
No, I don't.
See, hold on. This is a really good example for media literacy. What he did is he is falsely framing the arguments, redirecting it. What I'm saying is there is no trial required for a crime committed by an illegal immigrant because they'll get an expedited removal before a trial can take place.
You're conflating.
No, go back to what Alex was saying. Tim, you don't agree with this statement. Tim, there's no world where you would be okay with somebody committing some crazy...
Wait, let me listen to this again.
Tim just said,
what are these retards screaming in the background?
That there should not be trials for people who are here illegally. You don't agree with that?
No, I don't.
See, hold on. This is a really good example for media literacy. What he did is he is falsely framing the arguments, redirecting it. What I'm saying is there is no trial required for a crime committed by an illegal immigrant because they'll get an expedited removal before a trial can take place.
You're conflating...
No, go back to what Alex was saying. Tim, you don't agree with this statement. Tim, there's no world where you would be okay with somebody committing some crazy, horrific crime in the U.S. and just getting a free deportation back to another country. You would never agree with that. It's a literal get-out-of-jail-free card. What the
An immigration hearing which is civil, and I agree.
Well, okay, so Destiny's assuming that Tim is only meaning just deportation when obviously Tim is for the whole sending to an El Salvador prison. So, like, Destiny's just assuming something that Tim is not actually, like, saying.
Agree. There's no
like he's taking Tim literally when you should take Tim like assumptively when he says that.
You guys, don't get confused, all right? I'm gonna teach you something.
I'm not conflating anything.
Immigration law and a removal proceeding is not a criminal matter, okay? That's different than the criminal proceeding. Yes, I agree. You don't need trials. That's why J.D. Vance is full of shit.
I gotta stop you. You are actually making a mistake. I am aware you are asking for a criminal trial for, let's say, an illegal immigrant who committed a murder. I am arguing that we will deport that person back to their home country, and then we're not gonna hold a trial for him after the fact.
So wait. So you're gonna take a murderer who committed a crime in this country.
Thank you.
You're not gonna subject him to punishment in this country, and you're gonna send the murderer back to El Salvador just so he can cross the border again and murder someone?
Well, that's why Trump has CCOT.
Oh my God.
That's why I told you this is why you should listen to Tim when he when I said assumptively, not literally. And now Destiny's like, oh, I just assumed that what Tim was saying literal instead of actually taking him like assumptively, I guess, essentially. But like he doesn't watch Tim, so he doesn't know when Tim is like saying something a specific way or not, or he doesn't know Tim's biases when he says certain things.
So then every single person that's deported is going to get deported to El Salvador's.
I told you. He wasn't even assuming that. Like, bro, okay, all right, I called it. I pre-watched this.
Prison of.
This is the first time I actually say that and legitimately mean that too.
Labor camps? Like what? What? Okay.
Hang on, that wasn't.
Wow.
In your hypothetical there that he would go to CCOT.
You presented information to the argument that was not previously included in it.
We're literally talking about the guy that got sent to El Salvador, but that wasn't. We didn't say that literally, so you weren't saying that.
Tim wins.
Yes, true.
The argument is an illegal immigrant here gets deported first.
Are they deporting everybody to CCOT or just Alien Enemies Act? Oh no, it's anybody that they want, I guess. How do they even decide who goes to El Salvador?
Before he goes to trial for murder? Come on.
If they do a murder, If you get trial, if you did a murder or did something really, really bad, then El Salvador prison for you. Like what? Like, oh, how do we determine this? We have no idea. Mr. Galaxy Brain Destiny has no idea. Can't even speculate on that one.
Guys,
how do you have a criminal trial for someone who's not in the country?
Wait, so we do. This is high priority for our government to spend money on trials protecting U.S. citizens, and it's one of the our common things.
Actually, hold on. Let me give a hypothetical to Tim real quick, though. Tim, this is where I think you're wrong. I'm sorry. So, would you have rather had Laken Riley's murder just deported, or are you happy that they had a trial and got convicted?
Deported. That's crazy. So you trust this El Salvadorian guy?
Yeah.
Wait. Just be clear. You trust El Salvador to keep this guy in jail? This guy.
Oh wow. So Destiny was even wrong. Destiny's like, not even Tim Pool thinks that this is true, and then literally the guy next to him like reiterated the point that Destiny thought that Tim wouldn't agree with, and Tim agrees with it. So obviously, yeah. I mean, it's just more proof that Destiny has no idea what Tim is thinking.
A crime on U.S. soil, and you trust El Salvador? You trust El Salvador? Yeah. Here's the problem. What happens if Bukele decides this guy goes free? What happens if they overthrow Bukele?
I got it, guys.
What happens if they overthrow the U.S. government? What type of retarded hypotheticals is this? What happens if the El Salvador government gets overthrown? I'm like, bro, what happens if the U.S. government gets overthrown? Like, what type of this is stupid. This is stupid, Pisco. Come on, you can get a better analogy than that. Like it's a hypothetical, but like you can use that in the other way, and it'll like. Are you gonna say that's just as valid as of a hypothetical? Like, come on now.
Figured it out. We secure our border.
What are these stupid signs they're holding up? What do these mean? Oh my god! Do you hold them up when you agree with the guy who says it, or like does Tim have a 20?
In this country, there's justice for crimes, and what you're talking about isn't justice. It's for the purposes of expediting something.
It's Magic the Gathering. They literally talk about Wait, is it Magic the Gathering? No, it's Magic. If you get a 1 or 20, 1 is like critical negative, and then 20 is like a critical positive. So you could. It doesn't matter what you could be in the worst situation in the world, but you'll always win somehow. I think it's a Magic the Gathering thing, but they talk about it all the time. But like Destiny doesn't know this because Destiny doesn't watch them because he has no idea what Tim does.
Dang, I have home tech support duties.
Dang. All right. Well.
But it's not true justice. For example,
I actually disagree with you. I think what you're saying isn't justice.
Oh my god.
Because what you are doing is creating a defense for people who had no right to be here in the first place, so that taxpayers have to spend money on someone who's not going to be here after this. And if you look at the case of Abrego Garcia, this guy, what was the due process that was failed? He was supposed to get what's called a USCIS official interview.
False.
To make it, this is under the law. This is actually
you're wrong.
It's in the law.
Why is he citing like U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement? He's trying to cite particular things, and he didn't even know what law this guy was deported under. You've already shown that you don't know anything about the details of this case. Why the f are you trying to cite particular processes or procedures with relation to immigration hearings?
CFR.
Put my phone on me.
So it's 8 CFR 2.
The withholding of deportation
sub 08
states that if an individual receives a USCIS interview that determines the circumstances of their home country has changed, they can be deported. Withholding is void.
8 CFR 224. Look it up. So you go to sub F on that statute, or it's a regulation. It is not the province of USCIS to determine whether someone's going to be, you have to go back to immigration judge. Yeah, you have to go to IJ judge. Right. You have to go to immigration judge.
It would be immaterial. Pull up the law on withholding of deportation, which explicitly states that a USCIS interview can determine that the circumstance of their home country has changed. I don't have my phone on me.
That's affirmatively. We're talking. So this is the problem. This is defensive relief. And so in the immigration context, you can apply affirmatively to USCIS, or you can be before an EOIR judge.
Then I'll say this. I concede. Let's bring him back, and the first thing that happens when he walks in the door, he turns back.
I just want to be sure. You concede that it was unjust and he should be brought back and then put in removal.
No. Stop playing games.
That's what you just said.
Stop playing games.
That is what you said.
I am saying for the sake of arguments, I will no contest your argument and say.
Okay, but his argument was that it was an unjust and illegal deportation. So just own it.
Pussy shit. Don't know contest an argument.
Fucking A. That is pussy shit. True. Own it. He pissed. Why don't I have a piss sound effect?
I do the work, and you give the money.
That's not the piss sound effect.
And say the end
that's
result.
Pussy shit. Don't know contest an argument. Actually, take the argument.
That's you engaging in semantics to change the argument.
That's pussy shit. Why don't you actually engage with the argument? Why don't you actually engage with the argument and not say, oh, I don't know because I'm.
You just ad hominem because that's the only thing you can do now. He caught you in like a little trickery lie thing, and now you're like, well, he's just doing I don't like saying that word, so I'm gonna use a different word, but whatever. He's just calling Tim like a child or whatever. Like he's scared. He's just saying Tim is scared. Tim is scared. Tim is scared. He can't own. Tim is scared. Like, bro, like actually engage with what Tim is saying, and instead of just saying he's scared as if like you're winning something. Like you're just ad hominem him. Like no, this is not. All right, Mr. Lawyer. If the only thing you can say that you can think of now is ad hominem Tim Pool because you can't really you can't win, or you don't like that Tim Pool is calling you out on like your manipulative like nonsense, then I mean that says more about him than anything else.
Fucking backed into a corner. Now I'm just gonna say I don't really care.
What this guy does is he plays semantic games with the ideas being presented. So
I wonder when the last time I've accused somebody of playing semantics. I don't think it's a good argument. When you're talking legal stuff, the semantic understanding is sometimes essential. That's really important. like people say semantics, I think, when they maybe mean like equivocation. So for instance, if I say like I don't even know in the context here. This argument is so lost. Equivocating is when you kind of use a word that doesn't really essentially mean what you're kind of getting at. You're kind of like playing games here. So like, I think Dan kind of like bullied his wife. And let's say that what we all know about Dan is that Dan actually like beat the shit out of her with brass knuckles, right? He bullied his wife. That's hardcore equivocation. He physically assaulted her, okay, at the least. Every time I hear somebody bring up semantics, whoops, I did see what time was that. Usually they just don't know what they're talking about, and then they get frustrated and they just want to say, oh, that's semantic. You're not having a semantic disagreement here. You just don't know the facts of anything you're talking about. And as a result, you're also having major disagreements on substance. But
is being presented so that he can try and finagle out of when he's backed into a corner.
So how am I backed into? So I understand the proposition to be, is the deportation unjust? I understand the proposition to be.
The end result of Abrego Garcia's return to this country is immediate expedited removal.
So
what the fuck is the point?
So I heard you.
Fucking time.
So I just want to be clear. I understood the proposition.
And the counter question should be, oh, okay, fine. Then let's say that would have been the end result. Then why didn't they just do it right the first time? Huh?
They made a mistake. Boom. That's it. Oh, why didn't you do it right the first time? They made a mistake. Boom. That's it. Your point?
I understood the proposition that you laid. I listened very carefully. Said, is it just and should it be brought back? And you just said, okay, I guess it should be. It wasn't just. It should be brought back.
The point is, it's called a moot point when your argument is immaterial to the end result of what we're trying to accomplish.
The debate proposition is a moot point. I just want to hear you say that.
You're playing semantic games again.
He's playing semantic games for using the term that you just brought up. You just brought up moot point.
I also heard everyone else said this is debate. Come to the arena debate. You guys are coping. You know
we are debating. They're coping.
Can I say something? I supposedly am debating here, right? I don't even remember that was supposed to happen. So the resolution was
let him talk. Let him talk.
The resolution was supposed to be, is the deportation profoundly unjust, right? And there's a reason for that adverb, right? It's because there is a mild injustice that happens whenever the law is not followed, right? So, unless there is like some dramatic reason to not follow the law in a particular instance, there's usually a mild injustice. I think that the more interesting, and the funny thing is the Trump administration has conceded to this since the beginning of the filings. Right? The Trump administration conceded from the outset that this was administrative error, that they should have gotten the withholding of removal lifted before they removed him to El Salvador.
Not good.
I don't think that's the most interesting question because it's a question that even the Trump administration agrees to for the most part.
True.
Well, no, that's correct. He is right here, but he's about to be very fucking wrong. He's right that the interesting question isn't, did they fuck up? Because they did fuck up, and they admitted they fucked up. The interesting question is, what can we make them do to bring him back? That's the real interesting question. The fake interesting question he's about to ask is something like, well, would he have been deported otherwise? Or if he comes back, won't he just get deported again? Or was justice ultimately served? It's going to be some retarded shit that he's going to say.
I think the question is this a profound...
No, he's just going to say that what he thinks is important is just, it doesn't he essentially just said that he's going to, Will is going to talk about something that he thinks is important. Destiny's going to be like, well, I don't think that's important, so therefore it's stupid.
Injustice. And I think the answer to that is obviously no, for the reasons I laid out at the beginning, right? I think I'd like to actually hear your argument for why this is a profound injustice and not merely a mild one.
And I want to make...
The Trump admin didn't admit it in court filings. They said it in a press release. The attorney that said in oral arguments that it was a mistake was fired. Well, oral arguments are part of the court's record.
Where's Neri?
And the attorney did say
on the joys of satellite TV and parents.
And parents. What is... I don't know what you're referring to.
It was an error in the oral arguments, right? So I tried to make this.
That's the thing that's the tech support you were doing. Okay, I got it. I'm a little slow, but I'm quick.
It was an attorney that said it technically, but
right? I hope that was the thing what you were.
I'd like to actually hear your argument for why this is a profound injustice and not merely a mild one.
And I want to make one little point though, Pisco. When it comes to Abrego Garcia, and I personally think this is an isolated incident, but even if you are right, I'll concede that I think, I ideologically, even though you and I are different on this subject, I do feel like that he didn't get his, due process. But, and I had to debate this on college campuses, it is hard. But in this instance with Abrego Garcia, I think it's isolated, and I don't think that it's a massive problem. That's what I think about this, but I do concede.
They go entwined. This question is who really cares, right? Who really cares?
Wow, a good faith engagement from the other side towards Pisco is definitely gonna call this out and give the guy that he just slandered in the beginning of the video some credit here. Is that what he's gonna do, or is he just gonna pretend that this didn't happen and completely move on? and then just claim that, oh, right-wingers only do bad faith interpretations of everything. Oh, like, bro, this is just wild. This is wild.
Guy, whatever.
Well, it's kind of like you're George Floyd. They're making this guy to be like a hero, and it's one incident, and it's bad, but he's not a hero, and he still, beat his wife. So it just kind of sucks
None of that
that even though
matters.
you are right in
Immaterial
this
as fuck.
instance, I don't want to be like the left because they say that the means, the ends justify the means, and I don't want to be like that. I don't want to break the law to get the outcome that we want.
So I'm going to give you a hot take. This is worse than the George Floyd situation. This is worse.
Well,
Where's
they're
Neri?
laughing, Pisco, because
I'm not sure they get the input button. To be honest, I've said too much. Winky face.
these guys don't even think the George Floyd situation was a real situation at all. So,
no, it is. Obviously, it's a real situation. Like, there was cameras and there was a whole 28-minute video. Like, Crowder did a whole piece on this, but like, you're still gonna be like, well, actually, the conspiracy theories about the MAGA people, they actually don't think that's real at all. It's not like they were harping on that for like months on end when that happened, but they don't think it's real at all. Like, what are you even saying? Come on, Destiny.
George Floyd situation, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, wow. Yeah, one's in the chat. In the chat.
I don't know from what perspective that could possibly be right. Like, it doesn't matter how you come down on George Floyd. The valence of George Floyd is bigger on either side.
I understand. So I take the assumption, and
let him talk, guys.
And I do believe that George Floyd was murdered. I watched that entire trial. I think it's clear that they're
fentanyl. Okay, go ahead, but let's let him say.
Yeah, no, you should listen to the pulmonary cardiologist, his testimony. Yeah.
Let him talk. Let's hear this.
Yeah.
He's about to make a good point. So I'm interested in this.
So this is
true. I love how good faith this guy is.
This is why I do think that even though there's a history of cop violence, not just on black people, on people of all races, whatever, and it's a problem in the United States. I think that it doesn't present the same kind of civilizational problems presented by what the Trump administration is doing here. What they're trying to do here is put people outside of the contours of U.S. law. We have prisons in the United States. We have prisons in the United States for the worst of the worst. We spend money on it. The reason why we need to send them to Sicat or to El Salvador is quite simply because Trump doesn't want to be hemmed in by the law. And that when the president of the United States, when the strongest person in the country is saying things like, for example, I want to do this to U.S. criminals. I want to use it for U.S. citizens.
I said earlier that Pisco should bring up the fact that Trump said that he filed an EO to not count naturalized citizens as actual citizens. That's probably what he's citing here is actually probably even a stronger argument. That what Trump actually said was that he wants to be able to send the homegrown ones there too. That's even more unhinged.
Believe him. I believe that he wants to do that.
How about this, Pisco? You and I both know Guantanamo Bay. There are people that are being held there without due process. We're not losing sleep over that. I don't see the left. And that was done by Obama, kept that when he said he campaigned, I'm going to shut down Guantanamo Bay. Yet he still...
I like how Obama is responsible for Guantanamo Bay because he didn't close it when it was a Republican, George Bush, that started it. But okay, Chief, that's a real tricky, sneaky game there, I guess.
Was wrong.
Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong, and he is held unjustly.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. But let's just. I want to ask you guys, if Trump sends U.S.
Okay. I guess it was also just epic, dude, when they said that guy got deported unjustified. Oh, epic, dude. Epic, yeah. Okay. Good one.
Citizens abroad to Sicat. You would have a problem with that, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know about that. As a different form instead of using a U.S. prison?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's any different than our private prison industry that's a scam. I just send them to a prison.
This is the danger.
Yeah.
This is the danger. Trump is selling. Trump is testing.
And we got 2 minutes left, and then we're about to get into the debate. So go ahead.
Trump is testing this theory, and he's telling you in advance he wants to apply it to U.S. citizens. And just like Obama, one of the things I respect about Tim Pool is he's aware of the kinds of violations that occurred under Rumsfeld, under the neocons, under Barack Obama, under Trump term 1, and that very same rationale that applied to Guantanamo Bay.
See, this is why I give Pisco more credit than I do Destiny, because Pisco will actually give Tim Pool his just desserts when Tim Pool actually says something good. Destiny is incapable of saying Tim Pool good. That just doesn't come, that can't, those words cannot be used in the same sentence. He's incapable of doing that. It's he's incapable of giving any kind of they actually did make a good point here and there. There's no such thing as good faith towards Tim Pool or anyone that's MAGA for Destiny, because everything MAGA is just bad. So, and they only do bad faith everything. Perfectly explained by the other guy, even though I literally was calling it out the entire time, so I don't need to keep saying it, but still, it's just, this is why I have more respect for Pisco than I do for Destiny when it comes to these types of debates and stuff, because he will give them their just desserts when it's when he does good, but Destiny is just too politically too ideologically captured on one side of the U.S. Political field
that applied to the
to even like own that or see that. But like, listen to that again.
You in advance. He wants to apply it to U.S. citizens. And just like Obama, one of the things I respect about Tim Pool is he's aware of the kinds of violations that occurred under Rumsfeld, under the neocons, under Trump, Barack Obama, under Trump Term 1. And that very same rationale that applied to Guantanamo Bay, that applied to the deprivations of due process in like Abu Ghraib, surely that applies to Trump version 2. And I don't see a kind of exceptional circumstance in this case that would justify breaking the law.
Well, before we go to the numbers, Will, do you want to take the last one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so I think the argument that this is ultimately going to lead to U.S. citizen deportation is just a really bad slippery slope argument. I don't think that's true. I think that there's so many other remedies that are available to U.S. citizens that it's not going to happen.
It's such a dog shit argument. So wait, is this Will Chamberlain guy? Is he like a conservative media guy or what? They're all like this. It's just such crazy. It's just such shamelessness. Like, oh, this is a slippery slope. Would Trump ever really do this? As Trump has continued to slide down the slope over and over and over again, as Trump has gotten more and more unhinged with the things that he's doing, with Republicans backing him every single step of the way. Like, excuse me?
I think that
I mean, obviously in Destiny's world, it looks like Trump is doing some really, really bad stuff, but obviously other people don't think the same as Destiny, so people don't see it that way, but Destiny can have his opinions, I guess.
You want to send U.S. citizens to say talk? Who decides? Who decides? That's the question. Do we just trust Trump and his Pash Patel to say who the terrorists are?
I think trust you. Pisco, with any sort of prison, I mean, there's levels of crime or decide.
But there's also levels of review, right? So
there is levels of review.
One of the reasons why Tim, I think, in good faith, is against the death penalty is he understands the propensity for courts, yes, even courts with full review.
Tim Pool, good faith? What? Does that ever leave? I'm just gonna keep harping on this. Does that ever come out of Destiny's mouth? No? Well, I mean, that makes sense. Because Destiny is obviously not a partisan hack and can obviously give the just desserts to every person, like, fairly, right?
Get shit wrong sometimes. In this case, I think that you should be fearful of a purely executive discretion on who is a terrorist sufficient to make a big hole in due process.
And here's where I want to make one last point, right? And this is why I think the slippery slope argument is bad. It'd be one thing if the Trump administration was hiding that it had made this administrative error from the beginning, but from the outset, from the very first filing in court.
What an unbelievable fucking Trump cocksucker. This guy, I guarantee you that this dude went into the fucking Amazonian rainforest with 15 Shaolin monks to train his throat for months to be able to take every single inch of that orange spray painted cock down his fucking throat so that he could come out here and show us how good he could suck his daddy off on stage. To say that they admitted to the error when the attorney that did was fucking fired for it is an insanely incorrect, like, outright fucking lie. It is so... Sorry, maybe that's not what he was going to say. Then that was all necessary.
No, like, he... Wait, what? It's a lie that they admitted it? No, they did admit it. What are you talking about, Destiny?
Sorry, hold on.
This is why I think the slippery slope argument is bad. It'd be one thing if the Trump administration was hiding that it had made this administrative error from the beginning, but from the outset, from the very first filing in court, from the first declaration, the Trump administration was like, we made a mistake. It was an administrative error. He should have had his withholding removal lifted. So,
True.
He didn't fire the guy.
So you literally just had an outlash because you didn't like the fact that Will was actually saying the truth. But it was in contrary to Destiny's belief. I don't even know what belief it would be, but I guess he just got triggered because the guy that's in opposition to Destiny's worldview is actually making a decent point, and he doesn't like that. Destiny doesn't like that, I guess.
The declaration, right? He made the, the attorney
suspended the guy who admitted it, and
they suspended the attorney, but not
and Stephen Miller is saying it was a mistake. Stephen Miller's lying about the Supreme Court decision, and you agreed that Trump could get him back if he wanted to.
I mean, I think he could. I just don't. I think it's beyond the judicial power to order.
Whether it's beyond the judicial power to order, since you said it was unjust, why wouldn't you want him to right the wrong that you acknowledge?
Here's how I would have him do that, right? Like, and one of two ways. Either a Zoom hearing or a hearing in the American Embassy in San Salvador, right? You resolve the problem. You resolve the problem by just having the hearing to lift the withholding of removal.
But the Supreme Court said facilitate his release in custody in El Salvador.
Yeah, they said that, and it's like I think they're acting on a rush basis. They haven't been very clear about what they mean by facilitate, and neither is Judge Zinnes, frankly.
I mean, because that's an incredibly hairy issue that they probably want to reprimand to the lower courts to allow the government and the court to figure out without them just coming by and saying it directly. That's an incredibly hairy issue for the Supreme Court to just 100% take ownership over, obviously. He probably knows this, but whatever.
So I think the solution here is, whatever, while they're litigating what exactly facilitate means in this context, you just go ahead and handle the withholding of removal issue. He's going to lose on it.
And he's not, first of all, I just want to address it real quick, because I want to address the issues of collateral estoppel and the issues in issue preclusion. That's a legal term of art, but for the lawyers who are eventually going to watch this, the bond hearing is only related to the issue of whether or not he's in the moment a danger to the community. It's not a finding of the court that is able to apply and have binding precedent on any other determination. Furthermore, the basic contours of due process and collateral estoppel require there to be vigorous process where the issues were really held. They didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine any of the witnesses. An anonymous witness on two forms, one of which is like blatantly wrong and contradictory. They said they picked him up for murder, and so the issue of collateral estoppel, there's no collateral estoppel.
I mean, I think in the context of an immigration proceeding, I think it would, you can't suddenly take a criminal standard.
Okay, that's 30 minutes, but we'll let you wrap it up.
So, and then just the second issue of withholding, it's clear under the regulations and under the due process clause, you are allowed to bring up, if just as the burden of the proof is going to be on the government to show that the country conditions have changed, so that Barrio 18 is like no longer a threat because Bukele is just fucking Superman or whatever. He's going to have additional opportunities to argue other withholding arguments, one of which is, now that he's been identified by Bukele by name, he has a very strong argument that he's going to be actually a target of persecution by Bukele and the administration and the state, which I think is actually a stronger argument than the Barrio 18 argument.
Let's roll. All right, guys, now let's get it on. That was our introductory debate. You guys kind of got your palate, Well, now we need the palate cleanse. You got your little taste of what tonight's going to be about. So, guys, what's going to happen is that we're going to pick people up. We're going to kind of mix it up. So first, we're going to start with Donnie Dossie. But Donnie, what's going to happen is you're going to come up here. You're going to get a minute uninterrupted to talk about whatever prompt you want. We have this prompt. We're just going to use your because you're the first one. And then after you make that argument, then you're going to come up here, and that's where we're going to have the back and forth dialogue.
Chat broke.
No, chat's still legit. Chat is still legit.
So you got 1 minute, and then, hopefully just give us your best 1 minute elevator pitch on your topic and why you think you're right. Then you get the 4 minutes, back and forth. You get to freaking argue with the most famous guy on YouTube.
Well, YouTube might delete some random, like YouTube might just moderate chat.
Oh, I must have said something bad.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, YouTube likes to do that nonsense. I don't know how to... Like, I turned off moderation, but it still moderates, which is so stupid. Like, I'll try and, Oh, basic... Okay, I turned it to none. So, repeat your last, chat. Let's see if it goes through. Like, just copy and paste it. I want to see if it actually works now.
I suck. And yeah, so your 1 minute starts. Let me get the timer out. So
just go for it. He'll start it.
Yeah, okay. Ready, set, debate, or say your topic.
So this withholding of removal thing that I keep hearing about. Granted, I admit I'm not a lawyer or anything. I also, I didn't actually read the Supreme Court ruling or anything. But my understanding of the withholding of removal is this makes it illegal for them to have deported Garcia to El Salvador. It did not grant him permanent residency within the United States.
No one said
it also
did.
did not outlaw ability to deport him to another country. So it was kind of confused on where the confusion. Okay, I get it. A mistake was made. He was accidentally deported to El Salvador. So what happens from that point? We go ahead and we bring him back. How do we bring him back? What if Bukele isn't willing to relinquish him to us? How do we go about getting
the fact that they're throwing up roadblocks before it's even been tried, and also the fact that please don't ever pretend that this is an argument that's property in good faith. This is a joke.
No, this is a good argument. You just don't you just want to preface it that it's not a good argument so you don't have to deal with it later. Good one, Destiny. We know your stupid, garbage debate tactics so you can, not engage with something when you know that you can't engage with it. This is just a way for him to, not engage with something by automatically just saying, oh, it's a bad argument, so don't even pretend that this is an argument that you have to talk about. Whenever someone says this, just call them the R word and then move on. That's literally what Destiny is saying right here, which is
Where's
stupid.
Neri? Nope, that's blocked. That Destiny can just say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking argument. What if the president of
so I turned off the moderation and it still doesn't want YouTube. I hate when YouTube does that. It's so garbage.
United States of America can't compel, no offense to anybody listening, but El Salvador to return somebody? Give me a fuck.
Even on Twitch, it'll block it and I'll see that it's been blocked, but then I can go into Twitch's chat and then unblock it and then it'll play. Why can't YouTube just do the same? It just blocks it, and it shows up on my prompt, and then I can just let it play. I really wish it would just do that.
Fucking break. The guy who was supposed to be...
Let me go back a little bit.
El Salvador. So what happens from that point? We go ahead and we bring him back. How do we bring him back? What if Bukele isn't willing to relinquish him to us? How do we go about getting...
Like, the fact that they're throwing up roadblocks before it's even been tried, and also the fact that, please don't ever pretend that this is an argument that's property in good faith. This is a joke fucking argument. What if the president of the United States of America can't compel, no offense to anybody listening, but like, El Salvador to return somebody? Give me a fucking break. The guy who is supposed to be able to stand up to the entire fucking world, Putin to Russia, everything else, buckles under the fear of El Salvador? Come on.
Them back. Are we supposed to send in the military and go take them by force and bring them back here just so that way we can detain them and deport them again anyways? None of that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point.
All right, well, come on up, and then we can tell you why you're wrong.
I mean, that's my position too, mostly. So nice to meet you.
Well, let's roll. I mean, what was sure.
wrong?
Happy. First of all, thank you guys. I know that we disagree on stuff, but I really appreciate you all coming here. I think it's a really important topic, due process, and so I think it's awesome.
If I can say real quick, kudos to you, man. Big balls. Come up here, go up against these three, and an entire fucking room of people that are opposing you. That's strong.
Okay, you don't need to kiss his ass. Let's go.
Wow. Good faith, like, from the other side. This is why people would rather be, like, this is what a conservative acts like. Like, they don't act like they're better than anybody else. Like, look at them.
Worse nary. No way I'm going to chat on Twitch. It's the work of the DeVille brother Wise.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but like, maybe then Kick would be better, honestly. Like, that is true. I would rather you be on YouTube than Twitch, honestly. Like, Twitch can get a big one, but yeah.
I think I'm going to deal in reverse order. The first thing is like, well, how can we actually get that done? I think everyone, if they're being honest with themselves, because you guys are honest people, should admit that Trump could, if he wanted to,
easily
get Gilmar Garcia back.
Without
he
even
recently,
using force.
as like this week, said he could get him back. So we believe in terms of...
It doesn't matter how easily he can get him back. Like, the Supreme Court said that he should try and get him back. That doesn't mean that he has to do it easily. Like, who cares if it's easily? Like, that's not a good argument for I mean, but this is the only argument that they can make, so whatever, I guess.
The president of the United States could get him back, right?
I mean, I concede he could because he does have a lot of sway, and
there we go. So you agree with that, right?
He wants to work with him, but then at the same time, this also keeps Bukele in the spotlight.
Yeah, I know.
He likes being in the spotlight.
But let's not talk about questions of could. Let's talk about questions of should, because I don't really think that you can make a strong argument that he couldn't.
I don't really think that he needs to waste his time on it.
Well, hang on, I just want to give Will an opportunity.
True, yes. Instead of talking about could, which is objective, we should talk about should, which is an opinion. And should he doesn't agree with that. Like, it's just an opinion. Like, he thinks that we shouldn't have to deal with that. Like, I mean, makes sense. True, based. Like, thank you. Is Destiny gonna say anything about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think my point is that there's Article 2 prerogatives that he actually does need to protect. And so in a world where Article 3 is sort of like in this vague game of trying to order him to return him,
This is
I
a
would
good point.
say no.
So I want to give Will his credit, because it is the case. There are, as the Supreme Court held, limits, Article 3 limits on their ability to infringe on the Article 2 prerogatives. And I agree with some of these. Like,
yeah, maybe Pisco strategically grants some of this to seem like he's more in good faith or whatever, but
yeah, because looking good faith is actually actually being good faith is much better than pretending to be good faith. But all right, Destiny. It seems like, I mean, Destiny is obviously like incapable of being good faith to anything to do with MAGA conservative. Like, he's just incapable of doing that.
Nobody is asking for the court to order Donald Trump to say that, like, the court has written an order saying Donald Trump must conduct military strikes on El Salvador. Like, nobody's saying.
A lot of people are saying that. You're just pretending that it doesn't exist. Like, let's see. Do I have to go and grok this? Is it true that people are talking about Trump and how the Supreme Court needs to... Oh, wait, that's a bad... Is it true that people are... Let me see. Is it true that there's a lot of people saying that Trump needs to bring back the guy that they deported by mistake because the Supreme Court said so? Question mark. Like, obviously this is true. We'll do a deeper search. There we go. Boom. And then we'll go back to our regular scheduled program.
Saying that the court needs to issue anything even remotely that strong. I don't even like making these concessions, but
if the Supreme Court said to Trump,
I mean, you don't like making concessions to like people with MAGA, period. You just don't do it. You don't like doing it. It isn't like, this is not just the one time you don't like doing it. You don't do it, period. Like what?
Hey, you have to go send in spec ops to take this guy out.
Thank you. Yes, that would be a problem, but we're not even close to that. Thank you. Fuck. Why does nobody in media know anything? I feel, God, there's like 3 people that...
Wait, let me go back a little bit.
On the Article 2 prerogatives, and I agree with some of these. Like,
maybe Pisco strategically grants some of this to seem like he's more in good faith or whatever, but nobody is asking for the court to order Donald Trump to say that, like, the court has written an order saying Donald Trump must conduct military strikes on El Salvador. Like, nobody's saying that the court needs to issue anything even remotely that strong. I don't even like making these concessions, but...
if the Supreme Court said to Trump, hey, you have to go send in spec ops to take this guy out.
Thank you. Yes, that would be a problem, but we're not even close to that. Thank you. Fuck. Why does nobody in media know anything? I feel, God, there's like 3 people that I can even fucking stand to watch, okay? Pisco's one of them because he's read and he understands. Jesus. This is truly, you shouldn't even have to say this. This is a waste of a fucking argument. Like, we should have educated people arguing the actual interesting arguments here, but it's not. It's just fucking retarded shit all constantly.
That's unconstitutional for them to order that. So I do agree that there are some limits here, but that's a question of whether the court can order the remedy, not a question about what Trump could do.
Well, no, because there's an odd element to this too, and I think that you're alighting. The odd argument is that in a world where the Supreme Court is attempting to encroach on his power with vague orders, and Trump exceeds to it, that sets a precedent.
Like, oh God, and I hope Pisco brings it up. I hope Pisco brings it up, right? We have to recognize that this argument that he's using, he is on an incredibly slippery slope argument here. If I understand it correctly, when people say we don't want Article 3 infringing Article 2, they're saying that they don't want the courts to be telling the president necessarily like how to do his job, okay? Excuse me, what do you mean by that? Well, the courts can't simply tell the president that he has to launch a military strike to get somebody else back. Excuse me, if he shouldn't have deported the person in the first place, and they've ruled that that was an illegal deportation, and they're trying to get him back, why they can't order that at all? No, never. Okay, gotcha. Hypothetical time. Trump deports 10 U.S. citizens to El Salvador. What's your argument for the court not being able to order Trump to bring those citizens back? Are they actually feckless here as well? Can they say nothing? Like, because if that's the case, then what you've just created is, okay, well, whoa, I just woke up and I'm on a night flight over the Pacific Ocean and I've got federal agents that are threatening to murder me if I don't give them some piece of information. What are you going to do? Well, the federal courts have no jurisdiction because of Article 3 infringing Article 2. They're outside of the U.S. territory now. Now it's a military operation. You can't. Oh, well, fuck. Oh, well, fuck. U.S. presidents this whole time just needed this one simple trick to torture and murder U.S. citizens is to just move them out of the country. This one simple trick. Like, come on.
For what?
Wait, what are you talking about? I think he's... What's the opposite of being obtuse? Oh, I guess this slippery slope. Like, so he's being overly general just to, like, I guess prove a point. But, like, I thought you hated slippery slope arguments, but I guess you'll make one when it proves your point, I guess.
Can do going forward. And so, I mean, and since we're in this area of like core Article 2 power, why I think I think Trump should do, as I said, I think the remedy here is this hearing in El Salvador. But I think Trump should resist any sort of attempt to say, oh, you're ordering me to negotiate with the Salvadoran government to bring him back. I'm not going to do that until you give that.
We also need to address what it means to what the phrase "could bring him back" means, and this would mean that Trump would need to negotiate with Bukele to some degree. And I also believe it's fair to say that while Trump could bring him back, the resistance is going to be tremendous. What? Bukele is going to have to concede to his nation. I have released an MS-13 gang member because I was pressured by a foreign country.
That's right.
Bro.
True. That is true.
I'm sorry, do you think El Salvadorians are all as retarded as you are? That they're under some delusion that Bukele has the ability to say anything to Donald Trump when it comes to saying no? Like, what?
So correct. Trump could also get back.
Wait, what? How is it a delusion? That was perfectly said.
I have released an resistance is shit with what it means.
Oh, you're ordering me to negotiate with the Salvadoran government to bring him back.
Like, listen to what Tim Pool just said, and tell me how this is just. Tell me where Destiny's coming up where this is dumb or not.
Not going to do that until you give that.
We also need to address what it means to what the phrase "could bring him back" means, and this would mean that Trump would need to negotiate with Bukele to some degree. And I also believe it's fair to say that while Trump could bring him back, the resistance is going to be tremendous.
What?
Bukele is going to have to concede to his nation. I have released an MS-13 gang member because I was pressured by a foreign country.
That's right,
bro. Well, yes, he would have to say that. And that would look really, really bad because the whole point of the administration of El Salvador is that they literally, like, the whole reason they got like put into office in El Salvador is because of their, like, they were the ones that locked up all the MS-13 people that was screwing up their all the gang members that was screwing up their country. Like that's the reason why they like that. That's what they're known for. So like, what are you saying? Like that's obviously true.
I'm sorry. Do you think El Salvadorians are all as retarded as you are? That they're under some delusion? That
See, look, he doesn't even know that this is like a big talking point or big political talking point that even the El Salvador government is saying to their own citizens. So like, yeah, I mean, makes sense. Destiny doesn't pay attention to anything else, but I guess the Israel-Palestine stuff, Factorio that he's playing right now, and Tim Pool's Russian money, I guess. Yeah, true, based.
That Bukele has the ability to say anything to Donald Trump when it comes to saying no? Like what?
So Trump could get it back, but Trump's
I mean, Tim Pool conspiracy theories, obviously. That's what I meant to say. Like I'm not kidding on that part. Like I was joking on the Trump, Tim Pool Russian. Like that's what, like Destiny has his Tim Pool conspiracy theories that I said multiple times already.
going to have to come in like, here's what we'll give you. We'll give you this. We'll give you that. Things that the Supreme Court can't order him to guarantee.
Bukele has like what, 90% approval in El Salvador? I've had a client from El Salvador before, and I want to underplay the problem.
Because he's hard on him.
What's that?
Because he's hard on crime. He's hard on gang.
So I want to be clear. Like my client that I once had, he was absolutely a victim to the gang violence. It was endemic, and it was just unlivable in El Salvador. So I don't want to underplay the degree to which gang violence matters. It absolutely does. But he is not. His approval rating, is to the max. The notion that he would face some kind of humongous.
At the very second that he softens on that, his approval rating is going to go down.
You don't think he's like?
You guys don't even know what the fuck he's done. You have no idea about anything. His approval rating is untouchable with you retards. Like, how could he even like?
We gave it back because we want to make a relationship with the president. That's not going to affect his approval rating. That's going to. Come on, this is all a joke. If Trump wanted him,
Pisco, I want to do some Socratic dialogue.
Yeah, go for it.
Because you did a lot earlier. Yes. So let's do some Socratic dialogue. Imagine a different hypothetical. Let's imagine a world where the United States had an illegal member of La Cosa Nostra in detention.
Yep.
And somehow he had managed to acquire withholding removal from an immigration judge. Maybe that information got hidden about him being in La Cosa Nostra or whatever. Okay, got withholding removal to Italy.
So like Italy, yeah.
Okay, the Italy hypothetical. And then,
That's 4 minutes. All right, Donnie.
What? Can you let him finish the hypothetical, or?
Any final thoughts before we go?
But Donnie, you spent
They'll do it right after he steps off.
a minute of it kissing Pisco's ass.
I shouldn't be kissing his ass. I was just trying to talk about, I'm impressed that he got up here, but at the same time, he's fucking wrong.
We're impressed
all
that
around.
you're here
That's
too.
where I'm at.
But I do agree. I do tremendously respect you being here, man. This is fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, we do appreciate it. Okay, now, guys, obviously,
Wow, look at that. Good faith. Like, who would you rather be with? Destiny, the guy that just bashes you guys and doesn't give you any concession whatsoever, or these guys that give concessions to Pisco even though they know that Pisco is like completely ideologically on the other side of them, but still gives him his just desserts multiple times throughout this entire debate? Like, bro, like obviously once you would rather be associated with Pisco than you would be with Destiny. Like, Destiny's not even there. Destiny's watching them have this debate because Pisco doesn't even want to associate with Destiny anymore because of the whole Pixie stuff. Like like the last time Pisco went live with him on his chat was right before the Pixie stuff that dropped, that the leaks and things and the suing and the legal arguments, the legal stuff that he's going through. Like, he's literally being sued. Destiny's literally being sued by the Pixie girl because of the thing that happened in January. Actually, it happened on January 20th, which was wild. Right on Inauguration Day. That was actually kind of wild. But yeah, so it's just funny how this plays out.
Thank you, Donnie. Great job. And so, guys, you're going to be able to come up here. So try to interject a little bit. I know, Donnie, it's tough being the first one, so don't beat yourself up. You actually did a good job. Thank you. You're the virgin. We just, you took our virginity. So thank you. Well, Alex Jones, we're about to get into Alex Jones, but it's funny because we're getting heckled by. Let's be real, guys. This is a sausage fest. I mean, it is. But we do have a few ladies here. So next up, I want one of those beautiful ladies from the audience to come on down. So do we have a lady that wants to come up here? Do we have a lady? Yeah, come on.
Oh, wait, I thought a bunch of women hated this guy. What happened, Destiny? Are you going to say anything about that now again? What's going on here? I thought he was terrible with the women because he's like this red pill thing that no women would ever like, or you were just ad hominem him because you don't like his political views.
Come on. Yes, come on. Get up there. You have to come up. Yeah. If you're here, guys, you're susceptible to being chosen and get up there. So just say anything. Just come up for a minute. If you suck for the minute, you get kicked off. You don't have a choice. Just come up here. Don't be scared. You're gonna go viral. You got Tim Pool.
Let's try. Let's just a second
Oh
time.
my gosh. Okay. Well, if you're gonna be a chicken, Bach. Well, look, listen. You know, you came here. You put on that dress. You wanted to be seen. Let's see it.
Let's grab who we have.
All right. So all right. Let's go with somebody that's different. Is John Gordon here? We got a John Gordon in the audience. No. Okay.
He wanted to be here.
What about Connor York? Do we have a Connor York in the audience? All right. No. What about a Sam Lipton? Do we have Sam Lipton in the audience? None of that. Is there anybody that's liberal or, you know, has a different viewpoint than us that wants to come up here?
Well, it's different, but it's...
Okay, well, then you come up here. What's your name?
Jesus.
Stork is what people call it.
Stork. Okay. Did you submit? Did you do an official submission? Okay, I'll find it. So,
well, go for it.
You got your 1 minute.
Let him deal the timer in. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, if I can get it in before he gets the timer going. Okay, so I believe he is slightly wrong. I believe you are mostly correct. And I believe all of this is a fact that they denied him his Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial when he was denied essentially all of the processing that would have been needed when he had
I mean, it is a sausage fest. Understandable why women don't want to go up there, but like, hey, you know what? You're just proving Destiny's point here. Come on now, stop doing it.
Day of deportation, so he should have been sent to another place. In addition to that, most of immigration is actually screwed up because we have not filed a writ of mandamus against the federal government for not processing all of these people who are stuck in immigration limbo for 8, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and they should be doing their job and getting them the hell out of the country.
I think. Come on down. Take a seat. Come on down.
I could be wrong on this. Actually, I'm totally guessing here. So Kafka or whatever, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But when you talk about the right to a speedy trial, I think that's a right more on what you don't want is you don't want people being detained and then waiting for years and years for the government to try a case while you're awaiting trial, basically. I think this is kind of the concept behind, or one of the reasons why like catch and release works. Like if somebody's caught and then they try to claim asylum and you give them a ticket to show up at court, like they're not being held anywhere. Like I don't think it's the same speedy trial argument per se. Speedy trials are just supposed to ensure that like, oh, we've arrested you, but don't worry, you've got due process and everything, and you're going to stand trial for your crimes. And the next available trial date is 8 years from now, while you sit and rot in prison. Good luck, or jail, I guess. Yeah, I think that's more like what the speedy trial stuff is about. But
I mean, I don't. Sixth Amendment doesn't apply. It's not I don't think the Sixth Amendment applies. So it's not a Sixth Amendment issue.
It's a civil
and you can't get a writ of mandamus. Number one is these judges are executive branch officials. So if
you can get a federal writ of mandamus,
you sure can't get a writ of mandamus against executive branch officials. But right now they're all under Trump, and so
can a court order more judges being hired for cases like that, or does that be a law? I think this needs to be legal stuff. This was part of what the Biden bill would have done. This is part of what the Biden bill would have done that they were trying to do, or I shouldn't call the Biden bill, it's technically slang for its bill, but the immigration one is would have hired a lot more of these immigration judges to hear these cases and work through the backlog.
The reason why he's so hell-bent in calling it the Biden bill is because, like, he's trying to run propaganda for Biden, but, like, no, he's kind of, like, realizing that he's going to sound like Hassan by being a propagandist, so he's going to backtrack a little bit.
If Trump could just order them to do whatever you want the writ of mandamus.
Why do MAGA dipshits constantly say J6ers were denied due process in a speedy trial? Criminal cases can take a long time if you're trying to build a strong, especially affirmative defense, for any defense. Every time they said that a J6er was denied due process, when I looked it up, it was usually them, the J6er themselves, that were continuing cases or appealing or doing whatever. I couldn't find any examples of any of that denied due process shit. Every time they bring an example up and I look it up, it's always a lie, so. Dean talking about you? Base, link me.
They're all under Trump, and so if Trump could just order them to do whatever you want the writ of mandamus to do,
that's democracy.
But like, all I mean to say is, I think that this properly says a due process issue.
If the writ of mandamus was actually filed under the previous administration, then they would be obligated to do what it is they need to do.
That sounds like it's the Article 3 judges encroaching on the executive branch prerogatives.
Yeah, I think it actually, and in this context, it probably would be because we actually, this is. Like, I agree. Yeah, there's an Article 2 prerogative to manage immigration and enforce immigration laws. You can fail to enforce to such a degree that it would be like mandamusable by somebody, but then there's all sorts of other.
I want to cut a deal real quick with Democrats. Yeah. I will advocate for the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia to this country I'll advocate for him to come back for his immediate deportation if you advocate for Derek Chauvin to be released from his unjust imprisonment. Hearing, if we also simultaneously get a hearing on the extrajudicial assassinations Barack Obama committed. Oh, sorry, my bad. I forgot.
Wow. Okay. All right, Destiny.
He's always unhinged about Barack Obama. My bad.
Wait, let's talk about that.
Yeah, unhinged, as in, like, Barack Obama literally, like, deleted someone that was an American citizen because, like, and his, Barack Obama's, like, cope is, like, oh, he had a bad father. Like, Barack Obama literally said that. Yeah, he probably shouldn't have had a bad father, so, he accidentally got killed, so, tough cheese, basically. But, I guess that's Tim Pool being unhinged. Okay, all right, Chief.
saying the same thing actually.
So let's talk about that, because you might think, and I understand this point. Like, first of all, he was a U.S. citizen, right? That's number one, and he was killed. Al-Awlaki, right?
Anwar al-Awlaki is a great example, but Abdul Rahman is a better example.
Yeah. Talk about that case.
Abdul Rahman is was a 16-year-old American citizen, was not part of any terror organizations. The Obama administration ordered a drone strike on a civilian cafe in Yemen, a country we're not at war with, blowing it up, killing a bunch of people, including him, and they've admitted to it.
Well, it's not that.
See, look, yeah. See, Destiny was like softening that, and now Tim Pool actually legitimately like said, okay, so this is what actually happened. Like, this is crazy, but we're just gonna call Tim Pool like unhinged and schizo or crazy for even bringing up the Obama stuff.
Wait, how am I getting biolabs from biolabs? Oh, they just make biolabs. How cringe. Sorry, it's not just that we weren't at war with Yemen. I think it's because he was part of Al-Qaeda, right? That was the issue. But whatever.
Like, I don't think you necessarily disagree with me. That's why I said Democrats. I'm not directing at you. I know that if I went to Democratic politicians and said, you see this as an injustice, I believe that in the end the courts will prevail as it pertains to Abrego Garcia. So I'm willing to say, okay, let's spend that money, but you got to give me something. Yeah, let's have justice. Obama goes to prison.
The only reason that I would say that's a problem is I believe there's a statute of limitations on what it is you can file a writ mandamus for.
Is there a statute of limitations on murder?
I don't think there is in this case, but in this case, when you're talking about military actions or something like that, there may.
He's not talking about specific writ. He's just saying in general.
A writ mandamus, you sue the government essentially for inaction, and that's what the problem is. We have to.
He's not talking about a particular remedy. He's saying I'm willing to publicly support X in exchange for Democrats giving.
Yeah, and so I will also concede there's probably, and you guys will respond to this better than me, some kind of immunity Obama has where he's going to say, this is a military strike with intelligence. We didn't intend to kill an American, but we did. So he may have some immunity from criminal prosecution.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to win a.
No, that's fine. I think you can still get wrongful death or something like that.
I mean, he absolutely has the president has absolutely. I mean, you have like a civil suit against the government.
You could.
Unfortunately, I don't know if he has any surviving family members left because they also killed them.
Indeed. No, but my argument in the long form is actually impeach him, convict him, and then now that he's no longer immune,
but the court has already. So in the Trump versus United States case, which I totally disagree with.
Hold on.
Yeah,
impeach him first.
Yeah.
Convict him in the impeachment. Which he's no longer immune to the murder.
So the Supreme Court specifically rejected that impeachment judgment clause argument in Trump versus United States. So there's a couple arguments. So one was the inherent structure of the Constitution makes it that you have certain degrees of absolute immunity for core executive acts that are part of your core executive powers. But there was an argument additionally that Trump said that, well, I'm not immune under those theories, or alternatively, I'm immune until you impeach and remove me. That's under the impeachment judgment clause. But the Supreme Court unanimously held that that was not the case. So you don't need to impeach someone to trigger criminal immunity and remove them. That's been rejected. But it's a good question. Would I support a hearing that looks at the executive power and its use on U.S. citizens when they get killed? Absolutely.
What's evil about that Peyton dude? My partner watches him. He's just a huge virtue signaler, which is the worst type of fucking human being you can be ever.
That's 4 minutes. So Stork, thank you. Anything you want to say before you go? All right, give it up for Stork. Now, guys, when you come up, you got 1 minute. Make sure to get on the mic. Okay, now this next guy.
Why don't we have if we don't know, like some people didn't show up, we have them raise their hands and then see who is prepared.
Okay. Well, I know this guy's here because this guy's insane. I love this guy. No, I want to call up David Tiny Flora. So David, come on down. Tiny, it's your turn. Come on down, Tiny. Oh, he's coming. Tiny, come on. Yeah, give it up for Tiny. Not exactly that tiny. I'll tell you that much. The man's huge. He's built like a damn refrigerator. Look at him. Come in here, sir. Now get up on that mic. You know how to get up on things. Come on. We want to hear you. Maybe make it taller.
You can pick the mic up and say it.
Damn. All right, you got 1 minute.
I'm on that thing for you, Alex. $20.
No, I'm not gay. I don't play that way. Maybe Pisco.
$20.
Yeah, well, I'm worth a lot more. I'm a pimp on a plant, dude. You know what I mean? I don't need $20. But let's. You got 1 minute. What do you want to say, Tiny?
Right, so what I want to discuss, you guys actually touched on it briefly.
Sorry,
hold on.
So what I want to discuss, and you guys actually talked about it or touched on it briefly, was actually the, I guess, sale of U.S. citizens to private prison industry in the United States, and how that would be any different than selling U.S. citizens to CCOT, for example. I believe that there's already a precedent that's set in the United States where we do pass or sell inmates along, from my personal knowledge working as a corrections officer for a few years, and I believe that it would be as simple as creating a territory or creating CCOT.
Would it not matter that Obama did that with the recent Supreme Court ruling about presidential immunity? The reason why it doesn't matter is because it probably wasn't illegal when Obama did it. Most likely.
It probably wasn't illegal, but you have no idea. That's why you preface it with probably. So we could just completely ignore that comment.
Creating a territory within CCOT that is ran by the BOP.
I think it's a wonderful question.
All right,
and so for those who didn't hear, he asked, what about the comparison to private prisons, the fact that we outsource and contract private entities to take on the responsibility of the government, specifically with incarceration of individuals, both of, for crimes and immigration.
Wait, Pisco, I'm more surprised that a guy with prison tattoos is that eloquent. I mean,
very eloquent.
Where did you come from?
Oh, yeah,
he's got the skull cane, he's got the marijuana leaf. I mean, damn, dude. That's gangster.
Right? It's a great question.
The underside's actually the fireman's prayer.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Wait, but you do have a weed flower on your arm, though,
True,
right?
that's the M.
Most definitely.
That's the M.
Talk into the mic. We want to hear you, Tiny. Okay, your clock starts now, so yeah, go ahead.
It's a fantastic thing to say, because I think it's all force. It's exactly the comparison. Bukele is being used as a contractor, and that plays into my argument and the argument of the plaintiffs, which is Bukele is not exercising the sovereign power of El Salvador by keeping Abrego Garcia in detention. He is being contracted by the U.S. government to hold him. Now, I know there's an argument like, oh, they're only paying money for the Venezuelans. That's all a fugazi. It's all a lie. Obviously, he's working at the behest of the U.S.
Hold on, more Socratic dialogue. Go for it. If under normal circumstances, Joe Biden had sent back a Salvadoran gang member, illegal alien, to Bukele, right, and say there was some financial arrangement even between Bukele, not necessarily this particular person, but there was a financial arrangement, is then suddenly, if there's some problem, is he able to like demand that he be sent back to the United States?
So I think that there's an existing contractual relationship, an existing constructive custody, you would argue, that this person is continually, it's not like one and done event. It's why is this person in, I don't actually think he's in Secot anymore, I think they transferred him someplace else, but like why is he in custody in the first place? Is he being in custody because he's being charged with a crime by Bukele? Is he being, why is he in fact in prison? And the truth is, or in wherever he is, it's because he's acting at the behest of America, and everyone kind of knows it, and the fact that we all kind of acknowledge,
I don't think that's true. I have a question for you, Pisco. What is the legal process for imprisoning someone in El Salvador?
I don't know. What is that process?
It seems very. Why you're bringing up a foreign country's criminal justice system for their own citizens?
I'm sorry. You're talking about the internal domestic process in El Salvador?
Yes.
Yeah, it's at the whims of the dictator.
So, are there other dictators that you're concerned about in other parts of the world that you don't frequently debate about?
Well, I don't frequently debate about when it.
I don't think we have to be so chauvinist to assume that every country's process system being different, especially El Salvador, which has had 30 years of gang violence, for them to be like, no, sorry, you have gang tattoos, you're going to jail.
But I don't even think we need to argue that, because I think that there is a moral worldview difference between us, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. In that my view is, hey, we're America, we take care of America. If El Salvador's being shitty, I mean that's El Salvador, and this guy's their citizen in their country. If they decide to put him in prison, that's not our fucking problem.
You're ignoring the process of how he got there and how.
It's so. Again, if I asked this of Christy Nome, can we just give him his hearing and be done with it, because we know that in the end we are correct? And her response was, it's out of our jurisdiction now anyway.
So I have a question. Kind of bring it back to what we were discussing here, right? I think we kind of went a little further. Sure. So we already run programs very similar.
Destiny vs. Dean, let's go. Why did he say okay? Listen, if he wants to.
Here
he even has me on Discord.
The 187G program, Sheriff Chuck Jenkins up in Frederick County, Maryland, has been running that for many years now.
Oh, I would love to see that. Destiny versus Dean is completely separated from the whole political stuff. It's like more drama nonsense, but that would be really cool. I don't even know why I'm commenting. I'm not even gonna watch that video at all.
It's been very successful prior to the Trump
in the United States, right?
Very correct.
I think Destiny would completely destroy Dean, by the way.
My point is,
because it's just actually. If we actually finish this, and I still have time, maybe we'll look into it. But that is some wild drama stuff. Holy crap! And I think Destiny's completely correct on the whole situation, mostly because it's basically Destiny, someone that's on the left, versus Dean, that's like super hardcore left and has all these weird, the weird ideology on the super hardcore left. It's a wild ride.
Those inmates,
you'll love Destiny after you listen to him debate Dean.
Being compensated by the United States government to house him in a special wing. His deputies are deputized as federal marshals or federal agents. Why would it be any different if we rented out a wing in Secot and sent inmates there? No differently than what we do now.
Well, two things. One is, I think that your description of that relationship is completely correct. I think that's exactly what's happening with Bukele there, in the sense that, yes, the U.S. government is contracting a party to enforce immigration law. But the reason why it's different is the deprivation for which due process applies is the physical removal from the country. And so when you deport him to another place, you've now done the deprivation for which there is due process. And so that's my answer to that. Is, in theory, I guess I wouldn't have a problem with the law of contracting some foreigner. I don't like it, but legally I don't know if that's a problem.
That's your time. I just want to point out real quick, this guy right here is a Maryland man with knuckle tattoos.
Yeah. What do you do for a living, Tiny? What do you do? Do you mind saying? What do you do?
No comment.
Damn, that means he sells weed. That's what that means. All right. Now, actually, I got some information that, even though it is a little bit of a sausage party, that I think we have a lady with the courage to step up to the microphone. So with that being...
Ooh. Okay.
Said... Yeah, okay, I said lady. That's
gratuitous.
I missed. Now, with all that being said, let's welcome the one, the only, and Dr. Nate! Give it a round of applause, guys. Come on.
Thank you. Oh my God. It is such a fucking sausage party. Also, I want to say you're pissing me off, Pisco. But I'm going to try to say this without getting angry. Okay. If Kilmar comes back...
You're talking to the mic. Sorry. Talk real close to the mic.
Can you hear me?
Take it off, because we're recording this. So we can't use you if we can't hear. So talk to the mic.
Thank you, T-Bone. So, all right. First of all, this guy's name is Kilmar. He sounds fucking crazy. It's frightening as
fuck. True.
Hilarious.
Okay. I mean, he is.
Uninterrupted. Let me talk. Maryland? No. Okay, so I was born and raised in Maryland. Shout out to Maryland. Woo! Shout out to the East Coasters in here. All right, let me tell you something about MS-13. All right, if this guy comes back, he's going to be beating his wife, beating others, and back to the bullshit. All the trafficking,
that was in
everything
2019, but okay.
Is a
Oh, so he does know that was happening. Oh, okay. All right. So he was just pretending that didn't actually happen when he was making that argument in the beginning of this entire thing. Wow. All right, Destiny. Good one.
Edged. He's going to be back on his bullshit and even bigger. I don't think, I'll speak for myself, but I don't think my community wants or desires to bring those characters back. We are extremely happy.
No, it was in 2019. As if that absolves, it's like someone says, this guy was beating his wife, and Destiny's like, well, that wasn't 2019, so why does that even matter now? It's in 2019. Who cares? Who cares if he was beating his wife? It happened a long time ago. Come on now, Like what? Good one, Destiny.
Happy for their deportations, and we are extremely happy that he can't come back, that he's trapped in El Salvador.
Great job. This is, I was waiting for a question like this because this strikes at the moral perspective, not the fact-based legal perspective. And so there's this air of, we can't deport people like this because it's a slippery slope that results in injustice elsewhere. That strikes at a procedural, legal, slippery slope, a lot of things. But it doesn't ask the moral questions a community wants answered. In that, if this was the 1800s, they'd have thrown this motherfucker out of town, and if he came back...
He would have been lynched.
They would have fucking killed this guy if he came back. I don't want that to happen to anybody. But the point is, the way communities treat people who wrong them, there is a question there. So
I almost think Pisco should force a concession. Like, hold on, just to be clear, you understand that our understanding, our conceptualization of law and holding people accountable for crimes has improved since then, right? What we do now is better than that process that you just called out, right? Like, otherwise, why would you even? I don't know why you would even reference that process, but
I appreciate what you're asking. The moral question. What's the answer there?
We hate it. Okay.
I mean, he prefaced it because like we're talking about the moral versus the well, what Tim said.
So you brought up the lynching. I just want to say, because I think that's an interesting point. I think there is a moral dimension to procedural questions, but I'm going to ignore it for the purpose of this because I do think that, I don't know if you guys ever watched Hateful Eight. It's my favorite Tarantino movie, and one of the characters says that's frontier justice, and that's frontier justice. And then the reason why we don't agree with that on a moral dimension is you're just as likely, you're likely to be wrong sometimes. So here's my question for you: is Kilmar Abreu Garcia innocent until proven guilty of the crimes that the media is alleging him of doing?
He doesn't get to be judged by those terms because he's not a citizen of the United States.
Oh my God, dude, that's so cringe.
I just want to be clear. Do you believe either it is the case or it ought to be the case that non-U.S.
It's cringe when I disagree with it. Good one.
citizens should not have trials for the crimes they're accused of?
I think that what you're referencing is like a waste of our money. So we should not be, there's no reason to bring him here, do all this bullshit. We paid enough in Maryland, okay?
So the answer, no, you don't think non-citizens should get trials for the crimes they're
That's a loaded question.
How is it a loaded question? That's the opposite of a loaded question. That's just a direct question. It was a simple question. Do you think that do you think that people who are non-citizens should have trials for crimes? That's it. That's not loaded at all. It's a fair question.
Because the issue is, should somebody who lives in this country, permanent residents versus...
No, it is a loaded question. It is a loaded question.
Is an illegal immigrant adjudicated as MS-13 whose penalty is deportation. Right, here's the point. If someone comes here and breaks the law, and the end result is going to be deportation, how do we have a trial for them when they're gone? Why?
The end result for breaking the law in the United States is not deportation. I don't know where he's getting this from, or where he got this idea from. It's very fucking weird.
Force them to stay here if we're going to remove them anyway.
So, these are people who hate America, hate our community, they hate abiding by the law, they hate us, they hate U.S. citizens, and they just mooch and mooch and mooch while literally terrorizing our community and tearing us apart. They're like agent provocateurs.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that an illegal immigrant should get their due?
Destiny loves black women, but not when they're on the other side of him on the political spectrum. Oh, that's so good. There's definitely... I could try and find a quote, but I don't care. I don't care. Like Destiny praises them so much, but only when they're on his side ideologically. It's just wild.
Process? That doesn't mean jury trial. It means the standard legal process that is fair under the law for determining whether they're a citizen.
I think no, in that the original crime being that they came to this country illegally.
But that's what I'm asking you. The due process I'm asking if you would accept is a man is walking down the street, the cops stop him. The due process here is we must determine if he's a citizen or not. Should they do that?
They should determine if he's a citizen or not.
Under what process? Who do you trust to determine who's a citizen?
Border Patrol. I actually got pulled over by Border Patrol recently, and they did a great job.
Here's the problem. When you put a whole...
What a crazy simp.
in due process, this is why...
Yeah, crazy simp for supporting the government that she lives in. Yeah, that's a simp. Yeah, okay. Good one, Destiny.
I don't agree with these categorical exceptions. Once you put one hole in due process, now the government, just by their own discretion, is going to put everyone they don't like in that hole.
If you have nothing, no. If you have nothing to hide, you should have no.
That's classic neocon language.
Wow. If you have nothing to hide, then you should have no problem with the government digging through all your shit. Pisco should just own that, say, true, let's expand the ATF. We should have lists. The ATF should have an electronic database. We should have a better understanding of who has firearms in this country. Boom. If you have nothing to hide, it should be an issue, right? Oh, what's that? I'm sorry, you think the government would abuse of an electronic database of gun owners, but you don't think the government would abuse who they can deport or not? Really?
That's a good point. That is a good point. Let's see. Will that be brought up, though?
What the fuck are you talking about? If you have
classic
nothing
Patriot
to hide,
Act language.
Being pulled over by Border Patrol shouldn't be frightening.
What makes America great, right, is our structure, our constitution, our way of life. So one of the people will often bring up to me the Carter Page FISA warrants that the Department of Justice got on Carter Page. You guys remember this, the Russiagate stuff, right?
He means
Those Carter Page warrants were wrongfully obtained. And you guys cared about them. Why do you care about them? You care about them because you don't want the government to intrude. This isn't even a matter of detention. It's not a matter of execution. I assume that you care. It's called a rhetorical, it's called, hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question.
Bro, you gotta come up.
Hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question. Hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question. You've heard of it? Wait. So yes or no? Yes or no? Have you ever heard of a rhetorical question? Dipshit. Dipshit.
Don't call me dipshit.
Yes or no? Have you heard of a rhetorical question?
Wait. We will ask you to come up because
that's 4 minutes for Dr. Knight.
Let's if you've got a little bit more because we kind of went off. Just if you.
No, seriously though, what do you say, Pisco, to the communities in Silver Spring, Gaithersburg, these communities who have for the last 40 years been inundated with these illegal immigrants and dreamers?
Freedom. This is what I say. I say freedom isn't free. Every time we give a trial, every time we give a trial to someone who's an accused rapist, an accused murderer, it costs us.
All right, so Temple's audience is being a little bit disrespectful. Like, just let the guy, let Pisco speak. You guys are getting a little too riley. Calm down.
State and the people of Maryland a lot of money. But the reason we do that is when we don't, we live at the discretion. When we don't, we live at the discretion of the state. And you shouldn't be government bootlicking shills that just trust the government to do everything you want.
And while I can agree with the government shill stuff, what I will say is it's the only thing I heard there was it's not in my fucking backyard, so I don't give a shit.
Thank you.
That is bullshit.
Based. The reframing of what he says.
That is complete.
See, look, now Destiny can't. Well, actually, no, he's about to say something.
How much illegal immigration is going on up in Maryland? Like, what?
Wait, what do you mean? Wasn't that guy wasn't he called the Maryland Man? Why was he called the Maryland Man? Because the illegal immigrant was up in Maryland somehow? Like, why is this a question? Like, you were just gonna pretend that didn't happen? Like, this is not a part of the entire conversation? All right, Destiny, good one. Let's just pretend that doesn't exist.
Is it? Do they all get up there somehow? Is that?
Bro, I'm gonna tell you guys something I shouldn't fucking say. I've got property in the area with MS-13 now trying to occupy it. I had to fucking contact the FBI.
I don't believe this for a microsecond.
Actually, I believe it 100% because, like, Destiny is just...
Oh my god.
And so I've got
because, like, he's, like, doesn't... I mean, Tim has literally said multiple times that he's been swatted by multiple people. And literally the Maryland Man. Like, they called the Garcia guy the Maryland Man because he was in Maryland when he got deported. Like, bro, what are you saying? Oh, I don't believe this for a spectacle. Oh, you don't pay attention to any of this. Like,
these liberals who don't live here, who don't know that there are gunshots, that there are people running scared, and they're saying, bring this guy back. Now, I'm a pause.
Tim literally lives in the middle of fucking nowhere. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, it's
in Maryland. You dipshit.
A place where you can't get an Uber anywhere because it's, like, so out of bounds.
I don't want false warrants or bullshit. The reason why I asked about due process under the law is for an illegal immigrant, if they're stopped, like you guys stopped by CBP, the law as it is now is an officer makes a determination if they're a citizen or not, and they have expedited removal, I believe, within 2 years. And I was talking to Myron Gaines about the other day. He was an ICE agent, and he says, often we lock them up, get a plane, they send them home. That's the due process. That's the due process. We don't need a criminal trial after we say get the fuck out.
Exactly.
When did you hear me? When did you hear me say that we need a trial? In fact, I went and I said, JD Vance is a fucking liar because he says we're asking for trials. What you just talked about, this proceeding in front of a judge, and really for expedited removal, it's usually like not even default a judge. It's just an immigration officer. So we're not talking here about a ton of due process. And I'm talking about all we're talking about
a ton of due process. Yeah, we're only talking about due process, not a ton of it. Thank you, Pisco, for paying attention.
Here are minimum standards. They didn't even notice before they left. They're trying to say that
you're saying freedom isn't free, but you want them to stay here on our dime.
So it's costly, right? Having freedom is having. You understand this? You understand this? Freedom is costly. The freedom of speech is costly. The freedom to bear, have guns.
Then make El Salvador pay.
But what is Trump doing? Trump is not making El Salvador pay. Trump is paying El Salvador.
Actually, no. Sending our immigrants over there? I mean, we're not the one paying them for being in their prisons. Like, what? What are you saying?
Is paying El Salvador when really he is entitled under our own law, right? Congress passes a law. Congress passes the Immigration Nationality Act, and it says we're going to bind the executive to these rules. What good is our country? What good is our society if we don't follow the rules we set for ourselves? Surely we must follow the law.
I want to say something, and I'm curious to hear Will's response. Let me say something, and I want to hear Will's response to this. I love the founding fathers. They were brilliant people.
Oh my God!
They put together the best government we've seen.
But another man gay.
Now here's the issue. Here's the issue. They certainly did recognize emergency powers. They certainly did recognize when the executive would need to take actions that were considered probably extreme. We have seen instances throughout history. The challenge.
And the reason why Destiny sided on that and made that really dumb comment is because Tim is about to make an actual, like, legit good point, and he hates the fact that Tim Pool is actually capable of making really good points. So it goes against Destiny's narrative that Tim Pool is just like a partisan hack that's super dumb and doesn't actually make good points ever. So that's why he sides to that.
I see now is determining when we are facing an existential crisis and whether or not we're going to be like the Catalonians sitting in our hands like anarchists being like, well, we're being wiped the fuck out by invaders, but let's not do anything because we have a process to deal with. Or if we're going to step to attention and say, I understand the moral qualms with this process, how things are being handled, but holy shit, how do we deal with narco gangs, cartels, etc., when they're actively killing people, they're invading our homes? And so the question is, at what point do these platitudes of democratic society, and I don't mean I want this to happen.
Just to be clear, okay? Like he calls them platitudes. The reason why
they are platitudes, you just don't like the word right now.
Your freedoms exist. The reason why these laws exist and why these constraints on power exist to constrain the government in exactly the times that Tim is talking about. These are the most important times that the government can restrict itself. And the idea that when all hell breaks loose or whatever, or supposedly when all hell breaks loose, when the government can decide all hell is breaking loose, that the government can abdicate any of these standards is the exact situation you're looking to avoid when you have a structured government. Like nobody needs protection in times of safety, or nobody needs the government to restrain itself in times of, you know, mass prosperity and ordinary whatever. It's especially when shit gets a little bit wacky that you're hoping those constraints are the things that hold.
My question is legitimately, at what point do we have to say, holy shit, the system failed because we haven't invaded?
Okay. Well,
invaded? Like, and again, the privilege here, not to be wokey about it, but like invaded, brother. Invaded? Hello? Come on. Come the fuck on.
And then you can...
Yes, and it's an exaggeration, but is it untrue? No, it's not untrue. They feel like they've been invaded. You can call them entitled all you want, but like, if the majority of people feel like they've been invaded, and then they start saying that this is an invasion, like okay, you can say, oh, they're entitled, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna stop like doing what they're doing because they feel like they're being invaded. Like the outcome is still gonna end up happening. Like you can call them dumb all you want, but like things aren't gonna change because you keep calling people dumb. Like what?
Can start. Okay. So the answer is that the Constitution provides that flexibility, right? Like the due process that we're actually talking about here in all this context isn't really constitutional. It's statutory. The withholding of removal is a grant by statute. The Convention of Torture comes from a treaty, but it ultimately is implemented by statute. Congress can change the law and change what due process is entitled to. And if they're like, and so
sorry, real quick, interject. Yeah. I hear this a lot, but it is not getting to the core. We know Congress doesn't fucking work. We know that we have a two-seat majority.
Too bad. We have a republic, not a dictatorship.
And I'm not advocating for one. I'm telling you that at a certain point people start shooting motherfuckers because when the people who live in Maryland are like MS-13 has shot a child in my neighborhood, they're not going to wait.
That's not what they're voting for. They voted for Van Hollen. They voted for Van Hollen. They voted for Van Hollen.
You are misunderstanding.
Dude, the Dreamers voted for Van Hollen.
Yeah, so you want rule by minority. You guys want rule by minority government.
No, let's pause. I am not prescribing anything. I am describing something. Right now, Congress cannot answer these questions for anybody, nor are...
Again, nobody wants to like admit this, but I wish that more people, I wish people would bring this up. I don't know if I agree with this, but like Congress right now is doing, I think, a great job at representing where the American public is at legislatively. And where we're at is we don't even agree on what the fuck reality is. So when you look at Congress and say, Congress isn't doing its job, what do you mean? We're literally fucking 50-50 divided on not even agreeing on if a 100% tariff on every country in the world is good or bad. What the fuck laws would you expect a country to pass when you can't even believe on basic matters of what's real or not? The idea that Congress isn't agreeing and Americans aren't agreeing, therefore we can just bring in a president every single time and pray that him and the Supreme Court can on their own like hash out what US law should look like is delusional. You have to actually solve the problem of why the fuck can't Americans agree on anything? Why the fuck can't we get Congress together to actually pass some kind of, you know, legislation or anything, you know, as a governing body? Why do we have to keep relying on the president?
Man, he's simping on the Congress so much when it's a 3-branch government and he doesn't like that 2 of them are running the way that he doesn't want them to run. So now he's harping on that last one, like, why can't Congress just control everything? I mean, bad faith interpretation on my part, but he's harping on it way too much. Like, there's a reason why it's called the 3 branches of government, but he likes to heavily focus on one part, when I think he really should just focus on, like, he just doesn't, he's only focusing on that one part because he doesn't care, he doesn't like that the other 2 parts are not working the way that he wants them to work. Destiny doesn't want them to work the way that, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Supreme Court to fix everything for us. That's the issue. You can't ignore that or try to systemically patch that issue.
Are the courts, nor is the executive branch. You've got people split massively.
Let me go back a little bit.
I'm not agreeing. Therefore,
all the way back. All the way back.
You guys want rule by minority government.
No, let's pause. I am not prescribing anything. I am describing something. Right now, Congress cannot answer these questions for anybody, nor are...
Again, nobody wants to like admit this, but I wish that more people, I wish people would bring this up. I don't even know if I agree with this, but like, Congress right now is doing, I think, a great job at representing where the American public is at legislatively. And where we're at is we don't even agree on what the fuck reality is. So when you look at Congress and say, Congress isn't doing its job, what do you mean? We're literally fucking 50-50 divided on not even agreeing on if a 100% tariff on every country in the world is good or bad. What the fuck laws would you expect a country to pass when you can't even believe on basic matters of what's real or not? The idea that Congress isn't agreeing and Americans aren't agreeing, therefore we can just bring in a president every single time and pray that him and the Supreme Court can on their own like hash out what US law should look like is delusional. You have to actually solve the problem of why the fuck can't Americans agree on anything? Why the fuck can't we get Congress together to actually pass some kind of, you know, legislation or anything, you know, as a governing body? Why do we have to keep relying on the president and the Supreme Court to fix everything for us? That's the issue. You can't ignore that or try to systemically patch that issue.
Are the courts, nor is the executive branch. You've got people split massively across this country, near 50-50, ready to tear each other's heads off. And the idea that Congress will change something is a pipe dream.
Well,
I'm not saying I want it. I don't know what's going to happen.
True. Literally just disproved his thing. I was just, yeah, good. Thanks, Tim.
But I'm saying, what happens?
I mean, this is the reason. I mean, we might actually have a different interesting debate about the Alien Enemies Act at this point, right? Because this is where I would come back and say what Trump is doing. The Alien Enemies Act is right and just. The courts are overreaching, and so like Trump should continue.
Oh, I hope they dive into the Alien Enemies Act. Or at the very least, can you admit? Okay, Trump said no new wars. That was a big reason why you voted for him, right? Can you admit that we are at war with Venezuela? You have to. I think that concession is essential. We are, according to the President of the United States, at war with Venezuela. I want to hear them say that because it's the only way the Alien Enemies Act applies.
But ignore the courts. Well, I mean, at a certain point, like, the ignoring and defying the courts is something
so
that's
the Supreme Court says you can't do this Alien Enemies Act invocation is invalid. You would say, Trump, you should disobey that.
Depends on how, depends on the reasoning of the Supreme Court.
If they say the president, we don't get to change your facts, just like the Texas, I don't know if you read the...
I read that Texas opinion. If they use that logic, I actually think that should be defined. I don't think that the Supreme Court should have the authority to, like, determine what a war is. I think that's such an obvious encroachment on
So the answer is facts, just like the Texas, I don't know if you read the...
I read that Texas opinion. If they use that logic, I actually think that should be defined. I don't think that the Supreme Court should have the authority to, like, determine what a war is. I think that's such an obvious encroachment on
and this is the issue that we run into. Like, he's right to some extent. The Supreme Court should not.
This is the issue. He's right. Like, thank you. We didn't understand like the fact that you obviously think the problem here is that the other side is actually right, but you just don't want to say it. Thank you, Destiny.
Have the ability to determine what war is.
Listen to that. If they use that logic, I actually think that should be defined. I don't think that the Supreme Court should have the authority to, like, determine what a war is. I think that's such an obvious encroachment on
and this is the issue that we run into. Like, he's right to some extent. The Supreme Court should not have the ability to determine what a war is. That, in my opinion, that is an incredibly big overreach of the Supreme Court. However, if the President of the United States is going to just start arbitrarily calling random shit wars, well, what the fuck are we doing, right? Imagine the President of the United States watches, I don't know, some fucking anime and he doesn't like the ending and he says that Japan is trying to destroy...
Yeah, I guess Destiny thinks that it should be true that both, like, the only place that can, like, I guess, say what is a war or not is Congress. And I guess that's why he keeps focusing on Congress. He doesn't want the Supreme Court to be ruling on that arbitrarily, and he doesn't want the president to be arbitrarily doing that, even though the president is like the commander-in-chief. So, like, if any point of the government had more say, then I would think it would be the guy that has control of the armies. But maybe I'm just wrong about that one. But or for assuming that, I guess.
Destroy the American mind now by ruining the end of fucking insert whatever, anime here. And now we're at war with Japan. Like, at some point, we should be able to look at the president and be like, okay, hold on.
Wait, so when did Trump do anything closely related to what that analogy was supposed to mean? Are we going to get examples, or are we just going to pretend that Trump might actually do that? Like, this is kind of retarded. Come on, Destiny. You get a better. You can do a better analogy. Yeah, think about something more. Use your brain.
Damn. Actually, there is a better answer. There is a counter argument to what I just said, but I'm not going to bring it up. We'll see if he brings it up. Fuck this guy.
Ooh, I think I just brought it up. Like, you're just being overly obtuse. Like, or no, I don't know.
Defy the Supreme Court. I'm at the point where when Democrats called for hacking the Supreme Court, I agree with them. When Democrats arrested lawyers, I agree with them.
What bullshit you agreed with the Dems back in the court? Show me that.
No.
Show me that clip.
Whoa.
Show me that clip. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When the Democrats said we have 13, 13 federal, what are they called? Districts? They're not districts, right?
There's federal circuit.
I think you're going to have to request Randy's live to debate him. If he wants to debate me, I'll do it. I'll download whatever I need to do it.
There's 12 in federal circuit.
And there's only 9 justices. They said we'd add 4 more. I said, fuck yeah, we do, and Trump wins, baby.
Oh, that's not what you said.
Like, that's nice. They're honest about it, right? Should we pack the court? Packing the court would be wrong. What if Trump does it? Then it would be based. Oh, okay. So at least we're honest about it.
That's not what you
said. All right.
They've always been honest about it. Thank you, Destiny. but like you don't pay attention, so obviously you're just gonna pretend that they haven't been saying this until now. Like, okay, all right, good one.
Hey guys, before you go, how did George Floyd die? Will you tell him?
George Floyd. Oh my God, this is awkward, bro.
Is there an African? How did he die?
This is awkward also because
How did he die?
He overdosed.
Hey, no, he didn't. No.
Listen, wait. Let me just say this. It's awkward because I stand here also known as the only black woman watching Tim Cast.
True. Yeah. Oh man, that's wild. I mean, I don't know how. Yeah, I'm just gonna say keep it like that.
I'm gonna tell you something, okay? This guy was a fucking menace to society.
So when you overdose on opioids,
Oh my God, thank you. Somebody got this message to him. Or Pisco's been enjoying some recreational substances. It's so fucking stupid that you're ODing on downers by rolling around and screaming.
I'll go for a life like this.
Have you ever seen a tweaker? Have you ever been to Baltimore?
So
Whoa. You never seen a tweaker? Where do you live?
Guys, wait. He had meth in his system too.
I encourage you to listen to the testimony of Dr. Tobin, who's
Yeah. So we just pretend about those other facts, other things that may be in his system. It just didn't happen. It's not like he only had one drug and that was it. And then but the big point is that how could someone on a downer end up like rolling around and yelling and screaming? And Temple's like, well, that wasn't the only thing that was in his body. And then now Destiny has nothing to say to that. Wow. Okay. All right. We're just gonna pretend. Let's listen to that one more time.
Oh my God, thank you. Somebody got this message to him. Or Pisco's been enjoying some recreational substances. It's so fucking stupid that you're ODing on downers by rolling around and screaming.
I'll go for a life like this.
Have you ever seen a tweaker? Have you ever been to Baltimore?
Let me just slow it down. Back to normal.
So
Whoa. You never seen a tweaker? Where do you live?
Guys, wait. He had meth in his system too.
I encourage you to listen to the testimony.
Inconvenient facts. Destiny just completely ignores. Thank you, Tim. Thank you. I know this is why Destiny hates Temple. Like, he just brings up the inconvenient facts. Doesn't even want to acknowledge that even exists.
Dr. Tobin, who was the pulmonary cardiologist in that case, he was incredibly convincing, and it was the agonal breaths. And when you die of a dose like that, it's like you're falling into a sleep. It's not like you're struggling for your life like he was. Yeah. I just want to.
Yeah, like the last 3 minutes when he finally after the first 20 minutes, it takes a little bit. He put the speedball in the beginning of the 20 minutes, and then at the end of the 20 minutes. Near the end of the 20 minutes, that's when he started slowing down and not really saying anything. Yes, it doesn't happen instantaneously. It happens slowly throughout time. Yes, good one. He's pretending that the moment that he put it in his mouth, he's supposed to be going down, and it's the only drug that he consumed the entire thing, and that's the only drug they found in his body at the time. Bro, they're being super obtuse with the facts here, pretending that this is some gotcha when literally it could be explained that he had multiple things in him. He didn't just have downers, he had uppers as well. But let's just pretend that's not actually the truth. That's why Destiny's not saying anything, because he knows that Tim is right, but he's not going to say Tim is right, so he's just going to pretend that he didn't say anything and just move on.
I just want to say, Derek Chauvin showed up after Floyd was already on the ground and engaged in a hold that he was trained to by the Minneapolis Police Department. Perfect. And the defense, the prosecution actually argued on the continuum of force he was entitled to use more force than he used.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
There's 0% chance that Tim Pool watched any of his trial. Every single criminal court case that Tim Pool has ever brought up, he has always molested the facts of this case.
See, he's not even going to bring up why Tim is wrong. He's just going to say, well, Tim Pool was wrong about other facts, therefore he's probably wrong about these facts. This is what he's saying. He's not actually saying Tim is wrong here. He's saying Tim was wrong in other things, so therefore he's probably wrong on this one. And that's a retarded argument. But good one, Destiny. Good one. Listen to this.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
There's 0% chance that Tim Pool watched any of his trial. Every single criminal court case that Tim Pool has ever brought up, he has always molested the facts of this case.
See?
For Ahmaud Arbery, he gets everything wrong. For everything I've looked up that he's talked about for the George Floyd case, he gets everything wrong. Every single for the J6 stuff, he knows.
He's just running down a list. He's running down his NPC list of Tim Pool's wrong about this. Tim Pool's also wrong about that. Tim Pool's wrong, so he must be wrong about this. Yeah, good one, Destiny. It's not like you make this. I watched Destiny. Disney basically grills people for running down their dialogue tree, and he's literally going down his Tim Pool bad dialogue tree because he has no idea what Tim is saying is actually true or correct. He doesn't even want to look into it because he knows that Tim probably might be right about this.
nothing. Tim Pool has zero command of the facts. It's only whatever clips he's seen elsewhere or on whatever 5-view, slop AI feed podcast get delivered to his phone.
I watched the whole trial. I watched the whole. So to be clear, were they justified if they wanted to shoot him in the head?
Nope.
Why not? So would you say that application was deadly force?
I know.
What, the kneeling on the neck area?
Okay, so after George Floyd stops struggling for his life because he's dead, is the application of force still justified after he's literally devoid of life?
Yes.
So when he's no longer, you're saying it was justified to use that hold indefinitely, is that right?
I certainly didn't say indefinitely.
I'm asking you the question.
You just said until after he's dead. What is that? How much longer for it to not be indefinitely? What?
Let me say this. I certainly never said indefinitely.
I'm asking.
But let me just stress, we're talking about kneeling on somebody after the fact. You didn't know what was going on. You showed up after the fact. And I will say this. There's, of course, degrees on continual abuse of force. Chauvin showed up. He was already on the ground. He applied a hold that he was trained to do. I would argue it is fair to get him on some kind of negligent charge.
Oh, so he did do a crime.
All right, next.
He just said it. He just said it.
Pisco's trying to get him on this. He did do a crime, but honest to God, I don't think that Tim doesn't even know what it means when he says crime. But yeah, Tim kind of fucked up there because negligent charge, though he did a criminal action, right? And if you're saying a negligent charge that led to death, it sounds like you're talking about some kind of manslaughter. So you agree then that...
Yes, no shit. That's what he's been saying this entire time, but you don't watch him. So you're like, now you're just randomly realizing that Tim is actually making that Tim is actually saying that Jack Chauvin should get a manslaughter charge instead of a murder one? What? It's not like he's been saying this since the whole George Floyd thing happening. Like, you don't pay attention to any of this stuff. Like, come on now.
That he did do a homicide, but it was manslaughter. So now you're way more in the weeds than you were originally presenting yourself as being here, but okay.
What do you mean originally presenting yourself? Like, he's been saying this all the time. He just doesn't repeat it every single time he makes a show, but you don't watch him. So good one, Destiny.
Said you should get him on negligent charge.
What I love about this guy is that
he will take what you say in semantics, because Tim doesn't know anything about criminal charge or anything at all, really.
Take any morsel you can get and turn it into
you just said, right?
But you know this. Hey, since you are an attorney, you know that he has what is called qualified immunity. So
that's for civil matters. That's for civil. It's not for criminal. That's for damages cases and civil cases.
Why did the guy who simply held back the crowd go to prison?
Qualified immunity
qualified immunity applies to civil damages cases, not to criminal matters.
Why did the man who was simply holding back the crowd go to prison?
Wait, no. Answer my question. Don't weasel out of it, right? Don't weasel out of it. You just you agree.
You literally just weaseled out of Tim Pool's question. Tim just asked the question, and now you're just going to pretend that Tim's the one that's weaseling out. Okay. All right. Good one.
First of all, you agree that you should have charged Chauvin with the crime. You just said it, right?
Oh, that question is pussy shit.
Wait.
That question is pussy shit.
Yeah.
All right, we got to indoctrinate. Get your ass off the stage.
Base. Wait, let's listen to that again.
But you know this. Hey, since you are an attorney, you know that he has what is called qualified immunity. So
that's for civil matters. That's for civil. It's not for criminal. That's for damages cases and civil cases.
Why did the guy who simply held back the crowd go to prison?
Qualified immunity.
Qualified immunity applies to civil damages cases, not to criminal matters.
Why did the man who was simply holding back the crowd go to prison?
Wait, no. Answer my question. Don't weasel out of it, right? Don't weasel out of it. You just you agree. First of all, you agree that you should have charged Chauvin with the crime. You just said it, right?
Oh, that question is pussy shit. That question is pussy shit.
Yeah.
All right, we got to indoctrinate. Get your ass off the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. The guy in the beanie come up has been going crazy.
We're enjoying ourselves.
Come on down. Yeah, you come on down. Hurry up, dude. You got 1 minute.
What up?
Based.
Let's go. So we need to get this show on the road so we get as many people up here to debate. So go ahead. You got 1 minute.
So I don't understand why you're arguing to people in a community that they should bring criminals back into it. You argue things that you don't possess, like a moral dimension. You don't give a fuck about America. You're on the side that kills children, 50 million babies in the last 50 fucking years.
Why? Moral grandstanding, I don't care for it. Doesn't matter which side it is. Moral grandstanding, it's just... Alright, I'm just not gonna comment on this, honestly.
325,000 children fucking sex trafficked. Fucking 50,000 little girls had their... because of the way your party fucking votes.
50,000 little girls? Was he gonna say had their clits cut off? Genital mutilation? In what time span? How much is this happening? What, in the United States? There's gonna be some appeal to Dearborn people. There's no shot that there were that many people. Or did he mean 50,000 children illegally sex trafficked? Or what was...
leading us to a path that only leads in violence, and I want to know fucking why.
It means trans?
Yeah, so...
sit down.
In the industry, we call that a gish gallop. So you just raise a bunch of different issues that are not topical, abortion, trans issues, and basically, you're doing anything, right? I can tell, to distract from the issue.
Yeah, this is why I'm not going to comment, because, he's just going through all the wrong things. He's just saying all the wrong things in grandstanding, and I'm going to agree with what Destiny's going to say about this guy.
which is this just, and should it be brought back?
Point of order. Gish Gallop doesn't apply when we actually tell him he gets 1 minute unfettered to make it.
Well, you can still get your minute.
He doesn't understand.
You still get your minute, but I'm just telling you, you're all over the place, right? So try to stay focused. The issue isn't. So would you agree that Kilmar Abrego Garcia has the right to the presumption of innocence of the people who are accused of crimes? Yes or no?
No.
Why are you continuing to argue positions that will bring society to violence?
So should there be a presumption of innocence? Yes or no?
For an illegal alien?
No.
He's not fucking innocent. He's here illegally. Deport him. Why do you want American citizens to pay more fucking money to bring him back to deport him again? That's fucking.
So he answered.
Pardon.
Should U.S. murderers get trials?
I love this
Legal
guy.
alien? No, he's not fucking innocent. He's here illegally. Deport him. Why do you want American citizens to pay more fucking money to bring him back to deport him again? That's fucking retarded.
Should U.S. murderers get trials?
True.
United citizens do. You like if you're an illegal alien, you fucking don't. The due process is: are you a citizen? No. Okay, get the fuck out.
Calm the fuck down. Don't tell me to calm down.
Based and true.
I'll tell him to calm down.
We love the passion, but we'll turn it.
Don't listen to those lip stars or that lip star. Don't listen to them.
I grew up with a loud family, so 8 or 7 is my regular.
We have a constitution. We should follow it. That's what being American means. We should follow the fucking
then the fucking Biden administration shouldn't have let 20 fucking million illegals in.
Oh, I changed my mind on this guy. I like this guy now.
So should we follow the Constitution
That's
or not,
pure
sir?
content.
Yes.
Okay, so the Constitution, so he just said we should follow the Constitution. If the Constitution says that these people do get due process rights, should we follow that?
So the Constitution.
Yes or no? No. So you don't think we should follow the Constitution when you decide?
Yeah. How about asking me why on my opinions instead of just fucking assuming like every fucking midwit leftist does?
This is a lot. So you said we should follow the Constitution, and then the next thing I asked him, I said, if it says that these people should get rights under the Constitution, should we follow it? He says no. So explain that.
And so let me interject here, because I think I know exactly what you're saying when you brought up Biden letting in 20 million illegal immigrants. As Bill Ackman stated, a country that lets in 20 million people unvetted, but then cannot remove them, will lose its democratic values. An untenable. Listen, I want due process for everyone.
You want to literally get rid of the democratic values, though. You want to get rid of democratic values to save democratic values? Okay, Chief.
Everybody, I want constitutional rights where they apply. I am scared and confused right now because we have an untenable situation with immigration caused by Democrats. I don't know what to do. So when you come out and say we are now shackled to a system that will kill our country, I say I don't know that anyone will accept that. All we can do is tell the left to stop because you're leading us towards violence. You are leading the country towards violence. Fucking stop. Every one of your arguments is wrong and full of every fucking logical fallacy we can think of. Shut the fuck up. Stop arguing for fucking destroying our country.
So the enemy is within. The people who are destroying this country, are the bootlicking shills. The bootlicking shills who just trust the government. Who just trust the government. Listen,
and like fucking Democrats with the Biden administration?
No,
you guys didn't criticize a single fucking thing they did. Guys. No one in this room trusted the government under the Biden administration. You did. One guy did. All right, we're good. So the point is, when you say they're bootlicking shills, it's every 4 years a Democrat say you're a bootlicking shill, then 4 years later they're the bootlicking shills.
So just to be clear, the reason why we want to follow the Constitution, even if there are people you don't like, and you can raise a lot of things about people you don't like and why we should break the law to go after them, is we don't trust in the next 4 years you're not going to get a president AOC, you're not going to get a president whoever the fucking worst leftist is that you think. And now that you've made a road to the Constitution, you made a road for your own back, and they're going to come after you, and they're going to attack your personal rights. You guys all understand this.
Whenever we have to stop you because you've been eroding it for centuries.
So the real enemy that will tell you to give up your country, give up the Constitution, don't follow it.
You took our fucking country with the Biden administration. This is why I brought up the question before to hear Will. Will's like a very straight-laced forward. I'm a lawyer. I'll answer his questions. That's why I want to hear what he has to say about it. Here's my view. You guys know me when I was young. I despised the Bush administration. Obama came in, and before he did, I was like, everyone's telling me it's going to be different. Then that motherfucker killed a lot of people and spied on people. And the National Defense Authorization Act invented detention provision. I said, holy shit, fuck these people. Then Trump ran against Hillary, and I said, holy fuck, this country is insane. Trump wins, and for the most part, I'm like, I don't care for this shit. Then the Democrats started losing their fucking minds with DEI. And weird fucking shit. And then Trump in 2020 said, I got no new wars. I'm setting a timeline for withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'm getting rid of DEI and government contracting. And I said, actually, this is pretty good. But what did they do to the man for those 4 years? They accused him of being
it's bullshit when you disagree with it. Yeah, good one, Destiny.
traitor this country. Then after this, they started arresting his lawyers. They falsely accused him of crimes. They claim that a misdemeanor charge, which arguably could be a single count, was 34 felonies. They created a new law in New York so that a woman can say 30 years ago he sexually abused me. I can't prove it. I wore a dress from the future and I had a magic key to open the door. And I'm sitting here watching numerous Trump lawyers get arrested. Now we're in the Trump administration and they're begging me, please, stick to decorum. Don't arrest lawyers. Don't arrest judges. Like, motherfucker, you did first. You did this to us. And now we're...
Oh, yes. Do you guys not remember? Like, all these, like, do we just forget that, like, Trump got this, like, whole, like made so much money off of his, like, what do you call it? The mugshot. Yeah, remember the mugshot? Like, bro, he was getting, like, he's a convicted felon. Like, what, we're gonna elect a convicted felon? Bro, you guys literally did this first. And now you guys are pretending that this didn't happen.
We're upset and
There
saying,
it
what
is.
do we do? Welcome to the Civil War you started.
We can justify anything because they've already done it, right? When you control history, I guess you can write whatever future you want as well because we can do anything we want because
Control history. Oh, okay. So I guess that didn't happen. Trump wasn't like getting they weren't like the January 6 people were not in jail being hunted down by the FBI. That didn't happen. That we just created history. Trump didn't just get a mugshot because he was getting what do you call it? Freaking like having all these law cases against him and stuff like that. Like, bro, like what are you saying? What are you saying? What did I do this for? I think I did this like earlier in the stream. Is it true that a lot of people are saying that Trump needs to bring back that guy? Research suggests many people were advocating for Trump to bring back Kilmore Garcia to prison by mistake due to Supreme Court directives. So like, yes, okay, let me sidetrack. We'll do chat and then we'll do good point, just so I can remember, like, find this in the editing, because this was something this was a point that brought up a long time ago, and I want to be able to put this in. So we'll just do the conclusion. Yeah, we'll just do the conclusion. Demographic and political dynamics. Yeah, whatever.
Demographic and political dynamics. The case has drawn attention across political spectrums, with Democrats like Van Hollen advocating for due process and Republicans defending the administration's actions, citing security concerns. The involvement of religious figures like the Pope suggests a broad moral and humanitarian appeal, while social media posts show a mix of support for Garcia's return and debate over his alleged gang ties, reflecting the polarized nature of immigration discussions. Implications and legacy. The ongoing saga of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's deportation underscores broader issues of due process, executive authority, and immigration policy under the Trump administration. As of May 16, 2025, with no clear indication of his return, the case continues to fuel public and political discourse, with significant advocacy for his return based on the Supreme Court's ruling. This situation highlights the tension between legal mandates and administrative resistance, potentially setting precedents for future wrongful deportation cases. This report aims to provide a detailed and empathetic overview, acknowledging the complexity and sensitivity of the topic, and ensuring all relevant historical and public sentiment details are included for a comprehensive understanding.
Cool. But I think the main thing that we need to actually put in, because
research suggests many people are advocating for Trump to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia, deported by mistake.
Because the main point is that it was a minor point. Destiny said, I'm remembering this now. The minor point that why I did this in the first place was because Destiny was like, well, no one's even
Where's
saying
Neri?
that. Like, what are you talking about?
We need a nice right-wing Gab AI. Grok is too unbiased.
True. Yes. That's why I like it. That's why I like it.
Research suggests many people are advocating for Trump to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia, deported by mistake, due to Supreme Court directives.
Which Destiny was saying that wasn't true, so there we go. We got the Mr. Unbiased Grok saying that actually that is happening. Destiny just doesn't want to admit that.
It seems likely that public sentiment, including media and political figures, supports his return, given recent discussions. The evidence leans toward ongoing controversy, with legal battles and administration resistance noted.
All right, cool. Let's go back to the video.
They've already done everything we're accusing them of doing.
Well, Trump lawyers get arrested. Now we're in the Trump administration.
Wait, let's listen to that one more time. I love Tim Pool's rants. It's so good.
And the National Defense Authorization Act.
We need to slow this down just a little bit. Actually, not yet. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Where's Neri? I use Gemini at work. I managed to make it give me news in a center-right viewpoint.
I mean, yeah, if you ask it to do it, then it will do it, but I like that Grok does a good job at doing it like naturally. Like, it'll naturally be unbiased. You don't have to like guess to see if it's being unbiased or not, which is annoying.
OC, you're not going to get a president, whoever the fucking worst leftist is that you think. And now that you've made a road to the Constitution, you made a road for your own back, and they're going to come after you, and they're going to attack your First Amendment rights. You guys all understand this.
Whenever we have to stop you because you've been eroding it for centuries.
So the real enemies are those who tell you to give up your country, give up the Constitution, don't follow it.
You took our fucking country with the Biden administration. This is why I brought up the question before to hear Will. Will's like a very straight-laced forward. I'm a lawyer. I'll answer his question. That's why I want to hear what he has to say about it. Here's my view. You guys know me when I was young. I despised the Bush administration. Obama came in, and before he did, I was like, everyone's telling me it's going to be different. Then that motherfucker killed a lot of people. And spied on people. And the National Defense Authorization Act, indefinite detention provision. I said, holy shit, fuck these people. Then Trump ran against Hillary, and I said, holy fuck, this country is insane. Trump wins, and for the most part, I'm like, I don't care for this shit. Then the Democrats started losing their fucking minds with DEI. And weird fucking shit. And then Trump in 2020 said, I got no new wars.
Yeah, we're listening to this again, but like Tim Pool's rant was just so good.
Setting up timeline for withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'm getting rid of DEI and government contracting. And I said, actually, this is pretty good. But what did they do to the man for those 4 years? They accused him of being a traitor to this country. Then after this, they started arresting his lawyers. They falsely accused him of crimes. They claimed that a misdemeanor charge, which arguably could be a single count, was 34 felonies. They created
Brock is fair. Tomfoolery dig. Winky face.
law in New York so that a woman can say 30 years ago he sexually abused me. I can't prove it. I wore a dress from the future and I had a magic key to open the door. And I'm sitting here watching numerous Trump lawyers get arrested. Now we're in the Trump administration and they're begging me, please, please stick to decorum. Don't arrest lawyers. Don't arrest judges. Like, motherfucker, you did first. You did this to us.
Yes. Literally, that happened.
Now we're upset and saying, what do we do? Welcome to the Civil War you started.
We can justify anything because they've already done it, right?
Wait a second. Was that a... Hold up.
There it is.
What do we do? Welcome to the Civil War you started.
We can justify anything because they've already done it, right? When you control history, I guess you can write whatever future you want as well because we can do anything we want because they've already done everything we're accusing them of doing or we've ever accused them of doing. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, guys, give it up now.
I mean, that is what happened though. Like, they arrested Trump's lawyers. They arrested Trump. They gave Trump like a whole they gave him a whole mugshot. He was supposed to go to jail. But then they had to stay on the jail part because they didn't know if he was going to become president, and he ended up becoming president. So they put an indefinite stay until like for his like going to jail part, I guess. So wait, what's going on here? Oh shoot, there's going to be some. There's gonna be some network issues because of freaking downloading something. Okay, I think we're good.
Hey, what's your name? Say your name before you go.
I'm Nicholas Steinbrecher, lost and found.
Never download something when you're streaming live.
Discord. Also representing the Jamcast Discord.
Thank you, Nick. All right, now our next debater, their name is Cash.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, but I just find it very funny that Tim effed up. That like it's underneath the thing where Tim effed up. Like that's what it's called. Tim effed up when Tim made a super good point here. Like, yes, they did take I'm just gonna run down my dialogue tree one more time. They did do the fake revisionist history where I guess they weren't arresting Trump's lawyers. Yeah, that didn't happen. One of them didn't plead guilty. Yeah, that one girl that cried on camera. Yeah, I guess that didn't happen, and obviously that wasn't Trump's lawyer that happened on camera. So they weren't doing. I guess the Democrats weren't doing that. So like, come on now. Like, this is just stupid. Like, he's pretending that this didn't happen and saying, oh, it's revisionist history when it literally did happen. And now he doesn't like the fact that the Democrats did it to Trump, literally to Trump and his lawyers first. So, like, bro, like, what?
I just wanted to have like a quick point.
Would you agree with that, guy?
No, I mean, I don't agree with him, obviously, right? Like, he's a little more aggressive than I would be. But I think my substantive point would be that, like, much of your argument is, like, we really need to not open Pandora's box, and I would just say I think Pandora's box has been open pretty darn tightly, you know? So.
Yeah, true.
All right, Cash, you got the mic. The floor is yours.
All right, guys, good morning, everyone here.
And Destiny can't even say no to that because that's legitimately what happened, so...
I am a libtard. I think we're the only ones in the room.
Oh my gosh, are you arguing with me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Pisco, for inviting me.
Of course. Oh yeah, that's right.
Grab the mic and hold it up so we can hear you.
So I'm an American exceptionalist. I love this country. I love this Constitution. I think Pisco brought up this point. I mean, I can read out like the amendment that says that people have the rights to due process, regardless if you are a illegal or a citizen. I think that just needs to be cleared up first. That Pisco is the pro-Constitution person here. Every single person, I heard them screaming in the room saying illegal immigrants don't get due process. That is against the Constitution. Just to clarify that first. Second of all, I also think it's important to acknowledge that I trust that the U.S. government more so with processing someone that we'd all agree is probably a bad guy, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, than some random prison in El Salvador. I think we have a good justice system, as many of you guys might disagree. It's crazy to me that you guys disagree with the 6 Republican Supreme Court justices that said that we need to facilitate his return. Rule of law is very important in this country. And I don't know what you guys would be saying. I think Pisco hinted at this. If AOC becomes president and all of a sudden says that the January 6ers are a bigger threat to this country than the illegal immigrants, then deports them with no due process, you guys will all be crying your asses out.
True,
That
base.
already happened. Bullshit.
There it is. That already AOC was the president and deported J6ers? What?
Those people got trials. Everyone in the
Obviously, that's not what he's like saying. Like what? Like he's saying that something similar happened to this, and now he's going to actually say what actually happened. But Destiny's going to be like, no, I'm going to cut him off before he actually explains what he means by that.
And they all got due process. All of them got due process. And then these criminal terrorist insurrectionist thugs got let out by the criminal in the Oval Office illegally occupying the office.
I would just like to ask a procedural question to our lawyer friends here. If evidence is denied to the accused parties, is that due process?
Yeah, it wasn't denied. It would be a violation of due process. I mean, it wasn't actually denied. It wasn't actually denied.
Whether the evidence is admissible, right? And so,
if it's admissible, also it's a whole doctrine on Brady that would apply, and so I would need to know the specific facts. And also, I'm not an expert on Brady.
So, what do we have? 44,000 hours of footage? Not
this was a lie, and this was not on the merits in the court.
True.
No. Go for it, Will.
This 44,000 hours. I think this talking point started with Tucker Carlson, but this is all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit.
Okay, the actual real, like, the best argument about the failure of due process in the J6 cases was the fact that change of venue motions got denied. Yeah. There's no excuse that any of these trials happened in D.C. where the crime was in a 97% Democratic
district. Who the fuck?
What? I'm sorry, I could be wrong.
No, you're most likely wrong.
Since when is venue or jurisdiction or appropriate jury determined based on political affiliation? Has that ever been the case? On political breakdown? You have the right to reject members of the jury if you want, but if people, I'm curious, case law, I guess, have people moved have people changed venues before or changed courthouses because they're like, there are too many Democrats in this district? Like,
cares? You commit the crime in a place, you do the crime there.
Whoa, I thought you cared about fair trials.
Wait.
What a dumb piece of shit. I thought you cared about fair trials. So we're going to ship these people all over the United States to stand trial in a venue that makes absolutely no sense? Like, oh, well, here you are in Atlanta, Georgia. We've brought in a trial of your peers to figure out whether or not you committed a crime in D.C. Would they have the original jurisdiction and everything over this particular crime? Like, what? In what world would this ever make sense?
What did that happen?
Like, it would make sense, like, if you're super, like, I don't know. Like Destiny's purposely being stupid just to say that it's dumb. Like if you want to have a fair trial and all the people in your local district knows you and is biased for or against you, then it makes sense to ship you to a completely new location, get jurors from that location that have no idea who you are, and actually have an unbiased and more fair trial than that. Like that's literally what makes sense. But I guess Destiny's too like politically like trapped on one side to even like see how that's even like plausible.
Whoa. It's a white guy. You don't want a fair trial anymore, do you?
Oh my God.
Doesn't the Constitution specify? Doesn't the Constitution specify that there is a venue provision that when you commit a crime, it shall be tried in the district in which it was committed?
Yeah, but that venue is not defeated by due process and the right to a fair trial.
There's a presumption that a jury is able to put aside their bias, their political bias.
Yeah, but that presumption is not absolute. What happens if a black defendant is facing a jury of all white and like the prosecutor's excluding?
It's a high burden.
Are we saying that a person's political affiliation is the same here necessarily as the race? Also, I think you can reject. Actually, I'm not actually sure if you can reject jurors based just on their race as well. I don't actually know for a qualification for pool of like rejecting jurors. I've never heard of changing venue though because of the political makeup of some district.
To get rid of that jury.
I don't know. I mean, well, think about this.
Think about this.
Whoa. I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying it's a high point to show that it's racially, unconstitutional.
I mean, you see, like if you look at the polling. Well, I want to make this point because this is, I think, the key issue which I think liberals avoid all the time. You look at the polling on, like, for example, whether liberal parents would be happy if their child came home with a conservative partner to marry. They're not. And in fact, in general, this number is higher than in a world where than cross-racial. So I mean, I'm sorry, like the way that there's polarization in this country between Republicans and Democrats, which is literally demonstrated by this room, and also a lot of like the things you've said about like the people in this room, is demonstrating that there's not a majority of your views in the world.
You know what? I'm fucking so retarded. Pandana, you're absolutely right. Destiny, it's a self-report. You're right, it is a self-report. What they're saying is that if they were on a jury and it was a Democrat, they would always vote to convict. And if it was a Republican or anybody related to Daddy Trump, they would always vote to exonerate or not convict every single time. You're absolutely correct.
Sixers didn't get fair trials.
Let me ask you another question.
Like imagine the federal court system we've created where every time somebody commits a crime and there's federal jurisdiction and they're trying to court, they have to be shipped to like a swing state to try the crime. Like, what the fuck?
Due process
that
and
would
the
make it
prosecution.
fair.
Also, wait, I'm curious. Does
like
DC?
What?
Oh, they don't even have real electoral votes. Whatever. Do they get an electoral vote? I don't know. Does DC actually go 97% Democrat? Is that even true? Is that the split?
I feel like Destiny's just completely like just ignoring the fact that it should be a fair trial. A fair trial. I guess he's just not aware that political bias exists. Like, how can you have a fair trial if the political bias of that location is like compromised? Like is this something that just doesn't like he just doesn't understand that or something? I feel like he just doesn't understand. He's purposely just ignoring
DC
that.
vote president 2024. %92.5%. Okay. That is really significant. Do they get an electoral vote? I forget. Yes, they do. They get 3 of them. Okay. Then why do these motherfuckers cry about no representation? You don't need Congress.
Just information from after the trial happened to seek a greater sentence on the individual based on speech of the individual.
No, I wouldn't necessarily.
That's not
it gets to whether or not you have regret, whether or not you. There are factors of sentencing that you're able to, the judge has discretion.
A greater sentence on the individual. The prosecutor
didn't get fair trial.
Let me ask you another question. Is it due process if the prosecution uses information from after the trial happened to seek a greater sentence on the individual based on speech of the individual?
When it comes to sentencing, I'm pretty sure you're allowed to bring in a whole bunch of extra. Now, for the conviction, that's like you've got your rules of evidence and everything. But once you're past, like if they've been convicted and the judge is now in the sentencing thing, I think the judge is allowed to consider a wide variety of out-of-court statements. You don't have to have you're not probing for, proper evidentiary bullshit. Now, I don't think you could just make fucking shit up, but like statements that the person says and everything, I think you could absolutely, or the conduct of a person in court. There's a reason why you're supposed to be deferential and apologetic, and you have your allocution statements. You're like, oh, I'm sorry, I understand I've hurt the family and all this. And if you fuck this up, or if you, go hard and you're like, fuck you, judge, this is some bullshit, I'm appealing this shit, get me the fuck out of here, you're gonna get fucked in your sentencing. The judge is gonna throw the book at you.
No, I wouldn't necessarily.
That is not.
It gets to whether or not you have regret, whether or not you. There are factors of sentencing that you're able to, the judge has discretion to weigh.
Your speech.
That aren't. Yes. So, for example, I'll give you a case like Martin Shkreli. You guys know Martin Shkreli?
Of course, yes.
So Shkreli and
Hillary Clinton.
I think Shkreli can be fine sometimes, but he talked shit about Hillary Clinton when he had his trial or something.
He did more than talk shit. He fucked up. It was a pretty dumb tweet. I think it was a tweet or a Facebook post. He said something about paying somebody who could ever deliver to him a lock of Hillary Clinton's hair. So really, really dumb. That was really dumb. Well, I don't know if that was after he was already convicted or what, but oof.
The judge sentence him more. Now, you might disagree with that, but it just is the case that judges are allowed a great deal of discretion in sentencing, and that's our system. Okay, can I introduce kind of a new topic a little bit? Because I feel like we're getting down the...
Yeah, you got less than a minute, though. Go ahead.
We haven't had liberal yet.
That's what I'm saying. We'll talk. Take that. Say that.
I think that Pisco hinted at, and I was kind of talking about this in my opening speech, is that what's important to recognize here is that it sets a precedent. These laws set a bad precedent. I think we should also talk about Mahmoud Khalil. I go to Georgetown. There was a guy that was in our grad department that got deported for supporting Palestine, literally just for supporting Palestine. I just want to hear the conservatives here that if AOC gets elected and designates Israel as a terrorist state,
yes! If Israel designates Israel, if AOC, it'd be Israel anyway, Zog, right? If AOC were to designate Israel as a terrorist state, can we start deporting people when they support the IDF as a terrorist organization? It's a good question.
A bunch of pro-Israel people.
But the problem is, he doesn't realize these are not older MAGA, these are young MAGA, meaning they're Nazis. So they'll all say, fuck Israel.
Josh, I'm pro-Israel. I'd be afraid that you conservatives have opened the floodgates 100%. For free speech to be completely violated. Wait, because Trump is breaking these laws. It takes two to tango with these laws. I will answer your point.
Will says.
If you manage to get AOC to be president, and she, in her bizarre wisdom, not wisdom, right? But if she decides to say, you know what, if we think the IDF is a terrorist organization, you manage to classify it as such, and then you say Israelis who advocated on behalf of the IDF, she would have the authority to do so under our laws. She could deport Israelis.
She has the authority to give them due process. Bro. I would argue that I don't know the exact numbers, but the Trump base is split between anti-interventionist, bye-bye Israel, and pro-Israel. There's a lot of people who are pro-Israel, but when the argument you make about the conservatives, you're going to find a lot of them are more conservatarian, being like, yeah, I don't give a shit about Israel.
That's his point. He's trying to...
Is that a real thing? Is conservatarian a real political ideology? I have no idea.
They're going to cheer you on.
No, we're getting a hypothetical. Here's my point. I guess the fundamental answer is I'm happy with Khalil's deportation. The guy hates our country. He's a guest. He can go home. Sorry, you want to go out there and be like...
I think people that rioted the Capitol hate this country more than someone criticizing foreign policy. True. Destroy the Capitol should be deported immediately. That is the same country. Some of them are not citizens that destroyed the Capitol. I got a question for... You said he's a guest in our country. Wait. He's a guest in our country. He hates our country, so we can deport him.
Yes.
And that is... The State Department has the discretion just to say, we revoke your visa. Is there a specific criteria by which you think they're required, or do you think it's unilateral? No, you're a guest, get the fuck out.
Under law, honestly, the Secretary of State, there's a provision that was used in this case, which is the Secretary of State said, this guy's continued presence in the country is damaging to American foreign policy.
That is very vague.
AOC's president. I understand this, but I just think that's the law.
President AOC in 2029 says, Stephen Crowder, you are a guest in this country, get the fuck out.
True. He's a citizen, so that doesn't matter.
Stephen Crowder's on green card.
Viva Fry? Viva Fry, better start enjoying poutine again, because he's got to go back. I said he's got to enjoy poutine again, because he's got to go back to Canada.
So here's a question.
We love you, Viva.
Under that framework, Will, just a quick question. The First Amendment relates to speech. It also relates to the religion clauses. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. So, under that discretion, what can the State Department say Muslims, as a general rule, are damaging, prejudicial to our foreign policy interests, and then we're going to get rid of them?
That's an interesting question, because I'm not sure... I'm not sure there's a statutory. I guess you could make an argument. I haven't really thought about that.
The question is, it doesn't matter what the INA says if it violates a right, like this.
Right, but I think the Supreme Court's already resolved this. There's just not a First Amendment defense to removal, right? I don't think there is.
Of course, we defend the right to speak on foreign issues. I do really like this question because it also strikes at how do we define religion legally, and if we're dealing with terrorist organizations, would we allow them to use religion as a shield for their extremist ideologies, or do we separate that legally?
Right, because that also if religion, free practice of religion, then it's like you can't maybe supporting a terrorist organization. It's a core religious belief.
Just be clear. So you're opening the door. Is it Caleb? Sorry, Cash. Sorry. As Cash said, if you're going to allow this big room, this big hole in the First Amendment for certain speech in favor of Hamas, now you're opening the door for if you're a Christian and you're not a citizen, we can deport you just because you're a Christian. You invaded the Capitol. You're not a citizen.
I want to say to you what you said. Just to answer your question, you said if President AOC, what you described, most people feel happened already with Biden.
And they're wrong. What do you mean? Wait, explain they're wrong.
No, it's not wrong that someone felt that way.
Oh my God. Oh, the facts over feelings party. They felt it because people like you lied to them.
What do you mean? Wait, explain they're wrong.
No, it's not wrong that someone felt that way.
Yeah, but okay, I feel that you're all wrong.
Yeah, I feel that you're wrong.
And I do agree that you feel we're wrong. My point is, you said
you're saying nothing. I don't understand.
You said how would you feel if AOC became president?
It's a way of asking the question. Obviously, you understand what I'm trying to point out is the hypocrisy here. That of course, if AOC started supporting people,
the circumstance you described already happened.
No,
he's asking you to actually read. There were Israeli advocates of who were opposed to the two-bank solution, and Biden denied their visas simply on the ground.
Whoa, denying a visa is different than someone already in the country. That's a lie. You were lying.
I'm not lying.
Talking about it, you're making a false equivalency. You're making a false equivalency. Obviously, denying a visa is it is basically the same. You're intentionally misrepresenting a case for political points.
He could just be wrong, or you could just disagree with him.
You're not lying. You're not lying.
Let me tell you a story, and I want to hear your reaction to it.
Please.
There was a man and a woman in their mid-40s. Several hours after the event of January 6th, they were in D.C. They live in Maryland.
Every single time, I'm not going to be familiar with exactly what you're talking about, but every single time, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not being hyperbolic. Actually, we will look this up. I was going to say, every single time he brings a case up and he quotes it and it sounds ridiculous, when you look at the actual facts, it's like never what he says. But we'll see what he says here. Maybe we can find
it. Walked up on the backside of the Capitol where there was no violence in D.C. They live in Maryland.
Not true, but I guess we'll just say that.
They walked up on the backside of the Capitol where there was no violence and nothing was going on. The doors were open. There were no barricades. They walked up to the building. No police in sight. They walked into the building and looked around taking pictures and walked out after about 3 or 4 minutes. Should they go to prison?
It depends.
On what?
It depends. I'll say intuitively no, sir.
So they fucking did.
Okay, do you know what's great though? Is that they now have due process and they're going to go through. 100%.
Does anybody have a name or any idea of what the fuck he's talking about? The names of the people that he's talking about?
I understand. My point was, what you describe about AOC going after people happened to people who bumbled upon the Capitol not knowing what was
Sam,
going on.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If AOC took that case and just deported them instead of getting due process, would you be more mad?
Deport American citizens. I would be mad, yes.
Okay, sorry.
Do you understand? If there are 2 people on green cards, I'll be mad.
Well, he says he wants to. You agree? He said he wants to do that, right?
And it's wrong to have said it.
Okay, cool.
And it should never happen. And I will.
So do you condemn him for saying it?
I condemn. Well, let me.
Multiple times.
Right. Let me say this.
You won't because you're beholden to administration.
I want to try to help people understand things. So let me give you an answer. Piers Morgan asked me the other day, if Joe Biden did the things Trump did, would you praise him for it? And I said, no, probably not. You asked me before the show.
Something
similar. And I said, the issue is that Donald Trump largely represents my moral worldview, which means I'm tolerant of his failings.
So morals mean you can violate. You won't do that. That's what you're saying.
Let me finish.
Your morals, your subjective morals, can violate the Constitution.
What I'm saying. Joe Biden largely represents things that are antithetical to my worldviews. This is not about whether or not someone could violate the Constitution, because I already told you, Trump's sending Americans to seek out is a bad thing, and
you won't condemn him for saying it. Okay, so you condemn him for violating the Constitution. Just say yes and I'll leave it.
You are loading the question.
I'm not loading the question. It's literally, he violated the Constitution. Do you support it? Yes or no?
We are talking about if he were to do something, not did he do something.
If he already did something, we're asking you to condemn
Donald Trump sent American citizens to seek out, I would condemn him for that.
But he said he wants to do it, so would you condemn that?
I condemn those statements.
Okay, cool.
Oh, there you go.
100%. I also will tell you this. Donald Trump should be criminally investigated for the killing of Abdurrahman al-Awlaki's little sister in Yemen. He gets no free passes from me, but we don't know for sure. What we do know is that Obama admitted to it. We know there's been accusations about Trump. My response is accusations warrant investigation, admission warrant something more.
And yet, when it comes to Trump administration officials and their misconduct, like Signalgate, for example, he'll say
it's an inside job.
So what he'll do is,
with all due respect, with respect to your statements on Signalgate, and for time, I just don't. I understand Signalgate, but I don't think it rises to. I lay 2 things forward. Trump has been accused of murdering a 7-year-old American girl. Obama admitted that his administration killed a 16-year-old American citizen. Neither of them were criminals. I don't want to muddy that with Signalgate because there's such a substantive.
Wait, Tim, I think you got sidetracked from your point on Piers Morgan, though. Were you going to finish that? Why do you think that it's okay if Joe Biden does terrorist, but Trump doesn't? Can you defend that to me?
That was my point. My point is that
Trump is more moral.
Let me
that's called moral inconsistency.
Listen. Donald Trump wants to secure our borders. Our borders should be secure. Donald Trump wants to enforce the law that I think should be enforced properly. Joe Biden was advocating for child sterilization, child sex change operations. I think pure evil. Joe Biden took classified documents with him and explicitly stated it was because he wanted to write a book that he could sell.
And then he complied with the FBI when they asked him for it. Guess what Trump didn't do when he had documents?
And his ghostwriter destroyed the evidence, worried that it was something wrong. My point is this.
His ghostwriter, not Joe Biden.
You and everybody else in this country has a moral worldview. It is the utmost naivete to say, no, I don't, I'm on principle. Not true at all. Not true at all.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't respond to. Come on, calm down. What you're saying doesn't really respond to what I'm asking. If you have morals, are some of those morals to say not fuck up the economy with tariffs or violate the Constitution?
I'm pro-tariff.
You're pro-tariff?
I'm not pro-universal tariffs the way Trump did. I'm pro his selective tariffs.
I watched that Piers Morgan.
I'm not pro-universal tariffs the way Trump did. I'm pro his selective tariffs.
His selective tariffs? So then not his tariffs.
You know, he asked about like the economy doing bad, and then you were like, yeah.
Like Tim literally just said he's not pro what Trump did. Like, thank you for reiterating what Tim literally just said. Good job.
Joe Biden did the exact same thing. I wouldn't defend it. What you're saying does not answer that question at all. You understand it, right?
Let me try and explain it again.
Yes.
The simplest way I can do it without going into, like, I don't know, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, the Suez Canal, the Crimea, and all of the things we can talk about with Michael Zajewski, Biden's actions overseas. We don't need to get into that.
Sure.
I'll just keep it surface level and as simple as possible.
Thank you.
Biden is for child sex changes. Trump
So
opposed.
that means that if he does something...
Let me answer your question.
Okay, sorry.
Now, do you want me to give you a 1-hour essay thesis on everything Joe Biden did that I think was criminal, wrong, and hey, Biden, I'm trying to avoid doing that by saying very simply, what Donald Trump represents morally, as for America, is much more in line with my worldview. I can get into great detail on the Burisma scandal if you want me to, or Tony Bobulinski, or Devin Archer.
We should have a debate, by the way.
We don't have that much time. No, hold on. He wants to hear about the Qatar-Turkey pipeline. Okay, so in 2009,
oh my God. 2009.
but I absolutely could. For the sake of time, I would just say this: Trump, in my opinion, universal tariffs doesn't make sense.
2009, so it's just so long ago. It doesn't matter. But that thing, that comment that Trump made, that happened in 2003. The grabbing by the that just shows how terrible his character is. Yeah. Okay. So time is a disqualifier, but only when it helps his side. Good one, Destiny.
I'm skeptical of it, but I'm largely
That's why
biased in favor of Trump's moral worldview and hopeful that his administration has a plan that will bear out positively. That being said, I'm not entirely sure universal tariffs too. Selective tariffs I'm a big fan of because I believe, being a manufacturer of skateboards, I can tell you directly as an industry how free trade destroyed an industry and destroyed people's lives.
Okay, sure. I guess so. Joe Biden did respond.
So let me, and now Joe Biden, with all the things he's done that I think are bad, were he to enact universal tariffs, I do not trust him because I believe him to be an amoral crackpot. So I would not give him the benefit of the doubt.
So what you're saying is that you cannot acknowledge when something is bad just because the person might have a good intention?
I literally said the tariffs were done poorly, and I'm skeptical of them.
Okay.
Skeptical. How many times?
I do not support
How many times does it say that?
Okay, Cash, get up. Okay, sorry. My friend Alex and Max.
Thank you for coming up. That was great.
Thank you, Cash. Okay, hold on. I love all of you. You just got to read the Constitution better. Much love.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, is it transgender? Have you balls enough to come up here yet? I know. Well, then come and tell us about it. Come on, we only have a couple people. Come on, you don't get to come here and not say something. Oh my God! You know, it's funny for not having a pussy. You sure act like one.
Somebody said he thinks. A couple people have linked this. These are the people that Tim Pool was talking about. A couple from South Baltimore's Cherry Hill neighborhood were arrested Tuesday on charges related to the U.S. Capitol riot, January 6, 2021. Federal court records show. Tyrone McFadden Jr. and Carrie Ann Williams were arrested on charges including disorderly conduct in a restricted building and disorderly conduct in a Capitol building, according to arrest warrants. McFadden and Williams told law enforcement that they are engaged and live in Cherry Hill, according to an affidavit from an FBI special agent. The affidavit said the two were tagged in a Facebook photo taken at the Capitol, along with Aaron James Millure, an Alaska man arrested in March 2021. Other videos and photos provided by the FBI show a man and a woman who appear to be McFadden and Williams inside the Capitol Rotunda on January 6th. The affidavit said Google records and security video footage also placed the couple inside the Rotunda, with footage showing them entering the Capitol at about 2:46 p.m. Wait, what? Okay. When McFadden and Williams were interviewed by the FBI, they said they were outside the Capitol that day, but they never entered the building. Oof, so they lied. Nice. I believe this was false, and that Williams and McFadden were untruthful in that interview, the agent wrote in the affidavit. In a Young Patriot Society video on YouTube called Storming the Capitol, and described in the affidavit, McFadden and Williams were interviewed alongside a person who said we were definitely within the first 100 to 150 people to get into that building. Oof, okay. Oh, how did Tim present this? They just wandered up towards the end, and they just happened to be on the grounds? If these are the two people he's referring to, they probably is. Yeah, we were too. We definitely were too.
Probably is. We have no idea.
They were going to lock us in there.
Is this what Tim was talking about? Like, I like how he's going to ask that question and then just assume that that's what Tim was talking about because Tim's a liar. So he must be talking about these guys, right? Right, guys? We're just going to assume that. All right. Good one. All right. So this is obviously completely irrelevant to anything that Tim has to say because he doesn't even know that Tim even said that. Good one. Let's get back to the video.
That made me doubt my sanity.
There's a certain amount of no's we'll respect.
I know. Okay. All right. Is that Tyler, right? You've been wanting... No. What's your name in the hat? Did you submit, T-Bone? Okay. Well, then let's get the black dude. Come on down.
We know this guy.
I took a lot of notes. All right.
Yeah,
so I want to go ahead and I want to go to your point, Alex. You were talking about Lake and Riley.
Yes.
Right? But also the entitlement programs. We forgot about that. And about all the money that was spent through all the illegal immigrants. As soon as they came in, they had a bunch of I don't know if there's a bunch of cards with money on them, but I was at the airport. I believe it was last year, and I had somebody walk up to me, and he was an immigrant, and he talked to me in Spanish, and I knew a little bit of Spanish, but he gave me a bunch of here we go. He gave me a bunch of cash and was like, "Hey, can you help me get to New York? I just need you to buy a ticket." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I can't do that." But he had a wad of cash, and he had a backpack on his thing, and he had this app on his phone.
The CBPD.
Do you guys remember about the
CBP one?
Yes. Oh my God.
But anyways, so
that fucking app.
You said to close the border, right? That will solve all the issues. But how do you get with the president before that sabotaged our own country and sabotaged our borders, allowing all of these other people to come in, and now you're telling the other president that no, you have to follow some sort of standard.
Sit down. Thank you. Good job. Great job.
People will use these examples, and first of all, let's be clear. Some of these benefit programs are state-run, some of them are federally run, and one of the reasons why these people are given benefits at all is because oftentimes they don't have authorization to work. Okay, when you're applying for asylum, you can get an EAD, but you have to wait a certain amount of time before EAD is an employment authorization document. You have to wait a certain amount of time before you can apply for EAD. And so in the interim, you're literally making it illegal for this person.
Yeah, but 20 million people?
What do you mean?
20 million people are applying for this?
So you're saying 20 million people cross the border illegal and have entered into the country. So I think that number is inflated. It's untrue.
Let's take 10.
10, 15. So because it calculates.
Notice that the actual number doesn't really matter because nobody truly actually really knows, right?
But not everybody is a beneficiary of those programs. On net, once you give them EADs, these people are putting money into our entitlements. Literally, they're given tax numbers so that they can pay into things like Social Security and Medicare, and they're never going to get those benefits from those. So when you let them work, and I'm not saying that I agree with illegal immigration. I don't agree with illegal immigration, but it's just a function of the fact that otherwise these people are going to be like, I don't know, dying on the street.
Now, remember when we came on your show in Scrapjaw, and he was talking about how he went over to Springfield, Ohio, right? And there was a bunch of issues, not necessarily what we thought was the problem, which was people were eating dogs and cats, whatever. But he was talking about how there were a bunch of immigrants that had money that were paying for cars that didn't have licenses, that didn't have insurance on these vehicles, and they were wrecking these vehicles. Now, the problem was those vehicles, he would take them back to his, not to a shop, but like the yard where they tow, right? But they couldn't take the vehicles. But why? Because of these issues. So what exactly are we supposed to do when we have a president beforehand that caused all of these issues? Sure. And now we have to I'm going to assume
pay
for that.
Yeah.
But it's also a function of we don't have the capacity to solve that, like the manpower, the labor, and the resources to rectify those problems.
But we do have the capacity for like $1 trillion in tax cuts.
Oh, those are two different things.
So to be clear, like we say they don't have the capacity, but these terrorists that you say you don't agree with, they've wiped out a ton of wealth in this country. People are against them, and the whole numbers is it economic reporting right now? I feel like you're dodging the question entirely. Let's assume that everything you're seeing in terms of what the previous administration did was wrong, illegal, immoral, however you want to say it. Why is illegal immigration wrong? Can I ask you?
Well, can you do the same thing into another country? Can we go to another country?
Did he seriously say that? Your evaluation for what's right or wrong is based on what people can do in other countries? What?
Why is it wrong for someone to come into the country legally?
Oh, well, you see, well, exactly, because, hold on, guys. Well, we see why, right? Look at what happened in Italy, all right? You saw what happened on that island. They got ransacked by a bunch of people. There's only 7,500 people that lived there, and there were tens of thousands that just overran that entire island. Look at what's going on in the UK with all the stabbings. Look at what's going on in Canada with all the issues that are going on.
So is the problem?
So in the UK and Canada, I don't think those have to do with illegal immigration. I think it has to do with just immigration, period. It's interesting that he's going to examples of legal immigration that he doesn't like to say why we don't need illegal immigration. I think it's telling because truly, these people just don't want any immigration at all. That's what they really mean. That's what they really are trying to say, and it's important to get that because, yeah.
I'm hearing crime. I'm hearing economic considerations. I'm hearing fiscal impact. So Trump, for instance, has said he wants immigration. He wants more immigration. He just wants it to be legal, right? You've heard him say that.
Legally.
So, and in this country, we have really low unemployment, record low unemployment, even now. So the jobs report that we just got was better than expected. So there's a labor shortage in this country in terms of the economic impact.
That's true.
Trump wants to bring in. Trump has said that he wants to give green cards to people who complete university in this country. So he's at least as Trump says it, he's okay with immigration. He just wants it to be done legally.
Exactly.
So if your problem, I just want to finish the point, then I'll let you guys go. If your problem with immigration at bottom is that it's illegal and disorderly, then your problem is the illegality, and therefore you should be just against illegal actions by the states.
So let me answer why illegal immigration should be illegal. Right, first, that seems redundant, right? Illegal immigration is when you come to this country outside of our laws for properly managing influx of new people. The reason why we made it illegal, I can give you a real world example, which is Sweden, for instance. Well, a lot of these countries are bringing a lot of immigrants in because of their low fertility rates. It's going to cause labor shortages and economic crises. In the 90s, Sweden brought in a bunch of, I believe it was Somali refugees. These refugees were not properly integrated, and this is not to say that they were forced to, it's that the country failed them. What ended up happening was the refugees that came in legally were told, best of luck, welcome to Sweden. So what they do, they formed enclaves, incidentally, not intentionally. People want to live next to each other because it's familiar, it's easy, and if you're going to get a job and provide service in your community, speaking the language makes it a lot easier. And for 20 years, this resulted in a very serious cultural problem. The children of these refugees were considered Swedes, but in their home country, they were not considered Somali. They had no home to go to, but a Swedish natural native population would not give them jobs or opportunity. What happened? They created areas of the country that were I guess say skeptical of the outside authority. This resulted in police getting attacked. It resulted in intergang conflict. There was a grenade thrown in I believe it was 2017 onto a balcony that killed an 8-year-old British tourist. The culture that grew in these communities was entirely separate and isolated from the Swedish community because they were not properly brought in. And so, why do we make it? We want more legal immigration. We want to make sure that when people do come here legally, because we do have a labor shortage and a fertility crisis, they come in a timely and orderly manner where we can track where they're going, which communities can handle them and which cannot. But when, let's say, even 1 million people come across the border unchecked and we don't know where they're going, this can result in, I can call it intercommunal violence. So you run into conflicts like whether or not the story of cats being eaten is true. You get the local population in Springfield, Ohio, were livid complaining about this. Or you end up with, when I went to Sweden, one of the most fascinating things that I saw was local Swedish guy, who I think was in his 20s, told me he was terrified to go to these neighborhoods because he would be murdered. And I thought that was nuts. And I freely walked about these neighborhoods with no issue. But there was still a fear of interracial and interreligious conflict because of the lack of assimilation and integration. So for economic reasons, for culture...
He literally said neighborhoods in Sweden. Like, pay attention, Destiny.
reasons and to preserve the moral traditions of our country, our democratic values we do think are important, we say, guys, one at a time.
Are you? Junie sent 50 Destiny gift memberships. Thank you. In YouTube chat. I love you, buddy. Malmo is not a neighborhood. That's a city.
Are you willing to have a conversation with the Zionist Destiny? Yeah, I'm willing to have a conversation with him. But he hasn't even responded to my video. I mean, he asked some questions. I gave some answers, and then I asked him some questions, and he hasn't responded. No, he did respond. He didn't. Well, I didn't see it. He didn't tag me in it. What did he say? I'll have to check into it. I'll have to get back to you then. There's no sense in debating Zionists about genocide, right? I mean, the thing is like I was just responding to his post, and the post did better.
I think Destiny's completely correct on the whole whole Israel-Palestine thing. Like, he may be completely dead wrong on the whole U.S. politics and like Trump and stuff, and have a complete like brain-rotted mindset of how he sees MAGA people and everything like that. But that doesn't mean he's wrong on every single thing that he says. Like, he actually has a really good he did a really good research into the history of like the whole Israel-Palestine stuff, and I think he does a pretty good job on that. So yeah, Base, this would be a good this is like a completely sidetracked thing that he's doing in the middle of this entire debate, but okay.
Then his post, and it proved my point. And
oh well, if it did better, I guess that proves it.
It's in his stream today. Okay. Are you willing to have a conversation?
I'm right this way. Please don't cheat.
Yeah, but so the problem there is
Humans have long practiced delegating work that strains and tires them to machines. It is their best achievement. Simple counting and short-term memory are often among such challenges, which the conveyor throughput monitor is specialized in. Simply add it to any belt, and it will tell you its throughput after only 1 minute.
Cool.
There's a reason we have these laws. These laws are in place for some of the policy reasons that you've outlined, and the problem is when you violate that, you're both violating the law, but you're infringing on America's sovereignty, right? America passed these laws through our methods, democratically, and it's an expression of American will. It says these amount of people can come here and no further, right? You can apply for, a green card under these conditions, but not the other conditions. You can apply for.
He's talking about assimilation,
but aren't you arguing that we need to increase legal immigration, right? His argument was, here's all the problems with immigration. You're like, well, if you only have a problem with illegal immigration, then we should just make more of it legal. Well, what I'm presenting to him is that Donald Trump has said that there are a lot of benefits to legal immigration. That legal immigration would benefit the economy. That we do want these people, right? So I take it as a given that you agree with Trump on that, and that you agree with his policy, like rationale on that. And so it seems to me like the biggest problem that people have here is they're cutting the line. They're doing something.
Well, and they're not paying taxes. We have a two-tier justice. Okay, we only have time for one more guy. So great job, T-Bone. Then the guy in the suit. I know the guy in the suit didn't want to be here all night.
Pisco explained
so you
about
got
the
1 minute,
taxes,
guys. This is our last one. I'm sorry we didn't get to you. We only have a limited amount of time, unless you guys want to do one more after this. But say your name, and you got your 1 minute start.
My name is Andy, and thanks so much for giving me the opportunity. I wanted to address what Tim said regarding the existential crisis of it all, and the relations of the Alien Enemies Acts, and whether or not that's being applied far enough with Venezuela. I'm going to make some seemingly wild claims because this stuff hasn't been reported yet. But as far as Venezuela's role, the World Social Forums on Migration were 8 global conferences since 2005 that planned the weaponization of migration against the West, sponsored by Venezuela and Cuba. They essentially organized and networked the NGOs and groups that facilitated the migration crisis.
By the way, to be honest, I have no idea what they're saying now. Like, it... Let's just keep going.
In 2025, NGO is the new big. Like, growing up or earlier in time, anytime somebody was going to say big whatever, you knew that they were about to say some crazy shit. Big pharma, big oil, big tech, big whatever. It's always going to be followed by some retarded shit.
Okay.
NGOs are the new thing. Anytime somebody says the NGOs, there are always these like weird, shadowy organizations that are like all in cahoots with each other, trying to take down or reestablish some new global order. But apparently they suck at it.
So whether or not immigrants are
the people on the right have their conspiracy theories, just like you have your conspiracy theories on like Trump, Russia, the Russia thing, the whole Russia gate thing. Like we actually found some Facebook ads, man. Like that, like there was some validity to that. Like, bro, you believe, like you have your conspiracy theories, Tim Pool taking money from Russia and stuff like that, just like how the people on the right have their conspiracy theories. Like you're no better than them. Like, come on now.
Venezuelan or not, since Venezuelan proxies, by the definition of the OAS and the U.S. Congress, helped facilitate the transfer of these immigrants, aren't all immigrants that came in as a result of a hybrid war effort alien enemies and enemy combatants?
No, by definition.
Sir.
The Alien Enemies Act, that's right. No, the Alien Enemies Act allows you to designate like a foreign country, and then only citizens, only... No shit, Sherlock. Bro, do you think I just said that invasion isn't in the statute? What do you think I just said? Literally, do you think I just said invasion, physical incursion aren't in the statute? Do you think I haven't read the statute? No, yeah. So what I said was, what I said isn't contradicting what you just said. What I'm saying is that you have to designate a country. Yes, it's invasion. Oh my God. It does. Alien Enemies Act, you have to designate a country. So, and that country is, you can deport, detain, and send out people of that country, citizens of that country, whether they're here legally or not. A foreign entity, you have to designate one. So the proclamation that Trump issued only applies to Venezuelan nationals by definition. And so no, it doesn't apply.
I understand that. What I'm arguing is that other immigrants, by virtue of whether they're Venezuelan or not, are playing a part as weapons in Venezuela's...
I don't know if Pisco understands, or maybe he does. This guy is spinning crazy conspiratorial bullshit at him, that there's like some planned takedown of the United States from multiple foreign countries and NGOs to flood us with immigrants that are going to destroy us in like a coordinated invasion. I don't know if Pisco got that. That's how crazy this guy's.
NGOs, Temple, Russia Gate. Oh, Temple took money from Russia. Yeah, okay. Conspiracy theories for thee, but not for me.
Hybrid war.
So do you think every country is being part of the invasion? And so then
so be it.
Okay,
so say yes, yeah.
Here's what the current proclamation says. So when Trump wants to say that the whole world is invading us and issue a proclamation to that effect, I'll address it.
I mean, I think the problem is that's so attenuated from the underlying,
100%.
right? Like, is that, and also it would swallow up every other part of immigration law. Like, basically, it would.
You could deport anyone here legally or illegally for any reason.
Right. So I think that as a result, I think that I don't even know if we actually disagree that much.
No.
I think probably disagree on whether or not there is a version.
Even Americans, white people, Christians, everyone's got to go. Nobody gets.
But just be clear, the alien. So if the Supreme Court were to uphold Trump's power under the Alien Enemies Act in this case, he could deport any Venezuelan, whether they're here legally or not. So if they're here legally, you can get rid of them too. The Alien Enemies Act is a very powerful ability for the administration to get rid of any alien, and that means any non-citizen, really.
I do think that just real quick. We can interpret however the powers that be interpret. I mean, whoever's in charge interprets the way they want, they enforce it the way they want. And I really do feel like whenever we have these debates, and I feel it's a lot on the culture war, I'm like, we're sitting here acting like we don't understand these laws all the time, because maybe we don't. 2 different sides, 3 different sides, different political factions, all saying, no, the law means this, no, the law means that. And it's really, at its core, my moral worldview would be this, no, my moral worldview would be this, and the law is less material to the argument.
Let's say that I cede the fact that, okay, it applies only to Venezuela.
Oh, Dustin doesn't even want to say that's even true. That is true. That is true. Tim is right. Tim is completely correct on that.
Well, then all of
that's why he sighed on that, because he knew that he was right, but he's not going to say Tim Pool is correct, because Tim Pool and good words coming out called good faith. Tim Pool and good faith doesn't exist in Destiny's brain. So yeah, of course, we're just going to sigh and just move on.
Proxies, which again, you can demonstrate that these groups that facilitated migration are under U.S.
laws all the time, because maybe we don't. 2 different sides, 3 different sides, different political factions, all saying, no, the law means this, no, the law means that. And it's really, at its core, my moral worldview would
Where's
be
Neri?
this. No, my
You
moral
do go
worldview
through the
would be this,
videos
and the law
quicker
is
when
less
we
material
don't
to the
annoy
argument.
you as much. Winky face.
True. Yeah, I'm like, damn, we're like we're almost done with the video. This is actually kind of wild, and it's only like 1. But yeah, that is true.
Let's say that I cede the fact that, okay, it applies only to Venezuela. Well, then all of their proxies, which again, you can demonstrate that these groups that facilitated migration are, under U.S. and OAS definitions, proxies of foreign enemy states. Shouldn't they be prosecuted and jailed under the
for what crimes?
For Foreign Agent Registration Act? They're acting as proxies of foreign governments and not stating
taking direction from them. Prove it.
This is a hybrid war that carries all 12 dimensions of the hybrid war.
Also, I've been getting criticized on my videos, not on the stream, but on the videos that I make, that I talk too much. So I've been lowering the talking a little bit. But yeah.
I shared some research beforehand, and I hope you.
Yeah. So under FARA, you need to have. So if you have specific evidence that they're
I think I missed something.
Can demonstrate that these groups that facilitated migration are, under U.S. and OAS definitions, proxies of foreign enemy states. Shouldn't they be prosecuted and jailed under the
for what crimes?
For Foreign Agent Registration Act? They're acting as proxies of foreign governments and not stating
taking direction from them. Prove it.
This is a hybrid war that carries all 12 dimensions of the hybrid war.
Did you see the ex-FBI head in the 8,647 thing?
You see the... No, I did not. What is What is that?
I shared some research beforehand, and I hope you.
Yeah. So under FARA, you need to have. So if you have specific evidence that they're failing to register and engage in some kind of lobbying effort, and then you can point to specific individuals, I guess. FARA also applies not just to other countries, but to foreign principles, and so that can include like foreign. One of the reasons why we should have the Burisma conversation at some point is that Burisma would be considered a foreign principle under FARA, and that's one of the issues of the Hunter Biden situation. And so I can see a cognizable case if you can show me the evidence that the specific individuals involved should
it's not,
failing to register.
It's not been reported yet, but trust me.
Citizensintelligence.net has a downloadable PDF with 600 sources about 100.
Oh, citizensintelligence.net. Let me open this on my other monitor first.
Where's Neri? 8647 like a death threat?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, but what is the FBI head thing? Death threat. Boom. Deep search. Look it up. Grok. Thinking, because it doesn't know what I'm not sure what the, it could be code. It does all the searching for me. I love this thing. I love this thing. We're still in the thinking part. All right. Let me just play the thing while this is going on.
Keeping Americans informed. Ooh, and it's got the same abbreviation as the CIA. Oh my God. United Socialist Party of Venezuela, a hybrid threat to the United States. From Dr. Ariel Sheen, Director of Operations, Citizens Intelligence Agency. Ooh. 120-page PDF. God damn.
Where's Neri?
International Castro Chavismo.
Oh,
data.
Okay.
Oh, shit. A collaborative effort between state actors, Cuba and Venezuela, foreign state actors, and NGOs to subvert democratic governments abroad. Castro Chavismo leaves numerous traces of its existence. While their efforts are frequently commented upon in indictments and pacts written by government agencies or articles written by NGOs, there are a few instances where they are cataloged. Holy shit. Careful.
50 pages long, and it's free along with network maps.
Can I ask about the moon necklace?
It's a pig tusk from Vanuatu. Pigs are considered sacred there because this is like mining your own pig coin. The more they curl, the more they're worth. So they pull the top teeth so the pig's tusks continue to curl. And if you got a pig with a triple curl tusk, it costs somebody a pig just to take a look at it. There's a YouTube thing called Vanuatu's Piggy Bank that's like a 15-minute Australian
This guy
special.
is insane. Okay, all right, get out. Wait, we're almost done. The guy with the sunglasses in the back. Well, you've been looking at me all night. Come on down. What are you doing?
The microphone already, though.
I know, but I'll just hand him mine. What are you just? Well, come up here, okay? What are you been looking at me creepy? You in the so one guy in sunglasses. Hurry up. We only got 1 minute. I can already tell this guy's gonna be weird. Here, take my mic. What do you want to say? Stand back there.
I do have a quick question about
one question.
okay, constitutional rights. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but if an illegal immigrant were to come here, would they have the constitutional right, like Second Amendment rights, to buy firearms?
I think they do, yeah. The Constitution is very clear. When it refers to persons and when it refers to citizens. So we had this conversation. I think you agreed with it.
Yeah, I mean, and it could be an issue of how they've changed, like, when the Fourth Amendment was made, it draws a distinction between the rights of persons and the rights of citizens. But I would also add, that creates an abortion issue for you if you do accept that argument.
I'm not actually sure either of you are right about this. So for example, it says, the security of, so the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And that's people, and other parts of the Constitution, including the requirements for president, the requirements for Congress, it refers to U.S. citizens, and then the privileges of
What? Oh, wait, I missed this, but, like, the right-wing lawyer disagreeing with Tim Pool? What? Is that... We're just going to pretend that didn't exist? Okay, all right. No comment, all right.
This clause of the Fourth Amendment, which is what he was referencing, it refers to... Okay, I hear all that, right? Clearly, under current law, we have a lot of restrictions on aliens and what they can say that would infringe the First Amendment if applied to citizens. I don't know. Espousing support for terrorism is sufficient to get you...
Well, that's being litigated right now with the Mahmoud Khalil case.
Right, but I think you're going to lose. We'll see. But my point being that, like, if that's true, then I think you could say that an illegal alien could not be imprisoned for, a crime that would not be a crime for an American citizen, but they could be deported. Interesting. Right? Like, you could make it a condition of their residence.
One of the big problems with having this carve out saying that rights don't apply to illegal immigrants, the rule, that exception clause is a rule, and now all of a sudden you're going to be saying, and I hope you don't say it, is, are you allowed to search without a warrant, and an unreasonable search, let's say, of an illegal immigrant's house because they don't have Fourth Amendment rights? No, but that's a right of the person against the government doing something to them, right? In the same way that you can't imprison in the same reason you can't imprison an illegal alien without due process, but you can deport them. Yeah, but the Second Amendment has been interpreted by the Supreme Court to the delight of gun owners to be an individual right? That's a big win in Heller, is it's not...
Holy shit. Imagine if they did do that. Abrego Garcia does a fucking GoFundMe and they raise $5 million and he just buys a gold card.
Interpreted by the Supreme Court to the delight of gun owners to be an individual right? That's the big win in Heller, is it's not just a militia-based right. It's an individual right to bear arms.
So is the right to free speech.
So, and the right to free speech is as well. And so if there's an individual rights component to the Fourth Amendment that protects you against unreasonable searches and seizures, surely, and it applies to people and persons, and there's a distinction between persons and citizens in the Constitution, we should read that into the Second Amendment.
I don't think that quite, the analogy doesn't work, because the distinction that we're always talking about these First Amendment cases and in the Second Amendment cases is this criminal punishment versus removal. Correct. And I don't think that is even in the ballpark of what's going on in the Fourth Amendment. Right?
So do you think, but hang on a second, so we're not just talking about criminal punishment when it comes to immigration matters. So the First Amendment, for example, applies to if you want to get a liquor license and you're a Trump supporter, imagine the administration says something, or the Democrat administration says, you don't get a liquor license if you support Trump. Or you guys complain about the IRS, right? So let's say that the IRS institutes a policy that says something like, we're only going to do IRS audits of Trump supporters, right? They instituted that policy. So they didn't do that policy. But let's assume, just take the hypo, right, bro? Don't be less mad, all right?
Or we can not use a hypothetical and just say, like, I mean, wasn't there like a whole text message thing where like they said they were going to exclude during the, like, if there's like a Trump sign on someone's lawn, like we're just going to like pass by over them during the was it the flooding or some sort of natural disaster? Like I think it was some person in the FEMA organization, they sent out a text message on like, I forget what platform, but like they sent it out to all the people saying if you see like a Trump supporting sign, like skip over them or something like that. Essentially, that's what the text message is. Like we don't need to make a hypothetical. Like this actually happened. Like come on now.
Jesus Christ.
All right, let him finish, guys. We're about to end this. Let Pisco finish.
That's a situation in which an investigation isn't a criminal punishment. An investigation isn't a criminal punishment. The denial of a license isn't a criminal punishment. But these rights still have First Amendment, for example, still has purchase, even though it's not a criminal punishment. The Second Amendment, there could be some gun legislation that doesn't apply in the criminal context. It would still have purchase.
I want to just add, I do think, I would like to hear a clear answer from the courts on this. Does the people mean the body of citizens, or does it mean all persons? Because when they did draft the Fourth Amendment, it draws a distinction between what makes someone a citizen and what rights a person has. They're distinct.
I'm pretty sure non-citizens are protected under the
100%.
Worst Nary.
If it wasn't that way,
Yep, like a reserve Passover. Fember.
Yep.
Yeah, non-citizens.
And I think that's right. I mean,
oh, gosh.
Anyway.
All right, we're going to end on that, guys. Thank you guys so much. Give it up for yourselves. This was the first pilot episode of the
We
Culture
actually
War Live.
got
Give it up
through
for
all this.
Pisco.
That's
I don't know if everyone
wild.
said that. Give it up for Will Chamberlain, our debaters, and, of course, Tim.
I'm here to say goodbye to everyone. It was a beautiful show. Shout out Tim. Fucking rock and rolling. Tim, Cultural IRL. Pisco, the gentleman from the left. We came by the show. We appreciate you, sir. Yeah, and he has a couple guys in the crowd, and one of the gentlemen came up there, Mr. Cash, so that's fucking rock and rolling. We love that. Next time, we want more lefties. If you're watching, feel free to come in. It's a good time. Absolutely. The better debates, the better, right? Yeah. Yes, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Share the show with everyone. Smash the like button, subscribe. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. You guys want a quick shout-outs for who you want, where they can find you?
Primetime99, Alex Stein, Pip on a Blam, on Twitter, X, YouTube. Follow Primetime with Alex Stein.
Will Chamberlain, at Will Chamberlain on Twitter, and the Article Free Project, articlefreeproject.org.
Pisco Liddy on Twitter, and Pisco's Hour on YouTube.
This was fucking awesome. Dude, it was good time.
Thank you, guys.
It was epic, actually. It was so epic. I liked it. This was good. I gave it a nice, good old, not a dislike, but a like, because it pointed out all the stuff that like this whole Tim Pool effed up here. That's pure copium. Like Tim Pool did a really good job at like calling out even Destiny. Like he called out Destiny's nonsense like in the future. I mean in the past. Well, actually no, in the future.
Thanks for coming.
All right, what's next? This is the new video. Yes. Hour and 30 minutes. Ooh. I think I'm gonna watch this one. Without having a game, basically.
Jesus.
And I'm giving you the movements.
I'm not asking for the history. I'm asking.
You said it is historical, so I have to go back to the people.
No,
you're so dumb that you can't conceive of a position apart from the people who came up with the position.
So Israel. I can define Israel without going through the entire history of Israel. Feminism, while it does have, yes, of course you can.
Really? You can't define anything without going through the entire history of the thing itself?
All right. So I'm gonna preface this. This lady, not so erudite.
Where's Nary?
I think she's
Doug
legit.
Brock find anything on 8647?
Oh, yeah, true. Thank you for reminding me. All right. So, okay, let's see. Let's do this first. Boom. Let's throw this in.
Research suggests many are advocating for Trump to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia, deported by mistake following Supreme...
Wait, wrong one. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. What is the FBI head over the thing? Death threat. Researchers advocating Kilmore. It seems like likely public media supports a return given a... Wait, is it just redoing what it set up here? Yeah, it literally just... It seems likely that the public statement, including public feeders, including media public feeders, given the evidence leans towards ongoing controversy. Wait, what? Yeah, wait, what? What? I think it does. I don't know if it understood what I was asking. Because wait, let's look at its thinking process. All right, so show thinking. That's a
Where's
lot.
Nary?
That's a lot of
Try
thinking.
Comey 8647.
All right.
So, the question is, what is the FBI head and the 8647 thing, death threat? First, I need to understand what this is referring to. It seems like there might be a specific incident or news story involving the head of the FBI and some kind of death threat related to 8647. But I'm not sure what 8647 refers to. It could be a code, a case number, or something else. Since this is likely a recent or specific event, I should start by doing a web search to see if there are any news articles or reports about this. Let me think about how to formulate the search query. I could try searching for FBI head death threat 8647 inches or something similar. But I should make sure to use relevant keywords. Wait, actually, the question says FBI head and the 8647 thing, so maybe 8647 is a specific term or identifier related to the death threat.
Referring to.
Alternatively, perhaps 8647 is part of a case or a reference number. Another possibility is that 8647 might be a typo or a misremembered number, but I'll assume it's accurate for now. Let me try to search for FBI Director Death Threat 8647
News story,
or FBI
ex-head of
Head Death
FBI,
Threat.
Comey, 8647.
You sent it. I mean, actually, I can just stop it. We'll just abort that, and then...
Worst Nary. 47 being president.
Boom. Questions? Oh, deeper search. Okay, fine. Then we'll just do a... Let's do a deep search then. No, I can't? What? Man. Send.
Worst Nary.
There we go. Boom.
86 is slang for kill.
Okay, I think it's finding it. I think it's finding it legitimately. But while that's doing that, we're gonna go back to this, and we're gonna start this over, and we'll do new video, and then the reason why I want to watch this is because the not so erudite thing. I respect her a lot, and she's gonna have a debate with the red pill guy, and as you can see, red pill debate gets way too heated, and we're gonna point out some logical fallacies, because I like doing that. It's fun. Destiny's gonna be watching it. Destiny's probably just gonna end up agreeing with her a lot more, because like that's just what he does. But yeah.
Jesus. And I'm giving you the movements.
I'm not asking for the history. I'm asking
you. Said it is historical, so I have to go back to the people.
No,
you're so dumb that you can't conceive of a position apart from the people who came up with the position.
So Israel. I can define Israel without going through the entire history of Israel. Feminism, while it does have... Yes, of course you can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Bro, don't be super obtuse.
You can't define anything without going through the entire history of the thing itself?
This is so silly because you admitted it's a historical movement, therefore it can't be divorced from the people in history. Do you think it came out of the sky? Did it come into people's minds out of the sky or from the people?
You're doing a false dichotomy again.
What are you, dude? You don't even.
You're acting like you can't define it without the history. I'm telling you.
Correct. It's a historical movement by your own definition.
That doesn't mean that you can't make a definition for the word. So
you have to go to the people. Where do you think words come from? From people. They don't drop out of the sky. They come from people.
Okay, I know you can do this. You can define a word without giving me a 5-minute monologue on the history.
No, you can't.
So there's no way for you to define feminism.
Would you go to a dictionary? That's an appeal to authority.
It's not an.
No, it's not even. It's not a fallacious appeal to authority.
Most CEOs now, this was again about 10 years ago, are now women. That we're reaching some tipping point. There's a large majority of women that are now CEOs. Do you think that's good? Is that fair? Because I would see that as a revolution.
All right. Grok is not done thinking yet. Shoot. All right. Let's go back.
Against male authority.
I see it. I am very dubious of her claim. B, I see it as like neutral. I don't really I don't really care who trickles up to the top, so long as the people who trickle to the top did so because there was free opportunity to do so, right? So like in our society, I'm sure here's something we probably agree on. Most of the positions of power in our society are occupied men because men tend to be more extreme, like they're just more extreme in bell curve, like genetically, and they don't often take time away from work with kids, so they have a little bit more time to dedicate. So we see at the highest levels of trickling to the top, men typically occupy those roles. I'm sure you and I would agree.
Yeah, but when you say extreme, again, this is a very ambiguous term. Extreme in their views, extreme on the bell curve.
Sorry, I meant genetically. Like, so because of the Y-axis specifically, so I don't know if you know anything about IQ research, for example.
I know some about that.
So men, well, like obviously the average IQ for men and women is 100 because it's normalized. Men tend to occupy a bit more of those extreme spaces. They're both the lowest and the highest IQ. And we see men doing that all the time. They tend to just have more extreme genetic traits, both for success and for struggling, right?
I also have issues with the whatever podcast. They hurt my brain when it comes to their takes on women. It just hurts. It hurts. They're a bit too strong. Their opinions are a bit too strong when it comes to women. Like when they're talking about men, it's fine. It's good. It's fine. But when you're talking about women, like they just go a little too hard on them, and I don't like the fact that they go too hard on them. But yeah.
We tend to see men overrepresented on both sides of most things. So that's why men often will trickle to the top.
Also the whatever podcast, they're used to bringing in women that don't have no idea what they're talking about. But like Not So Erudite is actually a really intelligent woman. So they're not used to this.
Most workspaces, for example.
And you think that's because of extremes of IQ?
Well, not just IQ. That would be extremes of multiple things. And also, I think I said...
You said IQ a minute ago.
Yeah, IQ would be one thing. I just don't think IQ is the only thing.
Where's Neri?
So what are the...
Is she dressing like denims now? Sigh, I shouldn't know this.
Actually, I think she actually really dislikes denims. I think she does. Maybe. Actually, I don't know about her opinion on denims. I just know that she's very intelligent and doesn't fall for the stupid, I guess, traditional, what you would consider a blue-haired feminist arguments and stuff like that.
Things that led men to be in those positions other than IQ.
Like she doesn't fall into the trap of men bad. Like she calls herself a feminist, but she doesn't fall into the trap of men bad. Hopefully she'll articulate her position.
Probably just the ability to work. Like they don't take time away from work for children. Their wife typically does that.
Could there be anything biological?
Well,
would that be biological?
IQ would be something biological.
It's partly biological, but I'm saying like in terms of what a man is biologically, is that anything to do with what might be roles in society hierarchy?
Did he just not follow any of that? Did he just miss that whole conversation? Is he a dialogue tree guy? I don't understand how he didn't understand anything she just said. Okay.
I don't think there's super good evidence that like testosterone predicts like anything other than like aggression.
Just like your dialogue tree when it comes to like Tim Pool being like a Russian spy or whatever, or Trump being a Russian spy, or the Tim taking money from Russia. Like, come on now, dialogue tree. Like you're gonna complain about dialogue trees when you literally do the exact same thing with your conspiracy theories against Tim Pool.
Where's Neri?
Come on now.
She covered for tiny too much for me to view as credible now.
I wouldn't say she's credible. I just let's just listen to her arguments and we'll go from there. We'll give her a chance. That's all I'm saying. We'll give her a chance.
Towards those like equal or lower and like muscle distribution. I think it's a lot more.
The main reason why I have a lot of respect for her because like the way that she was talking to Turkey Tom. I made a video about this a long time ago, and I streamed this a long time ago with her talking to Turkey Tom because I can't English, and she was defending herself. And she didn't like how people were basically deleting her or calling her all these crazy names because she wouldn't like completely destroy Destiny and completely abandon him when he was going through the when that Pixie stuff came like into play. So yeah, a little bit respect for that, but she wasn't glazing Destiny, but like. We would have to go back and watch it.
Where's Neri? Okay, I'll give her a chance.
Yeah.
Muscle distribution is part of biology, right?
Sure, I just don't think like muscles get you to the top of a Fortune 500.
What about like being a soldier? Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why men are significantly better soldiers than women.
But what about that high IQ, that group of high IQ? Does that help get them to the top of the CEO ladder?
That would definitely help. I think it's like a 45% to 60%.
And you admit that it's partly genetic?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So it seems like naturally speaking, when I appeal to my opening statement to what's natural and biological, men are just sort of fitted to those things. Their very constitution is for those things.
Yeah, it's just with in 2025 with women having birth control and tampons, there's less obstacles to that, so they might trickle to the top too. And I just want a society that would allow them to do so.
Is periods? Is those is that like a biology thing
I gotta
too?
go back to normal speed because like, oh wait, no. Destiny has them at a higher speed. That's why it sounds like they're talking super fast.
But why? That's what I'm getting at is, if this is biological and thus, quote, natural to a degree, according to what you're arguing, what's the need for women to do what is then perhaps not natural for them to do in society?
Because there are lots of women that are still in the high IQ realm that are very capable, that make excellent bosses.
So exceptions make the rule?
No, more like freedom of opportunity, right? That's my premise. Is I want it's like the innovator scale, right? I don't want to arbitrarily just say 50% of our society cannot be at the top of society, because I want to make sure that if they're achieving the top of society, it's because of skill and like merit and et cetera, et cetera. That's what I believe in. And so I wouldn't want to arbitrarily ban women from those positions.
Right, but it's not. I didn't even talk about banning. So that was something that you interjected. What I said.
I'm not saying you did, right? Because you were asking like what I'm interested in. I'm saying a freedom of opportunity.
So,
women to just trickle up.
there's a standard, which you would say that's a net good for society if women are able then to interject themselves into that male space.
To be allowed
that's a
to,
good.
yeah.
Why is that a good?
Like I said, innovator scale.
What?
Innovator scale. More people means more innovators. You just get the best of the crop.
More people.
Mm-hmm.
So we should have more people in society?
Sure. I don't know if this is connected to birth rate.
Well, yeah, because the more people in society would then back up what you're arguing, right? But don't we need more husbands and wives to have more people?
Yeah, I just don't think these things are mutually exclusive.
How can a wife be a CEO and also raise the kids?
Tampons, birth control, like support.
So tampons and birth control raise the kids? What do you mean?
Lots of.
This is gonna be retarded.
You're being obtuse. I mean, but like, she should be a bit more specific when she says that.
Part of conversation, isn't it?
Lots
of kids. What do you mean?
Lots of.
This is gonna be a retarded conversation, isn't it?
Lots of women find a way to both raise children and work.
Well,
shared parenting, like the husband takes roles. Sometimes they get babysitters. Sometimes there's intergenerational families. There's multiple ways that women share the load of parenting.
So that's a net good?
Can be, yeah.
Okay.
Freedom of
What
opportunity.
is the standard for good here?
Do you mean like at an epistemic level?
At any level.
Good as in.
In your worldview, what determines the good?
So in the case of what we're talking about, I talked about the innovator scale. So the reason I like women being able to have access to opportunity
Where's
is because
Neri?
it improves pace.
Not out. Brew, what she bring to the table? Hee hee. Joking.
Of what we're talking about, I talked about the innovator scale. So the reason I like women being able to have access.
What was he laughing, or is that like a hidden cough sneeze, or I don't?
Well, I mean, like what she's saying. This is a good faith interpretation. What she's saying is that she just wants like the women that are like actually really smart, like the little bit of percentage of women that are actually really smart, to also be able to have those CEO jobs and stuff like that. That's all she's saying. Just the opportunity, not we need quotas. Like, she's not saying we need quotas for this to happen. Like, she just wants more opportunities for the women that actually have that type of like brain to do that. Because like there's gonna be some women that are just as or even smarter than that can be CEOs and stuff like that. Maybe they don't want to start families. That's why she said like tampons and all that. Like the reason why when he asked that question, she said all those things, the birth control stuff and everything. She didn't say that the birth control is going to raise the kids. The birth control is going to prevent them from having kids. So therefore they don't need to go and raise kids when they don't have any kids because of birth control. So that's like that's why she brought that up. But she should have been more specific on that. Because like he obviously just assumed that what she meant by that is that birth control is going to raise kids, when that's obviously just a stupid thing to think.
I don't know why he's laughing when he's like not even been able to follow the conversation so far.
To opportunity is because it improves GDP.
Okay, so the net good for society is just what? More fiat money? Like what determines that?
Yep, GDP is a good thing. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I do.
You don't think
First of
GDP
all,
is
like what if the money is a scam?
That doesn't have anything to do with.
Okay.
Shut up, Destiny. Stop it. Let him make his point.
Why would not having more GDP for a country not be good?
The nature of the money itself, if the money system is a debt-based scam, doesn't have anything to do with GDP?
Where's
Not
Neri?
really, because
you could have a cow for that. Oh dear, sorry, hee hee. Winky face.
You could have a cow for that.
GDP is about like the income of a country, right? So like debt is part of how you navigate income of a country.
Right, but our country's income is presently based on pure debt, right? Is that a bad thing?
Pure debt? Really? Okay.
Our GDP is not based on debt, no.
It is. Well, the whole system is based on debt. Gross domestic product is not itself debt. I'm saying the economic system itself is based on debt.
Yeah.
Because we have debt?
Yes, don't be obtuse, Destiny. That's exactly what he's saying. Come on now.
System.
Yeah, like modern theory of like money is very debt organized. It's just like debt is not this like boogaloo scary thing in and of itself.
No, I'm talking about our system is fiat. It's not attached to anything hard. There's no hard currency that our money is attached to since the shock doctrine of Nixon, right? So
Yeah,
Nixon
what is that? Who cares?
goes with the gold standard.
I mean, the reason why that doesn't even matter is because like you could say if people just stop wanting gold because gold doesn't look shiny, and if people stop wanting gold because they don't like gold anymore, then I guess gold is now useless, and like everything is just made up in the head. Like yes, every kind of currency in the world is just made up. We just made it up because like that's what people use for.
I'll got to get for good. Keep up the good work.
All right. I'll see you later.
We're now a debt-based system. So I'm just saying you're.
What does he mean when he says debt-based system? He just means like fiat currency?
Stop being obtuse. Like, yes, literally, yes, we have debt. Yes, true. We're trillions of dollars in debt. That's what he means. Come on, Destiny. Like, get with the program.
Like,
highest quality was the best GDP in society. So your organizing principle is
like, it was funny when he brought it up the first time, but now it's just getting annoying.
liberal economic theory. So what I want to know is, even if that's itself based on debt, then what's the source of the good here?
So in this case, what is good for society is having a competitive GDP so that your enemies can't stop
That's
you.
the highest good?
That's not the highest good. That's the good of what I'm talking about in a case of women entering in.
What is the highest good that determines that that's good?
Are you talking about morality?
Is that all in your system? You tell me what your system.
Wait. Yeah, okay, no, I agree with Destiny. Like, hey, bro, like, where are we going with this?
System standard of good is.
So I'm not really sure why we're having the epistemic conversation.
Why not?
Because it feels like we're losing the plot of the conversation.
No, I want to know what.
Yes, true. Like, we're supposed to be talking about. We're getting hung up on what we think is good. Like, come on, man. This is a very subjective topic, but we have to go into like, this is boring. This is becoming boring. Come on, dude. Like, move on. Like, let's just agree that, like, we just have the same agreement with what good is. But I guess he just doesn't want to give her that because, like, it breaks down. It destroys his argument. That's probably why he's, like, heavily focusing on that. But
what your standard of the good is.
Again, what do you mean by good?
You said that the GDP is necessarily attached to the highest good.
I didn't say highest good. I said it's a good thing.
Okay, then I'm asking you what the highest good is that determines that the GDP is better than not caring about GDP.
So you're
sounds like a pre-supper argument, yeah.
Asking for my moral foundation.
What's a pre-supper argument? Something went wrong. What do you mean something went wrong? Whatever. I guess we're just never gonna find this. We're never gonna find that out. But wait, what did he just say?
GDP.
Sounds like a pre-supper argument, yeah.
What is a pre-supper argument? What is a pre-supper argument? Just do a normal search. Something went wrong. What do you mean something went? Go. Search. Do it. That's what I thought. Let's see.
A preceptor argument is not a widely recognized term in philosophy, logic, or formal argumentation based on standard academic sources or my knowledge base. It seems to be a potential misspelling or misinterpretation of a related concept, such as the preceptual argument, perceptual argument, or perhaps a specific argument style like the Socratic method used in preceptorial education. Below, I'll clarify the most likely interpretations based on context and provide a comprehensive explanation, assuming the term might relate to these concepts or a niche usage.
Oh, okay. Whatever then.
Asking for my moral foundation theory?
Sure.
I'm a divine command theorist.
From what divine is? The GDP is necessarily attached to the highest good.
I didn't say highest good. I said it's a good thing.
Okay, then I'm asking you what the highest good is that determines that the GDP is better than not caring about GDP.
Sounds like a pre-supper argument, yeah.
Asking for my moral foundation theory?
Sure.
I'm a divine command theorist.
From what divine command?
The Christian God.
And he says GDP is good?
No.
Did Moses come down and talk about that?
I don't think GDP is moral.
You just said it was the highest good
I didn't say it was the highest good.
This debate.
No, I said it's good for society.
Then it's moral if it's good.
I don't think it's moral in this case.
If it's good, it's moral.
Well, you can have good.
Good and moral is not the same thing. Like, good, what you think is good is subjective. What you think is moral is it's more it's actually kind of contradictory. Like, you understand what are morals, but you know morals are subjective. But like there is an objective term called morals. Like, we can tell you what is something that is moral and what something's not moral. Actually, no, that's okay. Never mind. Scratch that. I'm confusing myself.
The good is a moral claim. You just said it was the highest good
I didn't say it was the highest good.
This debate.
No, I said it's good for society.
Then it's moral if it's good.
I don't think it's moral in this case.
If it's good, it's moral.
Well, you can have good as in
good is a moral claim.
Well, of course you can have functional.
Technically, not really. Not all normative claims, I think, need to be moral claims. You can say something is good insofar as it satisfies or fulfills some function, but it's more of a question of metaphysics or ontology rather than like metaethics or ethics. So, for instance, if I would say, like if I say like it's good for a can to be shaped in a certain way so that it doesn't get crushed when it's shipped, that good, I think, is a normative claim, but it wouldn't actually be an ethical claim. These can actually be different things. Much the same if you say that a high GDP is good for society to function or thrive or whatever. That can be, I believe, a normative claim, and you could support that eventually with an ethical claim of like society that thrives is a good one, like good capital G, ethics good, but that's a different question fundamentally, but whatever.
Thank you, Destiny, for clarifying that, because I needed that. I couldn't explain that, but he did. He explained it. That's what I. Yes, thank you, Destiny. Thank you. This is why I watch him. Come on now.
That's right.
Like, so when we're not talking about anything political, he's actually has a brain.
If it's only functional, or if it's only pragmatic, then it's not ultimately a good. It's just subjective.
So at a functional level, it is, I guess, do you disagree with this idea that it's good for a state to have competitive high GDP?
It could be, but I don't think it's the highest good, and I have a standard of good, so I'm trying to figure out what yours is.
Well, what's more important for a nation state than GDP?
The health of the society.
Sure. Okay, I don't know if Kyla has been...
when he says Kyla, he means not so erudite, because her name is actually Kyla as well.
Just seeing her debating or whatever, but she's doing a really good job at keeping this like razor focused on track, keeping track of exactly what she said, and understanding what she's talking about. Because this guy keeps trying to trip her up, like, oh, so is that the highest good? The highest good? And she's like, no, I didn't say that, like 12 times.
Yeah, actually, true.
I don't know who this guy is. Okay.
Sure, but if the health of society is really high.
I mean, could you have, let me give you an example.
He's a slot presup, a friend of the schizo Tristan dude. Yeah, but usually presuppositionalists will have a stronger command of philosophy.
Oh, presuptual, the word he said. Whatever. I'm not going to look it up.
Or at the very least, they'll be better about railroading you into their retarded philosophy claims. This guy just seems like an idiot. I don't know.
The health of the society?
Sure, but if the health of society is really high.
I mean, could you have, let me give you an example. Could you have a society that's mass addicted to drugs, but has a good number, a nice income?
Probably not.
No, you can have societies that are full of detriment, like full of ghettos, and they're ruled over by organized crime that make a lot of money.
Typically, those countries, like if you're thinking about like the Congo or like areas that have like high levels of corruption, their GDP is horrible because typically crime is not good for GDP.
But I'm saying you could conceive.
Yeah, but like, I mean, sure, you can have a hypothetical of that happening, but that doesn't happen in the real world, which erudite or Kyla, for this, I guess we'll call her Kyla for some reason, her real name instead of her stage name, not so erudite or erudite. Like, she's making a good point. Like, yes, you can have a hypothetical of that happening, but like we have real life like situations where this isn't happening. So like we don't need a hypothetical. We'll just use the real life situation.
Conceivably have that. It doesn't matter whether there's some exception to that rule somewhere.
It's not exception. I would say the rule is, in general, when you have lots of corruption and drug addiction, it's not good for GDP.
But I'm saying conceivably you could have a ruling elite that makes a lot of money from drugs, and society itself is living in shantytown, right?
I don't think that nation state would have high GDP. I don't think there's any evidence.
It doesn't matter.
She is sounding like she is unsure, even though her words are not. She needs a better point. I don't think she sounds unsure at all.
Yeah.
Really? I feel like I pick up on that pretty easily too. When people sound like they're hesitant, she doesn't sound hesitant, unsure. She seems pretty razor in all of her responses to this.
Yep.
Drugs and society itself is living in shantytown, right?
I don't think that nation state would have high GDP. I don't think there's any evidence.
It doesn't matter if you think that, because it's conceivable that you could have that, right? You could have a successful oligarchy that makes a lot of money, and the people themselves don't do very well.
Are you talking about like Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, but Saudi Arabia again is not nearly as competitive as somewhere like.
This is such. He's trying to break apart. She's saying that having a high GDP society is generally a good society, but he's trying to break apart like the benefit of having a high GDP society from any moral goodness. And they're like dancing around this moral claim, but they haven't actually gotten there yet. I don't know if either side is aware that this is what's happening, but it'd be like me saying like it would be good to provide a bunch of water to people so that they don't die of thirst, and then him saying like, yeah, but it's conceivable that water could not quench your thirst, and it's like. I guess it could be. No, it's conceivable, right? I mean, like, we could conceive of a world, yeah. But if it was possible for water not to quench your thirst, then I wouldn't advocate for water to be brought to a bunch of thirsty people. Much the same that if it was conceivable for a society to grow and thrive on elements of crime.
Yeah, he's actually, yes, he's definitely, yes. Thank you, Destiny. You're actually making a good point here.
Then we probably would look at a thriving society as an example of a good one. But they're hinting at like this underlying moral claim, but they're not getting there. But this guy is an idiot.
Like I said, this is why I watch Destiny. He is smart in certain places, in certain areas, where he's not ideologically like captured on one side.
Like America or any.
But again, how do we know that?
Kind of like how he is on the Israel-Palestine stuff. He's not ideologically captured on Israel or the West Bank or he's not captured on one side of that conflict, is what I'm basically saying. Some people will say that he is, but I know for a fact that he's not. But you can have your gripes with him in his chat or in his or in the comments below if you want. I don't really care.
The competitiveness for women is a good. You just said that that's the case because it increases GDP.
I'll just
so it's a circle.
It's okay. If we're going to try like
what?
We can do a grip with trade limits. It's just useless. I can use it at you too, right?
Well, but if I'm arguing for a moral ought on the basis of
this is not a moral ought.
It is. You said it's a good. If you say something is
I
good,
said it's functional.
Just because it's good insofar, she's right here actually on the language. It's just functional. Something that serves some end. I don't think is necessarily a moral claim, right? You need to run faster than any of the other racers if you want to beat them in a track meet. It would be good for you to run faster than them if you want to win. That good there is not a moral good. I don't believe all normative claims are moral claims.
Yeah,
what word? Okay, we're doing chatter.
So
what
now
word do you want me to use when I say functional?
No, in a debate.
Oh, that's good. She figured it out. Okay, so he's obsessed with the good word here, and it's not working. This word needs to be ditched. She's correct. That word needs to be abandoned here. Something else needs to be advocated for.
This is why I say that she's smart. She's very She sees the part where we're just not like disagreeing, so we need to like abandon this word because obviously this word is triggering him. So
not working. Yeah.
If you're arguing for your position, then you're necessarily arguing that we ought to follow your position.
Yeah, I think I said it's a necessity and unavoidable. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's a moral claim. It would be like realpolitik.
Well, then it's an ought, because do you think we ought to follow your
arguments? Not all oughts are moral.
I didn't even know she knew this. Yes, correct. Not all oughts are moral. Not all normative claims are ethical claims. Correct.
Follow your arguments.
As in, like, should you do what I prescribe for society?
Ought we follow the true arguments versus the false arguments?
Sure.
Okay. Then you're using an ought right now to argue for your position.
Sure, but this isn't a moral claim.
You just argued that we ought to follow your position. That's
it's still
a moral
claim.
It is.
It's not.
Oughts are morals if you're extending them.
If she was being more charitable, although at this point I think the charity would be exhausted. If she was being more charitable, she should say, I understand why you think this, but and then explain what I just did. The difference between like not all normative claims or ethical claims or whatever. But if I was her, I don't think I would waste my time explaining it. I would just let this guy flounder because him.
To everybody in the theoretical realm of listening to the debate.
Do you think that it's moral or not moral to have GDP? Do you think GDP is moral?
I'm pointing out that your position.
Answer my question?
I have a different system than you. It's not going to apply to my system.
Do you think that GDP is moral?
Everything in life is conceivably or potentially moral.
How is GDP moral?
Because you extended it to, in this argument, the highest good.
I did not.
You did walk it back after I asked for the highest.
She said multiple times that she didn't. Come on now, dude. Like, you're just lying. Destiny was correct. He's not following the argument at all. And I think he's about to say that.
She's literally said 15 times, not the highest good.
Yes.
That's good.
No,
yes, you did.
I did not. I said for a nation state, I guess it's like one of the higher goods. Yes, it's not the highest good. And I've said.
So, and what is the good?
Jay, I don't know how to explain to you over and over that this is not a moral claim. It's
You're saying that?
It's pragmatism.
You're saying that, but ought we follow your argument in pragmatism here?
If you want a flourishing society by and large.
So we ought, logically.
Sure, but
ought we logically?
It's not a moral claim.
It's not.
Is GDP a moral claim?
It can be depending upon the system.
How is GDP a moral claim?
In your system, you're arguing that what you just said we ought to follow your arguments.
I don't know how many times to tell you this.
Yeah, but
I'm not making
confused.
a moral claim.
You are, and you're
not.
saying you're not.
You're just keep telling me.
Anytime you say that there's an ought,
that's not true.
That is true.
No,
it is.
No.
Even if you redefine it as functional.
Okay, how about this? You don't have to have a liberal society that has a high GDP. You're just going to get stomped and you'll be a failed nation state. It's neutral morally.
Yeah, but you're missing the point about highest goods for society. You're arguing that.
I'm not engaging in that yet.
Well, that's go ahead.
Oh no, just if you guys can just try to let each other finish your thoughts. But go ahead.
So this debate necessarily comes down to metaphysical claims and epistemical claims and ethical claims.
No.
Yes, it does. Because feminism is about morals, ethics, biology, society, social relations. You can't divorce ethics from that. Now, if you think,
oh hell, crap! Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back.
Soulful Davis Jones. Who else wants Mel time?
All right, so I got some good news. News that I will not share live. Yeah, let's just say that. But it does affect my streaming though. My streaming, well, it seems like what I said in the beginning of the stream is gonna come true. Streaming for me is gonna be slowing down a lot, a bit too much. But let's just say that probably will only be able to stream on the weekends because I ended up getting nah, I won't say the personal thing, but let's just say the situation behind the scenes has changed, and it's gonna limit my streaming access or when I can stream and time when I can do that. So yeah, that's all I gotta say about that, and videos and everything like that. But we're gonna continue this. It doesn't affect me right this moment. But yeah, got exciting news, and I'm glad I got the thing that I tried to get. So we're chilling. We're gonna be chilling. But actually, the streaming will disappear for a little while, but I will definitely be coming back, and coming back strong. And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun because I'm not gonna erase my streaming career or my video thing, because I like doing that. It's fun. I would rather be doing that than the other thing that I ended up getting. But the other thing that I ended up getting is gonna increase capital by an extreme amount. So yeah, that's why I'm excited. So yeah. We're gonna get to this video.
You can. I'm happy to address that, but that's just going to get you in an even deeper bind.
I'm not saying that you can't, that you can divorce these things. Of course, feminism
you just argued a minute ago that it's not moral.
GDP is not moral.
Then you can't divorce these things. So you just contradicted yourself.
So there are lots of elements. Okay.
These people that are also like, if you want to have I don't know their history also. Maybe these guys have debated before or talk shit online or something. But like, if you want to have an ultra contentious debate, then by all means do that. But at least know that that's the kind of debate that you are engaging in. If you're like, you just did a contradiction. You didn't walk that back. You walked that back. You didn't a contradiction. Like, you should be trying to collaboratively build towards whatever the argument is, because we haven't even gotten to it.
Yes, Not So Erudite does that's why I like her. She's a good faith debater. He's being just kind of bad faith and doing kind of like what Destiny does whenever Destiny's like interacting with a MAGA person. Like, he's gonna be just as contrarian and debate broy like how this guy is being towards Not So Erudite. That's why I like Erudite or Kyla, because she actually engages with every conversation in a good faith type of way, and she has her own like beliefs. She is a feminist and legitimately like a feminist, and not like one of those blue purple haired like mean person or whatever, or cringe person, let's just say. But yeah, Destiny's bringing up a good point, but like, Destiny's being a hypocrite because he does the same exact type of tactics whenever he's dealing with a MAGA conservative guy, or even when he's talking about Tim Pool. Like, there's no such thing as good faith or like, he's gonna like bring out every single debate bro tactic possible. Like, he's not above this. But Erudite, she is super fair when it comes to that, and that's why I have way more respect for her than I have for Destiny.
Disagreement yet? We're just at like the. But maybe these guys have debated before or talk shit online or something. But like, if you want to have an ultra contentious debate, then by all means do that. But at least know that that's the kind of debate that you are engaging in. If you're like, you just did a contradiction. You didn't walk that back. You walked that back. You didn't a contradiction. Like, you should be trying to collaboratively build towards whatever the argument is, because we haven't even gotten to a disagreement yet. We're just at like the functional language stage where we're like defining terms and trying to understand what the other person is saying. We haven't gotten to any actual substantive disagreement yet. It almost feels like listening to kind of, I feel like sometimes Andrew Wilson debates like this, where it's this hardcore obsession over words and spotting and like this internal critique and spotting contradictions and all that. It's like, Jesus.
There are lots of elements within feminism that do make moral claims, right? Lots of them. When I'm talking about something like an innovator scale, it's not a moral claim. It's real politics.
I understand you think that, but I'm pointing out that it is still moral. That's the argument I'm making.
Okay. Do you want to engage with the actual conversation now?
You saying that doesn't avoid the argument I'm making.
Okay. Why is GDP not?
You haven't even made an argument yet. You're just arguing for defining terms. Whatever.
Good for society, or is it?
I'm saying it depends on your standard of good, and that's what I'm asking you.
What's your standard of good?
I think GDP can be great for a society, but it's not the highest good of society. Such as the social cohesion of society, that's more important than who's making fiat money.
Okay. What do you think is the role of the nation state?
The nation state has the job and the duty to defend its people and to maintain a healthy society, to punish the wicked, and to reward virtue.
Sure, yeah, I would probably
I feel like the first two here are going to be tied to GDP, but okay.
agree. It's to keep its citizens safe, right? Okay, how does it do that at a
But
foreign
I
policy
said reward virtue and punish vice.
Yes, you can.
So there's also necessarily an ethical component.
Those things also require money, prison and police and...
Sure, that's your claim.
Right, that's my worldview.
Yeah, I'm just engaging with it.
Right.
Okay, so then how does your nation state in your worldview protect itself from enemies?
It has a standing army.
Okay, and how does it fund that standing army?
Well, nations have gone into debt, or they have been prosperous and used their own treasuries, or they have raised money to go to war. So there's a lot of different ways that could happen.
Okay, and so what do you think is the right way to do that?
Wait, I was not listening this entire time. Like, what happened? I've been sidetracked.
To keep its citizens safe, right?
People and to maintain a healthy society, to punish the wicked, and to reward virtue.
Sure, yeah, I would probably
I feel like the first two here are going to be tied to GDP, but okay.
agree. It's to keep its citizens safe, right? Okay, how does it do that at a
But
foreign
I
policy
said reward virtue and punish vice.
Yes, you can.
So there's also necessarily an ethical component.
Those things also require money, prison and police and...
Sure, that's your claim.
Right, that's my worldview.
Yeah, I'm just engaging with it.
Right.
Okay, so then how does your nation state in your worldview protect itself from enemies?
It has a standing army.
Okay, and how does it fund that standing army?
Well, nations have gone into debt, or they have been prosperous and used their own treasuries, or they have raised money to go to war. So there's a lot of different ways that could happen.
Okay, and so what do you think is the right way to do that?
It's an oversimplification question because not everything in regard to warfare or...
This is debate pervertry. This is what it looks like when people accuse people of being like, oh, you're just a debate pervert, or you're just a debater, or whatever. This is that.
I mean, like, yes, Destiny. We all know how you treat MAGA people and people that like Tim Pool and all the conservative guys. Yes, you do that all the time. Hassan will also say that you do that. I mean, actually, isn't Hassan like the one that coined that term against you because you do that to him? Like, come on, man. Come on now, Destiny. Like, I guess he's now realizing that Hassan was right.
That. How do you think you raise money as a country? What's the way to do that? Actually, that's an oversimplification fallacy. Actually, that's actually a fallacious reasoning you've engaged in, and it's like, can we just have like...
Yeah, it's just Reddit arguments, honestly.
A normal, ordinary human conversation, or is that impossible, or...
History of civilizations is necessarily right or wrong. It's a question of what might be the best or the worst. So there can be scales. It's not
Would you
all
say
either
that
or.
there are some things that aren't moral necessarily, some of them are just pragmatic, and then there's some things that are moral?
Everything could potentially be moral, but some things are pragmatic, sure.
Okay, that's basically what I've been saying.
Yeah,
So
but you were appealing to the good of a nation state.
You were, again, because you were using the word good in a way that I wasn't meaning it, and even though I clarified multiple times that I meant functional, and I even said, what word would you like me to use to describe this?
I understand that you think that saying that because it's functional, it removes the ethical domain, but it doesn't, is the point I'm trying to make. Because the question that we're debating is whether feminism is good for society or not. That's an ethical, moral claim.
Okay, so going back to the chatter...
But we haven't even gotten there yet, right? We're just trying to understand, like, terminology and everything. Jesus.
Thing, how we have to agree about words, okay?
Yeah, like we spent the first basically 20 minutes of like understanding what the word good is. Like this guy is just being super obtuse or trying to ascribe a word to her that she said denied multiple times and saying, no, but you're actually using it this way. No, but you're actually using it this way. Like she's literally saying no multiple times. You're saying, no, actually you are. That's what happened the entire time. And then they just keep going into a good old loop or a circle, just circling around that same point for the last like 17 minutes. Like, come on now.
Essentially assigning to me what good means, and it's obvious that I'm not...
No, I'm doing internal critique is what I'm doing. You know what that is? You're not. That's an ethical, moral claim.
Okay, so going back to the chatter...
But we haven't even gotten there yet, right? We're just trying to understand, like, terminology and everything. Jesus.
Thing, how we have to agree about words, okay? You're now essentially assigning to me what good means, and it's obvious that I'm not...
No, I'm doing internal critique is what I'm doing. You know what that is?
Oh my God, dude. Internal critique is the most gross... Like, and also, this is not internal critique, okay? This is mental masturbation. Internal critique...
Okay.
Done well is going to be, again, a collaborative effort to build on, okay, you said that you believe, you said that A is greater than B and B is greater than C, but then you said that C is less than A. So help me understand, let's just go back, because it feels like logically these statements don't follow. So let's amend something you said earlier or figure out what you meant here so that we can make this make sense. Not like A is greater than B, B is greater than C, and I think C is less than A. Oh, actually, what you've engaged in here is a fallacious reasoning. The deductive reasoning actually doesn't follow syllogistically and propositionally logically. Your statements actually don't make any sense. It's like, Jesus, shut the...
Destiny knows this like by heart. Like the reason he's able to see this so easily is because he's the one that does it. Like Destiny's the one that's created this like engagement, like this Reddit engagement. He is the one to that like created this type of debate perpetry, or what he just did there. Like, he does this. He used to do this a lot more in the past. He slowed down recently because he's actually like started like thinking a little bit better. But like, he still does this when it comes to like the MAGA people. So
you're not getting graded. It's not a high school debate, bro. No one's giving you an A+ for this assignment. It's not going to your permanent record. Holy fuck.
To me.
Do you know what internal critique is?
Yo, that's what I should say whenever he's debating MAGA people. Like, come on now, you're not gonna get like an A+ for doing this to like Tim Pool, calling him like a Russian asset all the time. Like, come on now.
So I'm criticizing your position on its own grounds. That's an internal critique. That's what happens in debates.
Okay, what word would you like me to use when I am
That's not what happens in every single debate. That's not all debates, but
describing this non-moral functional element that is
the one that makes a non-moral position makes sense of why feminism is a good for society.
We can get there, but again, we have to.
You're not going to get there.
Well, we can, but you're not even. You're not even like we're doing chatter. We're literally we're doing.
We're at the point where you don't understand the issue. That's the point.
Oh, you haven't even gotten to the issue.
That is pure projection on the guy's part. Come on now.
Holy shit! This guy is actually a fucking moron.
Not true. All you've done at this point is just like you're just weaponizing.
No. Also, as a kind of a meme thing, somebody at DGG have pointed this out. It's kind of funny. Kyle actually engaged in internal critique when she asked him, "So how do you raise an army? What is the process by which you do that?" Right? Because he was challenging her use of GDP as a measure for good society. So she turned around and then she asked him, rather than stating that he was wrong, or rather than stating or asking him, specifically, like, what do you think is morally good? She just asks him, well, first she asks him, what do you think is a good thing? And he gives the 4 or 5 good things for a state. And then she asks him, how do you raise money for an army, or how would you do that, or whatever. That's actually an internal critique, funnily enough. But
You admitted that the debate is about whether feminism is good for society. That's a moral, ethical domain right there.
Sure, there are some moral elements.
So when you make arguments about GDP, if it's not moral, then it's not relevant to the debate.
It's absolutely.
Like, this is just stupid. Like, we can have a debate on whether or not doctors are good for society, right? This is probably going to be a debate that's going to involve many moral or ethical elements, okay? But as part of this conversation, we might have a debate on whether or not we feel like there's high-quality research that comes out of medical institutions, right? And arguably, depending on how you define equality and all this, it's probably not going to be very many ethical components to this, right? If we talk about the different types of research methodologies, if we talk about how things are funded, like, it's probably just not, like, we're just turning out high-quality research that is, giving us answers that allow us to make decisions that eventually will have ethical components involved in them, right? Science can't dictate morality to you, but it can inform decisions that you make that are fundamentally moral decisions. But
moral? What language would you like to use? I said it's not. There is moral elements and there are some non-moral elements. GDP.
I wanted to go back because I wasn't listening.
Research that is, giving us answers that allow us to make decisions that eventually will have ethical components involved in them, right? Science can't dictate morality to you, but it can inform decisions that you make that are fundamentally moral decisions. But
yeah,
moral. What language would?
Wait, let me. Just keep
going. Use? I said it's not. There is moral elements and there are some non-moral elements. GDP.
Is the debate today about something moral?
I don't know if I agree to saying we're only going to talk about epistemics and morality. Good is, again, this word that we're basically doing.
We're 21 minutes in and we're still talking about we're still debating on what you think is good or not.
Around where you're assigning a label to it, and I haven't agreed to.
I'm trying to figure out your position on the good.
My position on the good is it's holistic. There are things that are good because it's functional, and there are things that it's good because it's moral, right?
Is the debate today feminism about the good and the moral for society?
It's about, I guess, I would like to make a case for both.
The answer, okay, so then that means that everything you've been saying for the last hour is wrong.
No, because I'm making a case for the functional element too.
But the fact that you're making the case for the functional element too doesn't matter if you're also talking about the moral.
You can make both arguments, and I would like to engage.
One informs the other, right? Like if I say, for instance, back to the healthcare example, right? For the Dr. K stuff, Ayurvedic versus Western medicine or whatever, if we do this debate, if we say that the overall debate is whether or not healthcare is good for society, but then we have a debate inside about the notion like Ayurvedic versus Western medicine, like this is probably not going to involve as many ethical elements to it. We're just going to be talking about, like the quality of the research that we get, and then we're going to use that to inform the wider debate. But that in and of itself is going to involve a lot of things that aren't necessarily ethical statements. I don't even know how to explain it.
age in the first one.
Right, because the other one is the one I'm looking at, and that's the problem for you.
It's not the problem for me. The problem with this conversation is that essentially what you've done is you've assigned me a bunch of positions that I don't have. You've done a bunch of circle talk about words. You've done a couple of rhetorical flashbangs, and now we're stuck in the situation where we can't actually talk about the ideas, which is unfortunate because I was really looking forward to it.
So you're chasing, you're like one foot is nailed, and then the other one is going in a circle, like a cartoon. You're like a cartoon character running in a circle.
If you want to like throw Agrippa's trilemma at me, you can, but I can throw it at you too. And if we do that, then there's no point. We're at an impasse. What do you think is good?
The good ultimately relates to God, the highest good.
Okay, the highest good. So is GDP in direction of that or not?
All things that exist are good in some way, and in some way relate to morals. But I do not believe that the GDP is the highest good for society.
No, why did you?
What is the highest good for
society? Oh my God! It's like he doesn't answer the question, but then changes what the question was and then answers a different question. Like, we're not talking about what the highest good is. She asked specifically what the good is. Like, why are you doing this? This is a bad faith way of engaging in what she's actually saying. You're not engaging with what she said. You're changing what she said. First, you gave a non-answer to the question that she asked, and now you're like asking a different question, and now and then you answered that other question, which is seemingly related to what she was talking about, but not really what we need to know. Like, come on now.
Society.
The health and flourishing.
Like, listen to that.
Like one foot is nailed, and then the other one is going in a circle, like a cartoon. You're like a cartoon character running in a circle.
If you want to like throw Agrippa's trilemma at me, you can, but I can throw it at you too. And if we do that, then there's no point. We're at an impasse. What do you think is good?
The good ultimately relates to God, the highest good.
Okay, the highest good. So is GDP in direction of that or not?
All things that exist are good in some way. And
so we are talking about the highest good. Never mind.
Some way relate to morals, but I do not believe that the GDP is the highest good for society.
No, what
is the highest good for society?
The health and flourishing of the society, which has to exist within some kind of patriarchal norm. That's the only way that it can function.
Gotcha.
And the ones that don't, they dysfunction.
Okay. And so in your mind, does GDP contribute to any of that?
It's just one component of life, just like, I don't know, the size of the nation's landmass.
So it does contribute. That's all she asked. Does it contribute to anything at all? Like, the answer is yes. But now he's just like rambling off like, well, there's other things too. But like, that's not her question.
One component.
Sure. I would agree with that.
But it's not the highest good.
Why does he keep saying the highest good? Why does he keep this? This must be part of his dialogue tree, I guess.
Yes, true. It is a part of his dialogue tree. He just can't get off of that.
Okay. Gotcha.
So what's the argument that feminism is good for society?
Feminism is good for society at a functional level because it increases innovator scale. I also think it's the right thing to do.
That's moral odds.
Yep, I'm giving you a moral claim now.
Okay, thank you. And why is it right for society?
It is right for society because I think in general we should try to treat others well, and I think limiting people's opportunity by force is bad for them. I don't think God wants that.
Okay, what God?
The Christian one.
Okay, where does he talk about this?
Bro, you asked that question before and she said the exact same thing. Like, I don't think this guy is actually following the conversation at all.
Forcing people to do things?
No, this idea of what the good is for society, because we have a lot of historical Christian societies.
Sure.
Were any of them feminist?
No, but I don't think in general that God advocates really strongly for a political system.
Really?
No.
What about when Israel was organized? Was that a political system?
Like in 1948?
No, in the Old Testament.
In the Old Testament.
That's a religious question that he just asked.
That is a good one.
Was it? Yeah, it was a political society.
How was it organized?
I'm not a Jew.
What does that have to do with?
Wait, does the Bible talk at all about political organization, even in the Old Testament, even for Israel? I know they did. Obviously, they had a society, a kingdom, or whatever. But I don't know if the Bible calls out a political type of organization. I feel like the whole render unto Caesar story has kind of clarifies that there's a bit of a distinction between church and state insofar as Christianity is concerned. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
Whether it was organized in a certain way or not.
It has nothing to do with my claim.
What does the Old Testament say about how God organized that society?
He gave them prescriptions about how to run their life from Moses.
How was that society organized?
It was organized, I believe, in a patriarchal society with matrilineal heritage.
And it was a monarchy?
Yes.
A male monarchy?
Yep.
Okay. So, in that regard, God was not feminist, right?
I've never said that God was feminist.
Well, I'm asking if there's a history example of where God organized a feminist society.
I mean, it's interesting because when you look at like ancient Judeo history, if you're not being presentist, it was like insanely progressive compared to like the pagans around them, like the Assyrians and Babylonians.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, it is what you're asking.
You're calling
right?
it progressive, and I would just say it's healthy. So the fact that they
sure,
had
like
the Ten Commandments.
God seemed to advocate to some degree for a better treatment of women than any other society around them.
But that's not feminism.
To some degree, you could argue that it is if you agree with my definition, which is like the empowerment.
Well, but your definition is so elastic and broad that it could be anything.
Except do the commandments not allude to a political system? I don't believe so. Like Islam, somehow.
I mean, I would say it does allude to a political system because it's commandments, it's laws. Like, yes, it does allude to it, But like Destiny's an atheist, so like he's not going to even budge on that point. But I am not. I am agnostic for the most part.
How I haven't read the Quran, but I'm pretty sure Islam explicitly dictates a political system, like in courts and everything and all that. But in Christianity, I think that the system is explicitly different than is explicitly different than the religion itself. Like I don't think Christianity dictates necessarily any political system at all.
No, you see, the comment was the commandments. The commandments, not Christianity itself, the commandments within it. That does definitely allude to a political system. Yes, because the commandments can be, you can assume, like, you can infer that commandments are laws, which, I mean, they literally are, but like, and you have laws in a political system, so it alludes to a political system. Like, what are you talking about, Destiny?
For what my position is. No, I don't, because I'm not agreeing that Old Testament patriarchal society is feminist.
Like, I don't even, he read the message, but didn't actually answer the question. Like, maybe, did I misspeak it? Did I mishear it?
God seemed to advocate to some degree for a better treatment of women than any other society around him.
But that's not feminism.
To some degree, you could argue that it is if you agree with my definition, which is like the empowerment.
Well, but your definition is so elastic and broad that it could be anything.
Except do the commandments not allude to a political system? I don't believe so.
Yes, like, see, the commandments allude to a political system. Yes.
Islam, I haven't read the Quran, but I'm pretty sure Islam explicitly dictates a political system, like in courts and everything and all that. But in Christianity, I think that the system is explicitly different.
He didn't say the thing wasn't explicitly. He said allude, not explicitly. Come on now.
Then I think it's explicitly different than the religion itself. Like I don't think Christianity dictates necessarily any political system at all.
For what my position is. No, I don't, because I'm not agreeing that Old Testament patriarchal society is feminist. You just admitted it's not.
If you're not agreeing, why did we even define the words at the beginning?
Can you name a feminist society that God advocated?
I'm not interested.
You appealed to God.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to treat women well.
Did God ever? That's not feminism. Now you're equivocating.
I'm not equivocating.
Yes, you are.
How am I equivocating?
You're changing, moving the goalposts as to what feminism is.
That's a completely different fallacy.
God has,
equivocating or am I equivocating or am I moving the goalpost now?
It's both. You're equivocating on the word and moving the goalpost to make your position work. So if there's no feminist, equivocating on the word.
That's not what equivocating means.
I know what equivocation means. Yes, it does. It means that two different understandings of a word. You're equivocating on the word.
Okay.
Feminism. And you're defining to say that if God in the Old Testament gives women rights, that's feminism. That's not what feminism is. Feminism is a modern movement, post-revolutionary philosophy.
Then why did you agree with my definition of feminism?
Because it's so broad that's fine if you want to defend that against patriarchy, but I'm arguing patriarchy against feminism,
so
and what you appeal to
is moving the goalposts by originally agreeing to a definition of feminism, and now you're saying that can't work anymore because it's defeating my argument?
The Old Testament God and the New Testament God are the same God, and they never institute a feminist society. And women's rights are being made in the image of God, that women are protected now in that status.
What do you mean
is
by
not feminism.
Society? What do you mean by a feminist society?
A matriarchal society or a non-patriarchal society.
I've never advocated for either of these things.
Okay, but feminism has never been a societal goal in the Old Testament or the New Testament or the history of any Christian society.
Again,
so you have no examples of this.
I haven't advocated for any of these things. I don't.
You appealed to God as your standard of the ought and the right, the moral right.
Yeah, it's a moral thing to treat women well.
And then I said, give me the examples of where that God ever instituted anything like what you're talking about in terms of feminism. There's not. There's not.
There is, according to the definition you agreed to.
No, there's
feminism.
not.
Yeah, the empowerment and promotion of femininity.
That is not what is happening in the Old Testament.
Judaism is the most progressive approach to femininity of all of the
modern rabbinic Judaism is not the same thing as what's in the Mosaic Law.
You asked for Old Testament examples, which I just gave you one.
That's not rabbinic Judaism. You admitted that it's a patriarchal society. That's
what do you mean it's not rabbinic? You don't think Old Testament Judaism
No, it's not.
It's not rabbinic. What are you talking about?
It's not the same thing as rabbinic Judaism.
You don't think that the 1200 BC society that was erected by King David wasn't a rabbinic society?
Rabbinic Judaism comes out of the 4th and 5th century when the Babylonian Talmud is collected and collated.
So you don't think that Old Testament at all
is not rabbinic? No.
Okay.
Owned.
And it's patriarchal. So even if it was rabbinic, it wouldn't refute. Then there's no examples of what you're talking about.
Well, the issue for me is that what you're doing is you're creating a false dichotomy. You're pretending like patriarchy and feminism can't coexist at the same time.
Cannot.
Of course they can. We live in one.
Being feminine is not the same thing as the movement of feminism.
I didn't say that it is. I said that
you did. You said that femininity is promoted in the Old Testament, and you used that as a way to prove your position.
I said it empowered women and it promoted femininity. It empowered women by creating matrilineal lines of inheritance, and it promoted femininity by making a whole bunch of female figures be viewed as these like incredible characters to like look up to, like Ruth and Deborah and stuff like that.
Okay, well, there's a
which, according to the definition you agreed to on feminism, would be feminism.
Then it wasn't quote progressive according to your view because other societies worship the goddess, and that would be more progressive than what you said.
If you want, we can go back an hour and we can redo chatter, and you can make a new definition for feminism that you like more, so that you can apply it more narrowly if you'd like.
You have moved the.
See, like this is like what Kyla did there is a collaborative approach to a conversation. I would have already given up, and I would just be calling this guy a retard by now.
Yeah, see, I told you. Like, this is why I respect, and he even said it, like, this is why I respect Erudite more than I respect Destiny. Like, Destiny would just start calling this guy the R word, like, before this, but Erudite just keeps going. She just keeps going, good faithing it all the way to the end, and that's why I respect her, because, like, she doesn't deserve what this guy is doing to him, but, but I respect that she has the actual mental capacity to keep going with this very, very annoying argument in good faith, and just have the patience of a lion. She's just as good fit. She's almost as good fit as me, you know? Almost. Actually, maybe she might be more than me, but I don't know. But Destin, this is why I respect her more over than Destin. Like, Destin just admitted, like, he would just call this guy the R word. Like, thank you for proving my point. Good job, Destiny.
Like, if you want, let's just go back and let's just redefine this so that we can move the conversation along, because we're just getting hung up on definitions right now.
Yeah, I would have done the same thing, honestly. Like, I just want to move on. I don't want to harp on this one thing that doesn't matter.
I have not. I wrote it down.
Feminism is.
I wrote it down,
to be
and you agreed to
anything that. So is the goddess feminism?
I don't know what
is goddess worship in the ancient pagan world. Is that feminism?
It might be.
Okay,
I'm not sure.
You.
I don't know
so
anything
your
about.
view,
Hold on.
so your position is so elastic that it could encompass any
then
possible
why did you
position.
agree to it?
It's unfault because the way you framed it was anti-patriarchy, and I'm fine
I
with
didn't
that.
frame it that
yes,
way.
you did.
I did not frame it that way.
The terms of this debate are: is feminism good or is patriarchy good?
I wrote it down. Do you want to go back an hour?
The fact that you wrote it down just means that you misunderstand what you wrote down.
No,
that's even dumber.
The issue.
What? If she wrote it down then, like how, and then she's going to literally reread what she wrote down, what she said in the past. That makes her dumber for, like, the words on the page didn't change for the thing that you agreed with. Like, the words on the page did not change for what you agreed with. But now that she's going back into the past and looking at the words, like what are you saying? What? That's just so stupid. Come on, bro. Like, own up onto, like, you, man. This is wild. This is wild. He does not deserve her. He does not deserve her good faithness. He doesn't deserve it. Like, Destiny should come in and start calling this guy the R word, honestly.
The issue, rather than you just being bad faith for no reason, is that
it's unfault because the way you framed it was anti-patriarchy, and I'm fine with that.
I didn't frame it that way.
Yes, you did.
I did not frame it that way.
The terms of this debate are: is feminism good or is patriarchy good?
I wrote it down. Do you want to go back an hour?
The fact that you wrote it down just means that you misunderstand what you wrote down.
No,
that's even dumber.
The issue. The issue, rather than you just being bad faith for no reason, is that
you didn't even know what an internal critique is. So I'm not being bad faith.
But she literally did an internal critique to you earlier. Just because she doesn't have the debate terms memorized doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Why would he even try to throw that in somebody's face? You actually didn't know it.
Well, no. The reason why he's throwing it back in her face is because he's being an actual bad faith piece of crap. Like, but this is what you expect from a guy that's in the whatever podcast. Honestly, like, they don't really have good. They do debate bro tactics and trying to, like, this guy is arguing with a woman that actually has a brain, and he's just not used to that because the only type of women that they bring on the whatever podcast are just idiots. So he's used to debating idiots, but, like, this lady is not an idiot.
It's, you didn't know what this debate term was, so actually you have definitely, like, everybody can understand the concept of an internal critique, even if you haven't heard the phrase before. Like,
hey, I've been debating for 25 years.
It's completely fine to know what terms.
You didn't even know what an internal critique is. So I'm not being bad faith. I've been debating for 25 years. It's not bad faith.
I've been debating for 25 years. That's even more pathetic that you're so absolutely dog shit at it. But
yeah,
to be fair, I haven't even heard the term internal critique until Andrew Wilson used it. But you can know what an internal critique is without knowing the phrase for it. Like,
it's completely fine to know what terms are, right?
Yes.
Sure, but in terms of debate, that's like 101, knowing what an internal critique is.
Okay. If we were having high school debate, you would be getting applause from the audience and points from the judges. But
I understand what, like, consistency checks.
Yeah, like, do you want a cookie, bro? Like, come on now.
I just didn't use the language internal critique, right? So if we want to go back an hour, you agreed to this idea of chatter, right? How we want to define concepts, agree to them so that we can talk about ideas.
Prattle or chatter?
What?
I'm just kidding.
Right? How we want to define concepts, agree to them so that we can talk about ideas.
Prattle or chatter?
Like, you're you've been the one prattling and being nonsensical the entire time.
Hey, he just said he's just kidding. Come on, Destiny. You don't need to, like, harp on him on something that he was joking on.
Like, you're demonstrating the extremes at both ends of the male IQ spectrum, just not at the end you think you are.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So if you agree...
And we bring out the sunglasses. Nice.
...to that, and then you agree to the terms, you can change them later. I'm just going to be good faith. You can change them later if you want to. Let's just go back to the terms again and narrow it down to what we can agree to of what feminism and patriarchy means. Because now, like, all you're doing...
This is why I appreciate her. She literally just wants to continue the conversation. She's not interested in gotchas or anything like that. This is the pure definition of good faith. Thank you, Erudite. Thank you. More people should be like her, honestly. Come on, Destiny. Like, you should be a little bit more like her. Have a little bit more patience, man. I know this guy's being a little bit of a scumbag, but come on now.
very precise definition for patriarchy, right?
Sure, I did
And you
too.
gave a very loose definition as to what you think feminism is, which could encompass conceivably anything that helps women. And that's an ambiguity fallacy.
Then provide a different definition.
Also, like, just so you know, anytime you use the term fallacy in a debate, you're basically a mongler. Like,
bro, we have videos of you saying that. Like, wait, hold up. Actually, I'm going to just put this on 3 different or 4 different buttons so I can remember that this is a really good point that I need to bring up from the old part of other videos that he was literally calling Tim Pool oh, Tim Pool's doing this fallacy that I can't even argue, that I can't even mention. Okay, all right, Destiny, what did you say about fallacies again? What did you say about fallacies?
For patriarchy, right?
Sure, I did
and you
too.
gave a very loose definition as to what you think feminism is, which could encompass conceivably.
We were just watching the debate with Destiny watching Pisco debate Tim Pool and other people on the panel in real life, and he was Destiny or Will Chamberlain, which is another lawyer, and Will was saying something, and then Destiny was like, well, Will is doing this fallacy that do I have to explain this all the time? And bro, what do you have to say about people saying
anything
about
that helps women?
What?
And that's an ambiguity fallacy.
Then provide a different definition.
also, just so you know, anytime you use the term fallacy in a debate, you're basically a mongler. No good faith person that's interested in having a real conversation is ever. Actually, you engage in this is actually a fallacy. No one cares.
Oh, this is so good. Oh, I can't wait for the video. Oh, I'm gonna edit that so gleefully too. Oh, this is so good. Using past Destiny to debate present Destiny is so fun. It's so fun.
Retweet.
In my opening statement, I said that I believe feminism is a revolutionary philosophy.
Bro, I guess in this context, in my context, I'm using future Destiny to debate past Destiny in the other video.
That destroys society. It was brought about to change society in toto and ultimately to serve into oligarchical designs and people who, and I gave sources, you can read the Rockefeller's authorized biography. They have a whole discussion of Abby Rockefeller.
Right now? Should we take a break and read that whole biography right now?
Third wave feminism in cell 16.
How is this not just as ambiguous as the one? It's just a revolutionary
Just as ambiguous.
system?
I'm literally giving you the people who funded it and the actual names of the people, like cell 16.
I don't know why you're appealing to, I don't know why you're appealing to authority right now. None of this matters.
No, that's not an authority. That's the people involved. It's not an authority pill.
Yeah, it's the
you don't know
people
what an
who
authority
you think
pill
funded them is an authority for the
I gave
definition
the
of
people
feminism.
involved, like Abby Rockefeller,
That
who
would
was
be an
herself.
authority.
No, it's not.
Then why are you citing them?
It's a person who's in the movement. It's not just the funder.
Yeah, you're appealing to authority.
You don't know what an appeal to. That's a fact. It's not an appeal to authority. You don't know what an appeal to authority is.
You are citing them
This is so
for a
silly.
definition of feminism.
Yeah, that's not an appeal to authority.
This is a guy who literally, you pull up and you're like, hey, bro, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm preparing for my debate. And it's like, really? What are you reading there? It looks like a short thing. It's a list of every single fallacy ever. And it's like, how's that going to help you? Anytime my opponent does anything that's a logical fallacy, I have it instantaneously memorized and able to call it out and label it in real time. And it allows me to dominate all of my debate opponents.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
you don't know what an appeal to authority. If I said my position is true because I cite the Rockefellers, that would be an appeal to authority, and that's a fallacy.
This definition
is an evidence
true
goofus.
because of the Rockefellers. If you want,
no, I'm not. I'm telling you the history of the movement, which you don't even know
again,
about.
I've asked you to define feminism, and now
And I'm giving you the history of that movement,
I'm
which is
asking you for a
3
definition.
waves.
Why- I don't-
Are there 3 waves of
Doofus,
feminism?
why can't you give me a
Are there 3 waves of feminism?
There's 4.
Okay, so there's 3.
Oh, you didn't know that? That's crazy.
So there are 3, correct?
So there are 3. He did the, teacher, can I go to the bathroom? And then she says, yes. And then you get up and you leave.
And she's getting fed up because that's why she started mocking him a little bit.
And she's like, what are you doing? And you're like, I asked if I could go to the bathroom. It's like, you should have said, may I?
There's 4.
Right, but that would mean there's also...
Destiny loves that new soundboard that he got.
3, even though there's a 4th, right?
That's true. 3 is less than 4.
I
Good
know
job,
that,
Jay.
but the fact that there's 4, there's...
Did you go to like this? I kill me.
Still
dude.
3 that have happened, right?
Irrelevant to any modern
Wait a minute.
feminism.
Is that an appeal to authority?
Hold up. Let me go back a little bit.
There's 4.
Right, but that would mean there's also 3, even though there's a 4th, right?
That's true. 3 is less than 4.
I
Good
know
job,
that,
Jay.
but the fact that there's 4, there's...
Did you go to like this? I kill me.
Still
dude.
3 that have happened, right?
Irrelevant to any modern
Wait a
feminism.
minute. Is that an appeal to authority?
What authority am I citing right now? I know
Well, you're citing facts that you think are appeals
Which
to
authority
authority.
have I cited? Name one. Name one.
You should have seen. You should have seen Jacob last night. What about him? He has one eye. He has one eye, really? And then you meet Jacob the next night. He's like, wait, he has 2 eyes. Yes. So he has 1 eye, right? Well, yeah, but I mean, usually when you say he has a thing, the implication is he has only that thing. Really? So when you say you have $5 in your bank account and you have $6, do you not have $5? So when I ask you, hey, I want to eat lunch, do you have $20? And you say yes, does that mean you only have $20? Well, no, I guess not. So when I say he has one eye, why would you assume he only has one eye? That was actually, you did a hasty generalization fallacy there. It's like, oh my God.
Wait, you do that, though. Destiny does do that when it comes to, like, the manga heads. Like, he does that very, very fast.
One authority I've cited, Jay.
You think,
name one authority I've cited.
You don't understand.
Jay, name one authority I've cited.
I'm making a joke because you think appealing to a fact is appeal to authority. Those are two different things.
That's not true.
Yes,
in fact, when you were citing Rockefeller, as the definition for feminism,
the funder is not the definition, you idiot.
Then why are you appealing to them in any way?
To prove the history of the movement and what it teaches. Yes, I just gave you the example. I've been debating for 25 years. I know what the appeal to authority is. That's one right there.
Okay, so when you appeal to irrelevant people that sound authoritative but aren't relevant, the history of feminism is irrelevant to you giving me a definition of feminism that I can operate on.
Is it a historical movement?
Can you give me
Is it a historical movement?
Yeah, of course.
Then the history is relevant to the definition, you idiot.
Then give me the definition. You can do it, Jay.
Nice if we can.
You can do it, Jay. I believe in you.
Like talking to a 5-year-old.
Yeah. Well, you're a big boy, so this should be really easy for you to find feminism. Go ahead.
Feminism is a historical movement that's concerned with the rights of women, including egalitarianism, the idea that women and men are equal. If we go back to Wollstonecraft, if we go back to the suffrage movement, if we go back to the notion of women not being married at certain ages as children. So the first wave.
Oh my God. Andrew Wilson's wife debating. This is glorious. Epic JW. I can't even take it. 45-degree tilted, eyes laughing emoji, tears, ha ha ha.
It's not just suffragism.
All right, we're gonna do a minor sidetrack on a video. Yeah, we're gonna do that because this is becoming comedy gold, and I'm just realizing that I need to actually like watch this on stream. So we're gonna do a nice little Jimmy Dore 5-minute video sidetrack. Yeah, let's just listen to it. Has something to do with the Israel-Palestine stuff, so let's do a minor little detour on that. Let's go.
Trends that I see are younger people are increasingly anti-Israel, and on the right, they're relatively neutral or don't care. My prediction, as I made over a year ago, is that with the anti-war elements of the populist movement on the right and the anti-Israel section of the left, as I mentioned, there is a smaller but still prominent anti-Israel right. Israel's not going to have support from this country in 20 years.
Tim Pool was onto this. He had his secret meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, which I guess isn't so secret because he told everybody about it, but here, let's watch.
And the point I brought up when I mentioned the allegations, which they're allegations of, I don't know if there's evidence of this, which is why I asked, about Qatari. Let me see if I can pull this up. I think I actually have the allegations question. Let me see if I can find it. What is this? FDD.
People are saying that Tucker Carlson is being funded by Qatar as well.
I don't believe that anyone's being funded by Qatar. So FDD, this is the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, says Al Jazeera allegedly using bots to spread propaganda while skirting U.S. law. This came out December 9th. I did not assert this was true. I said, is there evidence to corroborate this? Largely because what I see happening is multifaceted. I've talked to enough young people, probably not enough to be completely honest, but I've talked to young people, where's this story? Here we go, who are scared to call for the suspension of TikTok largely because of the anti-Israel cohort. So typically the conversations go, the only reason Democrats and Republicans want to ban TikTok is because of Israel, which is true and correct. But there's a bunch of other reasons why we should force TikTok to divest as well. I see the younger protesters are largely anti-Israel, and I see right now there is no message conveyed to young people why they should support Israel.
Because there is a reason.
I do. I'm asking them.
No, there is a reason. Lots of reasons. Like, they are literally our only ally in the Middle East, or our only reliable ally in the Middle East. If I can English properly. That is true. Well, I mean, I would argue only reliable. Obviously, we have other allies, but I think Israel is like one of the best. Like, they give us like information. Like, they helped us out big time on the capturing of the people that did 9/11. So I think that's a really good thing that they helped us out with. So yeah, intelligence, really good with intelligence.
What are you paying attention to? Now I'll tell you this. My having left this meeting is they're clueless to the issue. They don't know, despite the fact there was literally a protest outside, they were dismissive of. They say these things happen. The trends that I see are younger people are increasingly anti-Israel, and on the right, they're relatively neutral or don't care.
Yeah,
my prediction, as I made over a year ago, is that with the anti-war elements of the populist movement on the right and the anti-Israel section of the left, as I mentioned, there is a smaller but still prominent anti-Israel right.
Oh yeah, when Jimmy Dore says like his secret thing with Netanyahu, like it wasn't like Tim Pool was the one that spilled the beans on the secret meeting. Like, oh, it was so secret that Tim Pool mentioned it, and that's everyone's source for the secret meeting is Tim Pool. But like Tim Pool had this secret meeting that Tim Pool ended up saying, like, this is just like, it's just stupid conspiracy theory.
Israel's not going to have support from this country in 20 years. The U.S. is going to say, we've got two factions. Young people on the right who are following the footsteps of MAGA populist movement who don't want to fund foreign wars, they vote no on Israel. The far left that hates Israel, they vote no on Israel. Israel, you get no funding anymore. That's what I see happening.
So there's Tim Pool making a correct prediction, I think, I would say, that in 20 years, you're going to have absolutely no support in the United States for Israel anymore. I say it's going to happen quicker, but I could be wrong about that. But he originally talked about Qatar funding.
Even though his yarmulke is too big, I think he had a good point.
The only time I've ever heard of Qatar actually paying off anybody was when they paid Hamas with the money Bibi Netanyahu gave them to pay for your.
The reason why that guy said that is because he thinks that Tim Pool is like a, I guess a simp for Israel. I don't know why that word was just so difficult for right now. Like, I don't know why that was so hard. Let me just keep going.
Your taxes. So Benjamin Netanyahu facilitated the money getting paid to Hamas from Qatar.
Only time I ever heard of it.
The only time I've ever heard of Qatar paying anybody was when Benjamin Netanyahu facilitated them giving your tax dollars to Hamas. Just so you know, that's and nobody denies that happened. That's front page. It's right from the New York Times. Even they admit that happened.
Hey, anybody that doesn't want to pay me, Qatar, Russia, Israel, where's my money? Why didn't you have me do what you? If you want to reach the young people, pay me.
The recent majority of Americans now have a negative view of Israel. According to 53% of Americans express an unfavorable opinion of Israel. That's up from 42% just from March of 2022.
Where do we bomb Iran?
The number of Republicans who hold negative opinions on Israel has increased 10% since 2022. Young Republicans, those under the age of 50 especially, are now more likely to have an unfavorable view of Israel, with 50% polling in that direction. So even Republicans, Tim was saying, I think they're neutral. This says something different. This says that the Republicans under 50 years of age have a negative view of Israel.
Well, Tim Pool was specifically talking about all of them combined, not just under 50%, not under 50. Like, come on now, Tim. I mean, Jimmy or Jimmy. Like, you're ignoring the fact that Tim said a general statement, and now you're disproving Tim by giving him arguing that he didn't make a general statement. He actually made a specific statement because you're quoting you're comparing apples to oranges. Tim is talking about something like all of them combined, a general statement. You're comparing people underneath 50, age 50, which you guys are just comparing two things here. Like you're saying Tim Pool is wrong because I have a study that is not completely different, but substantively different than what Tim Pool was actually talking about, which is disingenuous because you're not comparing apples to oranges. You're not comparing apples to apples. You are comparing apples to oranges. Like they're both fruit, but they're two different types of fruit.
That gap underscores the rights of popular blah blah blah.
You know what's really disgusting about it is they look at it like it's just some marketing brand, and not that maybe people are disgusted by what they're seeing. And they might have a point, and they're not just doing it as a shill.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
They're bothered by seeing you carpet bomb all those people. They don't want to consider that.
They don't ever go, hey, why do you think this is? Why do you think these poll numbers are moving? It's because maybe they're against watching a genocide happen right in front of their face. Or you could call it, like to call it genocide?
It's not genocide, but okay.
Genocide? Let's call it an ethnic cleansing, because that's exactly what it is. Nobody denies that they're trying to get the Palestinians out of there. That's the definition of an ethnic cleansing. And how are they doing it? By mass slaughter of children and women.
Well, starvation.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's an ethnic cleansing, just like how if they get rid of all the Israel people in the West Bank, no, not in the West Bank, in Gaza. Hold up, what? Let me do the map thing. Israel map. The West Bank. Yeah. Like the West Bank. Yeah, this place. The Gaza Strip, and then you got the West Bank. Like if they were to do a nice little Gaza Strip not genocide, ethnic cleansing of all the Jews in the West Bank, like no one would ever characterize all the Jews leaving the West Bank as an ethnic cleansing, which is literally what they're saying is an ethnic cleansing when you remove all the people of Gaza out of Gaza. Like you're moving all the Palestinian people out of Gaza, that's an ethnic cleansing. But if you remove all the Jewish people in the West Bank, that's not an ethnic cleansing. And I'm like, you're just being a hypocrite there. So like, it's just a stupid thing to even bring up.
As well.
And starvation.
Like no one denies that, but like at least don't be a hypocrite when it comes to using that specific word.
Masters of the Universe. Come see us on tour. We're going to be in Bakersfield.
All right, cool. That was a nice little sidetrack. We'll bring it back to our regular scheduled program.
Well, they also wanted to not have child brides and that kind of stuff.
I'm really proud of you. You got
But they
two
also,
things.
listen,
One more.
I'm not, shut up. Shut up and let me finish. I'm not done. I'm not done. They also wanted better work hours. They wanted women to have inheritance rights. They wanted women to be able to get jobs and
They want the women in the workforce and to be in positions that they didn't have. So they wanted certain social rights that women, like voting, right, suffrage right. Those are all first wave.
Yep.
Okay.
This is your definition of feminism? Okay, I'm writing it down.
Are you serious?
I'm so dumb.
You asked for the history of it.
I didn't ask you for the history. I asked you for a definition.
You said that it's historical.
She literally did not ask for the history. She's just asking for a definition.
Yes.
She never.
Oh my God, multiple times too. Like, this guy is not following the conversation whatsoever, or he is following the conversation, but he's just just being super bad faith and changing what she's saying, and then just and lying about what she's actually like asking him for. Like, he's just either he's not understanding what she's asking, which is less likely because he's been doing this multiple times now, changing what she's asking for, and then pretending that she's asking for this thing. But like come on now, like anyone with a brain can see this.
Never said, "Give me the history." That's you. You're projecting.
Yes.
All first wave.
Yep.
Okay.
This is your definition of feminism? Okay, I'm writing it down.
Are you serious?
I'm so dumb.
You asked for the history of it.
I didn't ask you for the history. I asked you for a definition.
You said that it's historical.
Okay.
She literally did not ask for the history. She's just asking for a definition. She never said, "Give me the history." That's you. You're projecting.
Yes.
Jesus.
And I'm giving you the movements.
I'm not asking for the history. I'm asking
you. You said it is historical, so I have to go back to the people. You're so dumb that you can't conceive of a position apart from the people who came up with the position.
So Israel. I can define Israel without going through the entire history of Israel. Feminism, while it does have... Yes, of course you can.
You can. Really? You can't define anything without going through the entire history of the thing itself?
Because for the sake of conversation,
this is so, yeah, it is. It's a very silly conversation. Like, bro, like what are we talking about here? Like, bro, like I can't talk about the letter, the number 2, because I didn't go back through the entire history of how the number 2 came into existence. Like, this is so stupid. This is actually super stupid. Like, this is retarded.
You admitted it's a historical movement, therefore it can't be divorced from the people in history.
I'm not asking
Do you think it came out of the sky? Did it come into people's minds out of the sky, or from the people?
You're doing a false dichotomy again.
What are you, dude? You don't even.
You're acting like you can't define it without the history. I'm telling you.
Correct. It's a historical movement by your own definition.
That doesn't mean that you can't make a definition for the word.
Yes,
so
you
we
have
can
to go
just
to
talk
the
about
people.
it.
Where do you think words come from? From people. They don't drop out of the sky. They come from people.
Okay, I know you can do this. You can define a word without giving me a 5-minute monologue on the history.
No, you can't.
So there's no way for you to define feminism.
Would you go to a dictionary? That's an appeal to authority.
It's not an.
No, it's not even. It's not a fallacious appeal to authority. What are we even talking about? Does the dictionary have 5 minutes of history for every single defined word?
Like what?
There are appeal to authorities that are fallacious, and there are appeal to authorities that are non-fallacious.
Oh, like when I give the examples of the
Rockefeller as a funder is not an appeal.
It's not just a funder. Abby was involved in Cell 16. She's not just a funder.
That doesn't matter.
It does because it came from them.
That doesn't mean that she's a relevant authority to cite.
The one who funded it and got it going at Chicago University is not relevant?
Portions of the third wave, yes.
Correct.
That doesn't mean that
it comes out of her money.
No, that doesn't
millions of dollars
again,
at Chicago University.
That doesn't mean that she's the definer of feminism.
I didn't say she was. I said she's.
You cited her as a definer of feminism.
She's involved in the third wave movement.
What's the definition of feminism, Jay?
Oh
You
my
can do
gosh,
it.
you're so stupid.
I've got 3 things from you so far.
Even do a
feminism equals rights of women. Men and women are
you
equal.
Admitted,
labor rights. I've got 3 things. What else is feminism?
Inheritance
We can do this, Jay.
in terms of first wave feminism. I mentioned child.
He's literally, this guy is not even listening to her at all. Like, he's just rambling at this point because she is obviously trying to keep everything centered, and he just doesn't want to make himself look stupid, so he's just going to keep rambling out of random nonsense. Like, come on now.
Age of marriage as another element of it.
Okay, so
in terms of the first wave.
Civil rights. Let's just call those civil rights.
That's not civil rights. It's oh my gosh. It's prior to the civil rights movement. You idiot.
That doesn't mean it's not civil rights, Jay. I'm just trying to create.
What the fuck?
Wait, let me listen to that again.
I mentioned child age of marriage as another element of it.
Okay, so
in terms of the first wave.
Civil rights. Let's just call those civil rights.
That's not civil rights. It's oh my gosh. It's prior to the civil rights movement. You idiot.
That doesn't mean it's not civil rights, Jay. I'm just trying to create.
What the fuck?
Actually, yeah. Okay. I see why that's a stupid comment.
Wait.
Civil rights. It's age of marriage as another element of it.
Okay, so
in terms of the first wave.
Civil rights. Let's just call those civil rights.
That's not civil rights. It's oh my gosh. It's prior to the civil rights movement. You idiot.
That doesn't mean it's not civil rights, Jay. I'm just trying to create a way to make this succinct so we can get a fucking definition because you don't like mine, which is fine.
I said yours.
That's why I'm just
yours
trying to
is
now get a
too
new
broad.
one. That's fine.
Then
make
give a
your
different
own.
one.
I'm giving the historical. I don't need my own definition. It's your position.
You don't need your own. Oh, he truly is from the Andrew Wilson School of Debate. So he's not ever going to actually have a position. He's just going to endlessly critique other people's positions. Oh, okay.
Goofus.
No.
Wait, is that what's going on? Is that actually what's going on? Because, like, it really does starting to feel like that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you keep saying that her thing is overly broad, but then when she asks you to actually give a position, you just say, nah, I'm just gonna say history. So he is literally just not, like, responding to her question. Like he's not in case. I don't. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm gonna agree with Destiny on this one, but I'm still gonna remain a little bit skeptical.
You debate positions like when you debated Jim Bob, and you tell people to define your position. This is how silly you are.
No, Jay,
you gave a broad definition.
I gave you a definition, and you
which
don't
is too
like
broad.
it. That's fine. Make your own definition, and then we can work from there.
I don't need to make a definition.
Yes,
It's
you
not
do.
my position.
If you have rejected my definition, you now have to supply one.
Yes, I'm going through the people who came up with it. Correct.
Rockefeller didn't come up with it.
I said Mary Wollstonecraft in my opening statement is one of the first feminists in modern society.
Do you want to supply a definition? This doesn't matter, Jay. Just
what does he think he was cooking there?
I mean, it does seem like he was, but like only to like idiots that wasn't paying attention to the entire. Like the only people that think he was cooking there is honestly retards. Not gonna mince words here. Like retards that aren't paying attention to anything that's going on in this conversation. That hasn't been following this entire conversation. The only thing they would have followed this entire conversation is that there was an actual silence that happened. They could, if you ask them, the people that thought this guy was cooking, like what happened right before the silence, they would be like, oh, I don't know. She couldn't answer the question. Based. Like that's it. I'm being so mean, but like it, I just can't. This guy is actually like starting to really break my brain.
Okay.
Our society.
Do you want to supply a definition? This doesn't matter, Jay. Just
what does he think he was cooking there? What? Okay.
So the people who came up with it don't matter.
They matter if you.
That was a bad voice crack, Destiny. Come on now, you could do better.
Get to getting a definition out of your fucking mouth. We've got we've got four elements of feminism now. Okay, so we've got rights of women, like men and women are equal.
Yeah, see, look, she doesn't give a shit about like just catching you on a gotcha. Like this guy is all about gotcha. Like oh, the silence. Oh, like we're not even like you're doing child stupid shit. Like oh, gotcha. You got silent. Oh, like bro, like she's obviously the adult here, but like yeah, I don't give a shit about that. Like that's great. Good one. Like, all right, can we move on now? Can we actually talk about something that's important instead of getting someone on a gotcha? Oh, he couldn't say anything. Oh, she couldn't say anything. Oh, silence. Oh, like, bro, like, come on now. Like, he's being a child.
Libertarianism, labor rights, and civil rights. Is there anything else you would like to add to that definition?
As we move into modernity, we get more radical versions of this, particularly with Cell 16.
And she completely just ignores that and just moves on to the actual conversation.
Which becomes almost a revolutionary terrorist movement, which wants to engage in radical action and Skittles rights, shall we say. So they move into it being Skittles as well.
Okay, so
now, I don't care if you reject.
Wait, did he just say Skittles as well? I know it's a stupid misspeak, but like this guy's starting to piss me off.
Particularly with Cell 16, which becomes almost a revolutionary terrorist movement, which wants to engage in radical action and Skittles rights, shall we say. So they move in.
Skittles. I know he meant skills, but Skittles rights. Are we gonna like call that out? Are we not gonna call that out? Let's call it out.
To it being Skittles as well.
Okay, so
now, I don't
see Skittles.
care if you reject
trans rights.
I don't care if you reject that or accept that. Because I'm looking at this as a historical movement. Because guess what? Feminism is a historical movement. That's what we're debating.
You might not believe me, Jay. I'm so disappointed about this conversation. I
am actually very disappointed about this conversation. Like we're supposed to be talking about feminism, but we circled back on like the word good for like 45 minutes. I mean, whatever. I'm exaggerating. Get out of here. But now we're trying to define feminism. But you just don't like. We're gonna spend another 45 minutes into defining another word, feminism, without actually getting into the meat and substance of actually having a conversation on those topics. We're still defining these words like 40 minutes later. Like, come on now.
About chatter because I was interested in a good
discussion. You keep saying chatter doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I did an internal critique.
She should ask him.
That's what we're debating.
You might not believe me, Jay. I'm so disappointed about this conversation. I talked about chatter because I was interested in a good discussion.
You keep saying chatter doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I did an internal critique.
She should ask him. She should take a step back and ask him, what do you think I meant when I said chatter? What do you think I meant when I said that?
You didn't know what that was. And then I start going to the history of feminism, and then you're floundering.
Right now. You're just saying
I'm just
stuff
saying
right
stuff.
Yeah.
There we go.
So going to chatter, the reason I asked you about it is so that we could have a decently good conversation so that we weren't quibbling over the definition of words and we could actually engage in conversation. If the only way that you can debate for the last 25 years is to just quibble about semantics of words, I'm sorry, you're not a king debater. You're just bad faith.
You asked me in the last 30 minutes to define a word.
True, and a good point, and that's going to be in the teaser, probably.
So you're the one that's quibbling about semantics.
I'm not quibbling. I'm literally not quibbling. I am writing down your words.
That's how could you possibly say that you're engaging in semantics when the conversation is over what the definition of a particular term is? That is semantics. What are you doing?
Oh, so if you're writing it down.
I'm granting, it's not semantics because I'm just granting your
I thought
definition.
it was semantics. No, it's not.
It's not semantic debating because I'm not disagreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging.
Why is he pretending like she's the one stumbling through this conversation?
Yeah, exactly.
Granting your
I thought it
definition.
was semantics. No, it's not.
It's not semantic debating because I'm not disagreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging you to just give me one. I'm begging you at this point because you don't like mine. So let's give yours.
I don't care what
Rights
your
of women.
definition is because all I have to do is critique your position internally and point.
Oh, so this is like the Andrew Wilson school.
Yeah, okay, I see it. I see it. He doesn't want to actually give a definition of anything. He just wants to critique people. So he's just a complainer. He's not actually interested in furthering any type of substantive conversation. He just wants to complain and say, your definition is wrong, and here's why you're wrong. And then she's like, all right, well, that's good that you think that it's wrong, but then let's just use your definition so we can move the conversation. And now he's like, but your definition wrong. Your definition wrong though.
Brain dead shit. Like you're not. So you're really
Agreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging you to just give me one. I'm begging you at this point because you don't like mine. So let's give yours.
I don't care what
Rights
your
of women.
definition is because all I have to do is critique your position internally and point.
Oh, so this is like the Andrew Wilson school of brain dead shit. Like you're not. So you're not here to debate or do anything. You're just here to endlessly critique another person's side. That's it. You have no interest whatsoever in actually having an.
And he says endlessly critique. I say endlessly complain. Like you're just a complainer. You're a complainer. Like don't give him any more validity than he actually is. He's a child complainer. He's just complaining. He doesn't actually want to further anything. He's just complaining about how she's wrong and here's why she's wrong and that's it. There's no other like he's like a retarded bully maybe. I don't know.
A conversation. Okay, that's glad we figured that out.
You do have to care about my
And
definition.
it's boring. That's why he does the snores.
And if you're going to do an internal critique, that's the fundamental of a fucking internal critique. Is that
now you do know about. So you just learned about internal critique about 10 minutes ago.
She just learned the name of the concept, but if you knew what an internal critique was, you would recognize she already internally critiqued your position. So clearly she's familiar with the concept. She doesn't know the name of it. Semantics, actually. Haha.
And now you're going to lecture me on it.
You're a really good teacher, Jay. What can I say? So
debate's over.
You do care about.
She admitted she's learning.
You do care about feminism and my definition of it because you need it for the internal critique, which you've already
I don't
acknowledged.
care about it because
but now you've rejected my definition of feminism. So again, I know being mean to women is your fallback.
Oh,
if you have
no,
nothing
there we
else
go.
to
Ad
do.
hominem. Now, so there we go.
It's not an ad hominem. I didn't say
Being
that you're.
mean to you?
No.
First of all, that's not an ad hominem. Being mean to somebody is not an ad hominem. It's an ad hominem when you disregard their argument based on a character attack. So her saying that he's being mean is not her engaged in an ad hominem fallacy. She's just pointing out that he's being mean, which he has been, by the way.
Yeah.
I didn't say you're wrong because you're being an asshole. I just said
Oh,
you're.
and she even knows it. Jesus, what the fuck? Somebody injected.
How do you, bro? You give her such less credit. Of course she knows this. Like, what do you mean, Destiny? Like, you literally was partnered with her, and how do you not know this? I mean, when I say partner, like they ran a show together, and you didn't even understand that Erudite is smart. Like, come on now. How did I know this before he did? He literally worked with this woman, and I knew this before he did. This is wild.
All the fucking
how
Plato
is this,
Stanford.
How is this surprising? Like, come on now, Destiny.
Attack. So her saying that he's being mean is not her engaged in an ad hominem fallacy. She's just pointing out that he's being mean, which he has been. What the fuck? Somebody injected.
I didn't say you're wrong because you're being an asshole. I just said
Oh,
you're.
and she even knows it. Jesus, what the fuck? Somebody injected all the fucking Plato.Stanford.edu philosophy into her brain. Jesus.
An asshole.
Now you're getting your feelings.
That's not an ad hominem.
Get your feelings hurt? Nobody said their
Oh
feelings
my
were hurt. Nobody
God.
sounds. The only person who sounds like their feelings are hurt are you, who is literally going blah 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 blah. Like, bro, are you okay?
Yeah.
My feelings are
Not
fine.
an ad hominem.
No, insulting people and being mean is an ad hom. You should know this. You can Google it. Google it at home. An ad hom is when you use the insult of a person to discredit them. So
Fair
if I said,
argument,
Jay,
yes.
you're wrong because you're mean. Now I'm ad homing you. As a debate bro of 25 years, you should know your fallacies better. You've already been wrong
He was wrong. He got blown the fuck. He just kind of got blown the fuck out. But
about multiple fallacies.
Really?
And you can't. Yes. And you can't define feminism. Do you want to get there?
You already admitted that I gave you 4 elements.
It seems like you have more.
So
5 actually.
I think that
It seems
you
like have
actually
more
think
that you want to add.
actually think like
Or you have to
maybe
do
a
this
100 IQ person that the way that you define something is you literally just look at a definition in a dictionary and then you just list it out and that's the definition of the word.
False.
That's
False.
Really?
Yeah, I've never said
because
that.
I'm giving you the entire
Jay.
context of the history of feminism
Why?
and you're saying I need a fucking definition
Yes.
as we're working through the actual history of it and the definition of
Because
what
again,
it is.
to give me-
You admitted that it's a historical movement.
That
didn't
has
you?
nothing to do with you giving me a definition so that we can talk about it.
That it's a historical
Of course, Jay.
movement, so the history has to do with it, you idiot.
I don't need the history for you to give me a definition, you
we
idiot.
have to go to the people who are the philosophers of it.
No, you don't.
Like Mary Wollstonecraft and her position.
Like
egalitarianism.
You can just define it.
I'm defining it for you. I've been defining it. You just keep yapping and melting down over your notes.
Well, the issue is that it has taken me pushing you to be specific over and over for 45 minutes. We have 5 points now.
Because you don't have anything other than this.
That's false.
How does any of this prove your position that feminism is good for society? As a feminist, you're showing us that you're not good for society. So you're actually proving my point as you yap and argue. You're
That's actually a
proving
good
my
example of an ad hom.
That is an ad hominem, but it's an illustrative ad hominem. Yes, correct.
That's true. It was a very creative ad hom. Okay, so we have 5 points that you would like to define feminism. Is there any other points that you want to define feminism with?
Yes, the people who funded that also said that they like the movement because it destroys the nuclear family.
Yeah, I think Erudite is like completely, or Kyla is completely like immune to gotchas. Like she just moves on and just like he just did like a whole gotcha bullshit nonsense, and she's like, yeah, you're just doing some childish shit. So like onto the actual like interesting conversation. I like how she kind of just ignores the fact that he said anything. Like with the silence thing, like she just said, all right, cool, great. Are we gonna like talk about something cool now, like or interesting? Like it just bounces off of her like it's nothing.
Gets women in the workforce, taxes the other half of the population, and reduces the population because there's less families.
How do you want to summarize that?
Why do I have
destruction of
you
nuclear
can't remember
family?
what I just said?
So
you can't remember 4 sentences I just said?
No,
You can't. Do you not have a
Bro, you're projecting so hardcore. You don't even. You asked the same question like 5 different times, and she gave you the same answer like 5 different times, and you're the one that's saying, "Oh, you can't even follow the conversation for like the last 4 sentences." Like you're projecting so hardcore right now. You're the one that hasn't been like listening to the last couple of sentences. Like if she would have asked the same question to him, he would be dumbfounded. Like he wouldn't even know what she said like 4 sentences ago. Like, come on now, please.
Definition? If you can't summarize what you just said, it makes it sound like you don't even remember what you said, which makes it sound like you're inventing the definition on the spot. What's happening here?
Remember, I just want to like you're you're just very yappy, and so I'd.
Are you okay? Hello?
Remember what I just said? You can't remember 4 sentences I just said?
No, I can remember. I just want to like you're you're just very yappy, and so I'd like to make it succinct. Yes, to give me a definition, you've had to give me an entire century's worth of history. Even though,
like when you admitted that it's a historical movement, so it can't be divorced from the historical
you know what you
people.
could have done? You could have just said to me, so that we can move forward with this conversation. Feminism is
but I'm not going to grant
rights
you.
of women, men
It's
and
a
women are
debate,
equal, labor
so I'm not
rights,
going to
civil
grant
rights,
you
and trans rights.
simple answers in a debate.
Why would you just define a word?
I'm not gonna get. This is the Andrew Wilson method of debating. Jesus.
I don't owe you a definition.
Maybe we could avoid some of the insults, and if we can, also allow people to finish their thought. Let's try to
okay. Are you
not
happy?
do interruptions, but go ahead.
Yeah,
I want to know how any of this helps your case to prove feminism is good for society.
Well, we can get there now that we've defined feminism.
Okay.
So destruction of nuclear family is another one that you would like to add to the definition of feminism.
That's why the people who fund it matter, is because they say that.
Okay, I would argue that the destruction of nuclear families is not inherent to most feminist movements and is bad. So I reject that part of your definition.
So the people who want that in society and say that it does that don't matter. Because
they're not the feminism that I'm fighting
because
for.
you have a definition that is so elastic to make it anything that you think helps women. And that's why I've said you've already lost the debate, because you're elastic.
The empowerment, well, you define
that's why I
empowerment of women and promotion of femininity. So empowerment means things like removing obstacles.
Ambiguous.
And promotion of femininity would be like making feminine traits viewed as respect-worthy.
Like submitting to authority of men? Is that a feminine trait?
No, I wouldn't say so.
So it's not clear. It's ambiguous.
I would say submission is
You have to define it.
I would say submission is feminine, but I don't think it's to men specifically. No.
Oh, okay.
It would be like to any authority, right?
To any authority?
Yeah.
Are most authority men?
A lot of them are, but some
So
are
it would be to men?
Nope, it would be to authority.
How can he be so arrogant? But he hasn't earned it at all.
But men are the class.
He honestly, the reason why he like, come on, Destiny. Like he obviously feels like he's earned it. He obviously feels like he's been owning this entire conversation when he obviously wasn't. But like he's like, this guy has deluded himself into thinking that he's actually like legitimately like winning this. Like, but this is the whatever podcast. Like he's so. The only people that will, I mean, I said this before, I don't need to repeat myself, but the only people that think that this guy's actually like owning anything is the guys that only see the owns and none of the like, and isn't following the conversation at all. Like he obviously proved in this entire video up until now that he is incapable of actually following what this lady said. Like he asks her the same question like so many different times, and she answers it directly all the time. Multiple times. So it just shows that he isn't following the conversation. But like, I feel like I said that like 3,000 times now.
But most authorities are men, and they are submitting to that, right? So it would be.
Yeah, but the idea, okay, you love semantic fights.
Are you okay?
It's called a debate.
I can do that too. If you want me to just like mock you every time you stutter, we can have a super fun conversation.
It's just how debates work. I'm sorry.
She shouldn't have even granted that. I don't think she stuttered at all. This guy's said so much less.
People when they stutter is not
rhetoric is part of debate. Yes,
this is not rhetoric. This is just you being.
If you ever watch an Oxford Union debate, they make fun of each other.
I'm fine with making fun.
Do they at the Oxford Union debates? Maybe they do. I don't know. I feel like we've watched a couple things. What is this guy saying?
I'm boomerang, man. I've never literally used Discord. I usually just ask someone.
I don't care. Go back to the video.
He's trying to get me on. Uh-oh.
Fun of each other.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay. Would you like to have a productive conversation too, or do you want to just? We can circle the drain.
I'm having a great time.
That's fine. We can just continue to circle the drain.
And how does this prove feminism is good for society?
Okay, so I already said I would reject the destruction of nuclear family. I don't think it's central to most feminism. I think most.
Was it central to self-16?
It sounds like it was, but I would say most fourth wave feminists, for example, are not very pro-destruction of the nuclear family. In fact, there's like an entire like barefoot pregnant movement within the fourth wave that is very much about embracing being pregnant, being motherhood, and like promoting that as a good thing.
Is that the attitude that most feminists in society have?
I would say a lot of young feminists are directly.
Are they the most?
I wouldn't.
No, they're not.
Most also don't want to destroy the nuclear family.
Well, in academia and
most
in society in
feminists
general,
want to get married and have kids.
Does this worldview promote, in general, in society, in academia, and in the corporate world, the destruction?
Oh, I hope she doesn't answer this question. What worldview? We haven't even defined what the fuck we're talking about yet. How could you even talk about a worldview? What worldview are we even speaking of?
Of the family, or does it?
No. It tends to promote it. Yeah, they want women to be mothers
really?
who can also
feminism promotes women in society in general.
I would say fourth wave feminism is very pro-mother.
No,
yeah.
I asked you about the majority of feminism.
most feminists are fourth wave.
That's institutionalized.
Yeah, most institutional academics are fourth wave.
And they want people to have kids.
Yes.
They're not antinatalists.
No, some of them are, but most of them
in
are.
Institutions?
Yes.
No, that's crarazy.
I don't know what to tell you. I've been reading lots of fourth wave
I've been in academia. I've been in institutions.
Me too.
I've never met a feminist in academia or in institutions who thinks that there should be more people and more kids.
Never.
They all believe in depopulation, the ones that I've met.
That's crazy. I've just met lots of feminists that don't believe that. And regardless, those feminists who are like basically death cult feminists, I'm not interested in advocating for the worldview.
That's fine.
I don't have to own that.
But the history of feminism,
just like you don't have to own like Protestants.
Most feminism, right? So you've got a nuanced feminism, I guess, is your take, right?
I just have like a pretty traditional like fourth wave.
Bro, we're nearly an hour in, and he's finally realizing that this lady actually has a nuanced position of what feminism is. Like, bro, how many times does he have to say the same thing over and over again to get it through? Like, I feel like this guy's super dense. Like, the conversation's moving so slowly because this guy doesn't even.
Feminism.
Okay, but it's not historic feminism, right? Or is it first wave?
It's fourth wave.
So it's tied to history?
Of course, because there's waves.
Oh, so it is tied to history.
Yeah, but the waves, the essentials of the waves is that there's. I've never ever said that feminism isn't tied to history. You've just made that up.
I think we could go back about 20 minutes. So you can do what I do. We go back 20 minutes where you said that the history doesn't matter.
I said for your definition, it
yes, do it right back at him. Thank you.
Doesn't matter.
You have doublethink going on. Have you read 1984?
You can hold your
phone. Right. You know what doublethink is?
Yes.
It's the ability to contradict within a couple minutes.
I didn't contradict. If you remember, we can roll back the tape. We were talking about defining.
Do you think definitions are relative?
Can I finish my thought, or are you just going to interrupt me?
Because I'm trying to.
Can I finish my thought?
Yeah. Let her finish her thought. Let her thought. Like, let the woman speak.
Hone in on what this weird mistake is, because it's weird.
Wait, it's the Whatever podcast. They interrupt women all the time, so they're used to doing that. So yeah, they're not on a lefty show. They're on a righty show, a red pilly show. So yeah, I guess it makes sense that they would interrupt women. Yeah, okay, whatever. Anyways.
At least we'll let the insults go. Okay, if you guys want to insult each other, we'll allow that. But at least let each other finish their thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason that we went into the history and why I said I don't care about the history is I was asking for a functional definition so we could move past that part of the conversation. I always acknowledge that history was part of the feminist movement and it's tied to it.
I reject that there is a definition.
Oh, you just cut her off again. Like she was still in the mid-sentence. Come on now. Like, can you like close your mouth for like a minute? Like, is that even? I don't think he's capable of doing that, honestly. Actually,
history.
I've never said that there's a definition divorced from history. I said I don't need the history. I said I don't need the history.
And you cut her off again. Oh my god. You just cut her off again. All right. We're two.
Lesson. I don't need the history lesson.
You asked me for that.
You gotta let me finish.
You asked me because you're lying. You asked me for that divorce. You said divorce from history. What is your definition? That's what you said.
Yeah, I didn't want the history.
Thank you. So you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't contradict myself.
You're a machine of contradiction.
You're so desperate. You're so desperate. You're like, God, how do I get this win? I asked for.
Yeah, literally. Yes, true. Like his entire debate strategy is getting gotchas. Like, bro.
Or you just stop giving me all of the history and just give me a definition so we can move the fuck on.
I don't accept that there is a definition of divorce from history, and you just admitted that.
So you don't have the brain capacity to define something without a 5-minute monologue about the history.
You just admitted you can't do that.
Define Israel. Are you going to go back 3,000 years to define it?
Correct, yes, because it's an ancient historical nation. Yes,
so
it's not the current Israel. Not really. It's not. There was no continuous existence. What does that even mean?
Can't define Israel without giving me a 10-minute monologue.
It's a false analogy because feminism is a modernist movement. It's a modern movement. It's not an ancient civilization.
That doesn't matter.
If feminism is a modern movement, then why are you giving me the historical definitions for it?
Yeah, retard. Like, bro, like what? Thank you, Destiny.
Just saying it doesn't matter just shows your lack of
is not
intellect.
all a false analogy. Extensively
You are
different.
melting down right now because you contradicted yourself.
Dude, I think I used the. I don't know if you're even allowed to say that, but I'm so. This guy's pissing me off. Like
Because you said that you had 25 years of debate history and you can't get a single fallacy
look at
correct.
you. You're melting down.
You said
You're
a false,
spiraling.
How is that a false
You're
analogy?
melting down.
How is that a false analogy, Jay?
I used the hard R, but it's the R word, not the N word.
Because it's a modern movement. It's not an ancient civilization.
What does that have to do with anything when it comes to
Because
comparing
you
history
contradicted
for
yourself,
definition?
and in debates, contradictions are what make you
nothing to do with
lose.
the false analogy. How is that a
And
false
that's how you
analogy?
lose the debate, correct.
How is it a false
Contradicting
analogy?
is where you lose the debate.
So you can define Israel without giving me the centuries of history. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that. You just said that.
You said it's a false analogy.
You
So
said
it's a false analogy. I never said that.
You said that. So you're yapping because you got caught.
Just oh my god.
Get caught.
You did.
Holy shit.
You said that history. You said history doesn't matter. Give me your definition, and then you just said history matters. It's part of the definition.
I didn't. I did not say history matters as part of no.
Yes, you
Jay,
did.
Part of debating.
Wait, what? When did she say that? What?
Part of debating is holding frame,
Yeah,
right?
when did she say that? I don't think
Would
she
you agree?
did.
No, he can't agree to anything.
When you did that, is that holding frame or what is that?
No, that was making fun of you, obviously.
Okay, right.
So part of debating is holding frame.
Like putting dongs in your mouth. Is that holding frame? I don't.
No,
understand.
that's
Like,
funny.
is it?
Like, we're all laughing about it. Yes, it's
Or are
funny.
we laughing at you?
Kind of the same thing. That's kind of what performers do, right? Yeah. So part of debating is holding frame.
Is any of this going to prove that feminism was good for society?
We
Because the more that
literally
you argue,
can't get there because you
the
are
more that
still
you
quibbling
argue, you make
over.
my case.
I'm
Thank
not
you,
making.
Wait, somebody linked this earlier. What
had a
is this?
materialistic paradigm, and I said, well, I don't accept your Christian theism. I believe in, say, just rank materialism.
5 years old.
And I still do logic. My response to that person would
There's
be,
a
well, yeah,
whole
you can
hour
do
and
it in
40
your
minutes?
life, but actually the justification for doing logic is itself actually impossible and incoherent if you were to be consistent with conflicting presuppositions.
Okay. So, I mean, I take it that. Well, okay. So, I take it that you think that this argument is being similar in heritage to Kantian arguments, such as we find in the Critique, like, for instance, where or the aesthetics.
It's only right. So it's only similar to Kant in the fact that the form of the argument is the same, just like the form of the argument is the same with Gödel and incompleteness set theory arguments. But what's different with Kant is that we don't psychologize it. We're not saying that the structures or the category. Basically, if you want to make it simple, what Kant is saying about how the mind has transcendental preconditions that structure reality, we think that that's the mistake of Kant in terms of humanizing it and psychologizing it. And it really would make more sense if he attributed that to the mind of God, basically.
Okay, so just to be clear, and so what Kant's saying, and because presumably not everybody's read Kant, and certainly I imagine not everybody right now will. So what Kant's doing in the Critique, I mean, it's one of the most complicated and sort of pivotal books of philosophy in general, I guess, Western philosophy in general, probably the piece of philosophy in the Enlightenment. But what Kant is doing to some, so I'm going to not do justice to it in this brief summary, I'm just trying to say. But what Kant's up to some extent, is saying he's responding to skeptics who are making the claim that you couldn't know any synthetic truths a priori.
Listen, fuck Kant and fuck philosophy. If anybody, listen, here's what you do. Go to fucking transcendental idealism, Wikipedia bullshit, read like the first 3 sentences. When somebody brings up Kant, go, just checking real quick. Do you speak German? If they say no, they've probably never read Kant and they don't know anything about it. And then just fucking go crazy and they'll stutter and they'll lose. And then you'll be the Giga Chat, okay? Because fuck all that shit.
Making your case. Again, just an ad hom. You love fallacies. My favorite thing about you is that you cite fallacies constantly. You don't know what they mean and you can't define them properly.
Like how history is not part of feminism.
How is it a false analogy? To compare Israel, defining Israel?
Because it's an ancient nation state.
Why does
feminism is a modern political social revolutionary movement. They don't compare.
So why does
So there is no modern Israel? Like, she's not asking for the definition of ancient Israel. Like,
yes, extent of the length of history.
All right, I think we're done. We're chilling. We're done. Stream is over. Stream is it. Honestly, it's getting pretty late. This has been a long A long 7 hours, yeah. Final stream for a good long while, but yeah. Thanks for watching, and do what's on the screen. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll continue this another time if I remember, if it's still relevant at the time. But yeah. Thanks for watching. Let's see. Is there anything else that I'm missing that I could have watched? Oh yeah, I was gonna look at this because this guy got triggered by Douglas Murphy. This guy, Dave Smith, he got triggered by Douglas Murphy and got like annihilated in that Joe Rogan podcast. Actually, I might watch that on stream, the Douglas Murphy thing, because I really think he's completely I think he's being a bit too arrogant, and for like Mr. Comedian falls back to comedian when he's wrong on something, but then has like all these intelligent opinions about the Middle East when he hasn't even been there. All right, good one. When Douglas Murphy literally went there and did like lots of I guess like interviews and people on the ground, literally. But this guy, Dave Smith, he watched some videos and read some things on the internet, and so I guess he's just more credible on what's going on the ground. But yeah, whatever. Anyways, thanks for watching, and yeah, I'll see you guys when I see you. Not sure when, but hope it'll be fun. It'll be great. And this is a long process. There we go. Boom.